their answer was like, no, we won't charge people twice for the same install. But just like a lot of software, it's based on your hardware ID. So if they install the game and then a month down the line, they upgrade some of their hardware, like video card, motherboard, kind of like what I did last December. They upgrade their hardware and then they go in and install it again. That's another install. It's a different hardware profile. That's an extra charge. The same customer, different hardware, they get charged again. Not the customer, the development studio gets charged for 2 installs of the same on the same account. So that really pissed people off. Like,
Yeah. Not to mention, just imagine, like, a lot of times you upgrade in increments. You say, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna upgrade my memory." Next on the docket is, the processor, probably not by a lot, obviously, then graphics card, etc. See, that's 3 iterations through
yep.
one computer.
Yeah, and
And
they wanted to charge for every one of those.
yeah,
And people just were like, are you insane? Like, that is an insane prospect to try to charge people over and over and over, or try to charge developers for like the same customer.
Yeah, that ought to be only a 1 charge per customer, period. Once they bought the game,
It
then
shouldn't.
there shouldn't be more.
It
cost.
shouldn't be per install.
Yeah,
because
should be per game.
Yeah, the developer, because there's the big thing with most developers, right? So you have the engine that they use, which is purely a choice, right? It's like, well, what engine are we going to use? Well, we could either roll our own, like what Vintage Story did. They rolled their own engine. We could buy one off the shelf, which is, there's a myriad of ones available there, or we have to go really high level like Unreal and pay, because Unreal, I think, it's 5%, but it's after so much in gross revenue, right? But it's 5% off the top. It's not 5% of profits, it's 5% of revenue, right? So that hurts a little bit more. But it's after like $1 million in sales or something like that. I don't know what their pricing model is exactly, but the Unreal is, hey, we're just going to take 5%, and because if your game is popular, that makes us happy. We get more revenue to make the engine more better. So it's one of those like, hey, there is our success is your success, and etc. And looking at the Unreal Engine, I mean, you have to know that these guys are really good at what they do, and if you wanted to build something like it, it would take you millions of dollars in R&D and development. I mean, I don't know what their outlay is right now with like Unreal 5, but I know that they've been working on this for 10 years. Like, whatever team has been working on the technology behind Unreal 5, it's been going a while. Versus Unity, which is sort of like stagnant. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of visual groundbreaking stuff from Unity in the last 5 years. They're little incremental, this little bit, that little bit, but there's nothing like, holy cow, look at that, like groundbreaking. So it is sort of the engine of indies, right? It's cheap, but it's a disconnect from the customer. The customers, like, to base your prices, base your costs off of customers. The development studio is like, well, now we can't join like charity drives. We can't join like bundles. We can't go on sale because all of that would grossly inflate our installs, and that would be it. I saw one developer do a video, and he said that he kind of compared what he had now and what if he would have released his game with the new pricing model, how much it would cost. And he said that basically his game was chosen for some sort of like bundle, and so he doesn't get really paid much. It's a massive discount when they do that. So he was getting a tiny fraction of what he would normally make. And he said it was something like 8 million installs of his game. Now, before, he had made like 200,000 total gross money. And he was like, yeah, that wasn't enough really to pay everybody, but, you know, we made it work. But we had no money left over. There was nothing left over after all of that. And then he goes, then I was a part of this bundle, try to get, you know, the game out there and more people playing it. And he goes, when that happens, you get a lot more installs. And he got like 8 million installs in a matter of like a week and a half because of that bundle. And he's like, if we would have done that with a Unity, the way that Unity was, or the way that they wanted to change, he goes, we would have been hit with a $600,000 bill. He goes, we only made like 200,000 total. And then Unity's going to come back and say, oh, this has 8 million installs. That's 200,000 or that's 600,000. He's like, there's no way. There's no way that would have been able to work. So anyway, welcome to the stream, everybody. Whoever's around, I don't care. We are going to work on building, expanding the farm. And yeah, hopefully not piss me off again and plow through one of our fields, because that really pissed me off yesterday or last time. Man, I just yikes. Okay, now let's see. We want to figure out where we're going to expand to. So I'm thinking the field 35 we're going to be harvesting next month. We are then going to make that field bigger. We're going to go 34, 35, 44, 45. Oh, do we do it even bigger? We go even bigger. 33. That might work better. That would be basically a 3x3 field. And then 31, 32, 41, 42 can be kind of a small field. Back in there. You know, having a little bit, you know, having a small field is okay, or whatever. But I'm trying to figure out how we can plow and turn into fields on the whole map eventually. I want the whole map to be fields. And the cat came up to my lap for no reason. And purring. Yep. She's like, your nose isn't running hard enough. Okay. So let's go sleep. I don't think, is there anybody in here yet?
I'm working
No,
on
I
it.
haven't gotten in yet.
We'll sleep.
Okay, finally joined in here.
Are you kidding me? No, it's raining. Not a cloud in the sky. It's
Oof.
Yeah. There's literally not a cloud in the sky. That's funny. Let's look at the weather.
Is on my screen, but weird.
There it is. Should clear up by 9 o'clock. Because you can't harvest. You can't harvest while it's raining.
Yeah, that would seriously cut into your whatever words I'm trying to think of.
Yield?
Yeah. I was thinking, you know, the gross or whatever, but yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I know
correct.
grain mills, when you go and dump your grain off, right? 'Cause I come from a family of farmers. They educated me. So when you go to the grain mill and you have let's say just a big truck full of grain, the grain, as you're dumping it into the mill, they're taking periodic samples. They have little cups that scoop some grain out, and they take it into their lab. They have a lab right there in the elevator. They grind it up. And they do moisture tests, and you need to come in like at a very specific range of moisture in your grain in order to get the best price for it. And if it's too wet, you get, oh man, it is a massive discount of money if it's too wet. Because they have to then go through and dry it and get it ready for shipping, because grain that's too wet weighs more, right? So your pounds per bushel go way up because it's so wet. So you're skewing you're kind of skewing the numbers a little bit. And so you need it to be a very, very narrow window of moisture content, which is why so many farms have giant blowers and dryers and stuff. You need to get that grain down quite a ways in moisture.
Not to mention they have to store it a bit differently. I think it's a little more expensive to do that because it has to. Moist stuff is more likely to ferment.
Well, it's more likely to um, mold
Yep,
and not
and all
fermenting.
that is
Yeah, fermenting is a problem, but mold
mold is
and germinating, that's a
Yep.
big problem. Like, you don't want it very moist because that will start to germinate and the seeds will actually start growing, which ruins the seed. Obviously you can't.
Yeah. If
There's,
it were, wheat or something, well, that removes any chance of making it into flour because at that point
yeah, by
it's
that,
more
yeah,
fiber.
well, by that point the enzymes have already kicked in and have converted all the starches to sugars. It's basically absorbed it all to grow the
Yeah.
plant. It uses that fuel to actually grow the sprout. But which is why I never understood why a lot of alcohol uses malted barley. And malted barley is barley that's germinating. So it's not raw grain. It's actually like starting the process of germination. And that's what malted barley.
Interesting.
Never understood why that was a specific use or a specific need for alcohol. Can't remember if it was beer or whiskey that did that. Might have been whiskey that acquired malted barley. All right. Hop into this baby. Wow. Somebody grab a forage wagon or something.
I'll have to do it in a minute. Puppies are going nuts. I'll be back.
Yeah, I can't do it yet. I'm still trying to get everything loaded up.
I thought I had crop destruction. Okay. It is. Huh. Oh, that's the that's the cultivator. Really, it's slow. Just
Oh, I'm back. Sorry. Forage wagon, or did
I'm working.
Wildman get that? Ah,
Pile of straw on the end of this is so big that I can't even navigate it with my harvester.
oh,
As corn gives, as far as the straw swath goes, corn gives much bigger straw swath.
Drosswath. So how have you been the last couple days?
Oh, not too bad.
Good.
This week went by pretty fast.
Yeah. They seem to do that in like the fall section. And then winter will just drag on.
That is true. It does seem to drag on. Series.
Oof.
Stop. This is too slow. Right now. TARDIS is this moving thing, but not harvesting. Okay. I'm gonna have to just grin and bear it. Get the Mystic Cat.
You want any help on that, or you got it?
I'm gonna need some here. I just need to make sure that this headland is clear first before I start the thing back up. This corn produces a lot of straw. Hides. And hey, Alex.
Oh, there's Alex. Hey.
Yeah, I actually got a decent night's sleep. Which is becoming more and more increasingly rare.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my age, combination of age, just not being very active. Do start active.
Yeah, you should start doing just those squats even. Because those are a thing. And no, my brain didn't melt down mid-sentence. Totally didn't happen.
Yeah, usually that's part of my routine. Squats. So if somebody wants to grab that tractor on the west side of that field and just start picking up straw swamp,
Frostball? Sure thing.
because the mounds on the endpoints are going to be rather big.
Yeah. Well, everything's getting...
That is a mountain of straw. Okay. Now, so we do a truly giant.
So, Ozzy, you getting that, or you want me to?
Got it.
All right.
This isn't wide enough to where I could get 2 at a time, is it?
The corn header. How big is that? Not really. That corn header is 18 meters wide.
It looks like I could just about get it.
Yeah, you might miss some. That's
Yeah, so it's probably not even worth the hassle.
It says it's ready to harvest, but I'm going to let this go one more month and see what happens. Oh yeah, we never did fertilize. Crap. Probably lose. Darn. It says it's ready to harvest. It says it's ready. It says it's ready to harvest, but you'd think that this would yield more. It's taller. Whatever. Right. So plows.
What's the width on that vehicle? The combine?
The width on that header is 18.
18. I think. I'm offset by 18. It's just wasn't properly auto detecting my width. It's odd.
Yeah, that particular mod is a janky conversion from a FS19 mod that may or may not have been hacked together by somebody who barely knew what they were doing. So, yeah, don't expect miracles on that one.
Always expect miracles.
Okay, so this here, this here. So this is the this is 3. Haas, why don't you swap out with Wildman? Let Wildman do that job. I'm gonna have you. We don't even own these yet. No, we don't. We don't have the money. Here, I wanted to plow all this up, and we don't have. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of money for that.
I could start mowing it, I think.
Yeah, you can't. You can't pick up the grass if you don't own the land.
Yeah, I figured that we'd probably be owning it pretty soon.
Yeah, that's going to be. Each one of those plots is 400, 800, 1.2, and that's going to be 5, 6, 2, 3. It's going to be close to $3.5–4 million for all of that. So, that's a lot. That's going to be a lot. 1.8. What I can do is buy sort of really hesitant to just blow all of our money now without I want to make sure we have a decent buffer in there. Because I don't want to go to negative balance when we turn over a month because of how much factories now cost.
Yeah.
So, if we want this one and this one, the balance is 800. This is 320. That's 416. That's 740, and that one is 582. Which, yeah, that would blow all of our resources. But I can, even though we can't buy it yet, I can draw the roads in there so I can section this off. What we do right here. Actually, try to. Come on.
So is 31 to 35 going to be one big farmland, and then of course down to 55?
I'll look at it a second. when I'm done painting
Oh, yeah.
this, because
Takes a bit of focus. Oh, this mower looks brand new.
I washed it.
Fair enough. I thought the paint and stuff chipped a bit as it aged.
It can, if the modder put textures in there to do that.
Gotcha.
Holy Jesus, is this? Am I gonna end this road at some time? Jesus Christ! I've just been going and going and going here.
It's a song that never ends.
Oh man, right. At some point,
Trying to think if there's a way I can let you know how you're doing
oh
on it.
jeez, that was a long damn road. Let's see if I can't zoom out and make this faster going back.
Yeah, now that you got a baseline, that's really gonna help. Oh, are you gonna use that larger mower?
We're going to mow that spot yet. I want to wait for a month and see if our yield goes up.
Ah, okay.
Because the grass, if you notice the little patches that weren't mowed last time are a different color and they're taller, like visibly bigger blades of grass. So while it says ready to harvest, that older patch also says ready to harvest. So I'm thinking that we might get a higher yield if we wait an extra month.
Alrighty.
This is like the worst job ever. There we go.
But yeah, I actually meant the ones you're kind of putting roads by farmland.
Oh, the two that we just bought.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
before.
wanted to mow them, you could. I'd highly recommend painting over it with grass first. Get rid of the orange. Get rid of the orange flowers. Call those Trump flowers, shall we? Trump. Yeah, 33 and 34 can be. I mean, yeah. Eventually, the block is going to be a 3x3. So 33, 34, 35, all the way down to 53, 54, and 55, with 43, 44, and 45 in the middle. So it'll eventually be, just a giant field, but we're gonna have to do it in pieces because we just don't have the money. We don't have the money to do that full Monty yet. Okay.
Okay, so I'm probably gonna butt it up right up into the road.
There will be, just like the other road, there will be a few meters, a few squares of buffer between the road and the field.
Yeah.
You got to have. I was way too obsessed with making the fields as big as humanly possible, and it's like we really don't need to do that, and it doesn't even look realistic when we do. So, having a border around the field is good to help buffer the insanity.
Yeah.
Corn is almost in. How much are we? How much do we? 890. Now, what are we going to do with this corn? Well, we could put some of it into the farm factory for cereal, which wouldn't be too bad of an idea. But I would like to put some in the farm supply factory to make us seeds. That way we don't have to buy any seeds. That would save us money. I mean, they're not a huge expense. I mean, the whole thing of seeds would not be too bad, but with the size of the fields that we have going forward, because these fields are not small. This field is not small. So you use at least like 20,000-30,000 liters of seeds every time you plant one of those. You want a decent supply. So we should be able to get a decent supply of seeds. Alright, this takes care of this guy. Oops. Oh. Dang it. Completely forgot about that. I made a little mess. Wash in there. I still can't believe that planter. We would have been over 1 million liters had that planter not completely gutted the... Oh, God, that pisses me off. Why that planter got to the end of that field and then drove all the way up and hooked into the other end of that field? Man.
Yeah.
I just don't even know. Like, I don't even know.
I don't know, but that harvester on this field went way out there in the grass and
Yeah, that's what I mean when I said I oops. Because I got to the end of that line and it was still spitting out straw, and I just completely missed. I should have stopped it and let it pile up, but I didn't. Now let's do what else might need it, because that. Well, it's almost 500,000. That'll do a little over in seeds. That's going to be pretty good. 'Cause I've got water in. What else do we want to do with corn? Honey, grapes, oats. Pretty sure we have a metric ton of oats sitting in storage somewhere. And there's that. How are
Did you
we?
want this dump where you dump that other partial load?
Yeah, farm supply factory can get all the straw. Um, wondering if eh, now what are we doing on the painting of the land?
I don't think I've even hit the halfway mark yet.
Remember, it's a small spot now. We can't afford the 3x3, so it's just the next two over.
Yeah. Yep, I'm just doing the 3 plots.
Technically, it's two. 'Cause one of them is already plowed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just hit X to see which ones I bought. That's the easiest way to do it.
As I'm painting, it's hard to tell how many lines I cross. That or I have a bad case of osprey.
Don't cross any lines. That's across the line.
Whoa. Almost went right over top the road.
No. Yeah, now that we know that plowing with those yellow flowers actually affects the fertility of the land, gives us even more incentive to paint over it with regular grass.
Yeah. Hopefully, when you make a final version of the map, you'll have a chance to just get rid of the
I would have to, I would have to completely clear and regenerate all of the foliage to do that, and that is not something I want to do. Because you have to clear it away. So you have to go through the whole map and right-click with the tool to clear it all away, and then you have to, it's a nightmare to do that. I did it once already, and I really don't want to do it again.
At that point,
Because
you probably have more fun just making a new one.
well, it's like part of it is, oh, there's a big spot you missed.
Did I?
Yep. I'm right next to it.
Okay, I'll keep going for a sec. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Where is that one?
It's in the middle of the square that I'm sitting in.
Really?
Number 33. There's a bunch of orange flowers.
Down
Wait.
here? Dead ahead?
What the hell happened?
I just painted over that again.
Oh,
Just to make sure.
I'm not where I am. Not exactly on my spot, but a little inwards, a little into the grassland.
Yeah.
I'm looking right at
Well,
it.
I'm going east to west when I'm painting. Not north to south. Do you want me to switch?
I'll help. What's that? Oh.
Or are you going through and painting some of it too, or?
Yeah. Just trying to get her completely done.
Yeah, when I go through it, I just zigzag it through, just to make sure I don't miss any spots. Takes longer, but
Do you want to grab a tractor and hook up to that bigger mower? There's that 18, it's either 18 or 19 meter wide massive mower.
okay.
And we can hit this back and forth.
Alrighty. Still going through to make sure isn't any spots that we missed. Here and there.
Then Wildman can use forage wagon to pick up. I'll do 2 rounds around. That way the forage wagon you can go in between and just grab in one run you can grab two rows.
All right.
The easy cut? Is that the...
Yeah, it should be just a trailer with 3 or 6 mowers on it.
Yeah. Do you want me to start in like the north west corner?
Yeah, as soon as I get over there and do a second headland for Wildman's trailer, then you can start in. Trying to optimize the number of man hours that we have working on this par spot here.
Yeah.
So you want to start the forage wagon the same place I have the plow and just head west over that corner and then south, and you should hopefully be able to pick up both rows of grass. From this mower at least you should be able to pick it up both at once.
Looks like there was something in game world that I was gonna mention to you. I know we talked about the 2 big ones, the triple F, I suppose, for both of them.
For what?
Facts and Foundry Facts.
Oh,
Game news.
yeah.
Something else. I'll have to, when I have a moment, switch over to...
Yeah, the Foundry, like, some of the stuff they've been doing with that game, some of the changes they've been making, like, for mining and stuff like that, I'm just like, oh my god, like, the game didn't need more complexity in those things. It was just enough, you know, and now they've made mining, like, more complicated and more involved than what it was. And then the whole robot thing. When I watched that video and then I read that like update, I was just like, why the heck? Like, this does not fit in at all anywhere with like what's going on the planet, automating these. I mean, I was really hoping for, you know, the factory to be the factory, right? Why do you have to justify the damn factory? You know, Factorio is like, yeah, here's a giant thing, automate all the things, you know, grow, and launch a rocket. And, you know, yeah, the point is to launch a rocket, but the point of the game is to automate everything. Launching a rocket is just sort of like the goal. So I don't know. I don't think the game really needed a more complex thing to do. Plus, it was really like you have one station add one leg, and then the next station weld it, and then you have the next station add the other leg, and the next station weld it. It just seemed like, okay, this is purposefully causing players to make enormously long assembly lines. Why can't you have one station add both legs?
Just a minute. Pause. Is that mower not being able to?
Put it in the center? No.
Yeah.
No, that's why we have the big windrower. So just ignore
Okay. All right.
that. Whatever he's doing, my mower on this side is giving you rows. So
Yeah, so just circle round and then continue with his set. Yeah, I could have swore there was another game. I didn't mean to actually talk about the Foundry one. I was just acknowledging that we already knew that. So,
oh. Well, I mean, it's good for
it is interesting.
covering it on the stream too. There's some people that may not be aware of that, but yeah, the Factorial stuff is way more exciting. Like,
Oh yeah.
elevated rail, like, holy crap! Who saw that coming?
Nice to be able to do that where we can change directions, cross tracks without having to worry about crashing into each other.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, without doing more weird stuff, roundabouts are almost dead. Because the advantages of roundabouts is that you don't have the east-west ones colliding with the
Right, and now you could have one direction elevated and one direction on the ground, and you can just route everything that way. It's funny because everybody's like, well, if you go to the Reddit post where they do that, everybody's like, well, that just trashes all my rail blueprints. Just like everything's gonna have to be redone now with all new like blueprints and everything. It's like, holy cow! Between the last week's like coverage of rail and then now this week's like elevated rail, it's like, holy yeah, there's gonna be a whole different ball game when it comes to like rail blueprints and stuff. People are gonna be going crazy with it.
Oh, speaking of, in your Discord, did you fall for my little gag in random?
Oh, I guess I didn't see that, or maybe I did read it, but I don't know.
It was I did an image with a spoiler tag, and I said, look at these sexy curves, and it was just the different rails.
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that last week. Yep.
I'm just surprised I didn't get a comment on that. Like, I was about to break out the band hammer. I think I mentioned it briefly, but the Small Lands is going 1.0 in December.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, we could always pick up our game and see what's out there. I definitely don't want to restart the whole thing. Like, I don't think that's really necessary, restarting the game from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But I don't
Unless we were to, run it again before the final release.
Yeah, I don't think really anything has changed on the early game. I think was largely done when they're only adding endgame content, right? So they keep extending the late game, like ingredients and bugs and people to go talk to. They're extending the end game stuff. They haven't really reshuffled anything early game, so that would just be a lot of
balance changes and stuff like that. But even then, that's inconsequential. So that'll be interesting when that one hits. I think I'll just have to pop into Steam when I'm done with this. These aren't quite long enough that I can just ignore them and peruse a.
yeah, I know.
Especially since it goes 50 miles an hour. You madman.
Hells yeah. We mow at speed around here. It's like Wildman blue screened over there.
What?
Just see the tractor just sitting there and it's like, oh, Wildman blue screened.
No, I was doing my, Control W and I accidentally hit Control Q instead of
Oh, I do. Oh,
disconnecting me, and so I'm trying to get it hooked back.
I do that.
I know you don't have a ton of interest in this game, and this isn't what's in the back of my brain bugging you, but Stationeers is actually adding something game changing. It sounds like they're adding another layer to the game. They're adding like an actual rocket navigation stage to it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just another layer of torture. That is. Yeah, that game is a little too brutal for me. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, they're trying to make that a little too realistic. Of course, in realistic, you wouldn't have to do all that, especially like setting up for solar panels and all that kind of stuff with the sun angles and all that stuff, and putting all the chips and all that kind of stuff could be all automated without having to do all that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know, in the case that we actually start attempting to colonize like Mars or the moon, we would send that shit up there pre-programmed. It would be like
each panel would have its program.
Each panel would be pre-programmed, and you just punch in like whatever coordinates, I don't even know. Everything would be automatically redone, and it just basically would be plug and play at that point, because you're going to rely on a bunch of astronauts that have varied skills like biology, and like they're not going to have, yeah, they're going to be smart, intelligent people, but you may not have every base covered of like, how do you create computer chips? Well, creating computer chips is a way harder process than throwing it into a machine and hoping for the best. It's just like, the realism is like, it's just hard enough to be like, oh my god, like, I got to manage the gas coming out of the furnace, I've got to manage this, I've got to manage the heat, I can't, like, it, to me, it's just like, it's just, at some point, it's just not fun anymore. It's just like, Jesus, what am I doing with my life? You know, I've had that thought about most games, even this one. Like, I'm farming virtual fields. Like, what? That's not contributing to society, you know? I'm not feeding virtual people, or maybe I am. I don't know. If we're all living in a simulation anyway, maybe the workers in this game think that same thing. Like, am I in a simulation? So yeah, it's the game we go to. I'm hoping something like Desynced goes on sale. Another thought I had was Space Engineers, because we covered that game like 6 years ago. And amazingly, even when we covered it, the game was already old. And they've still updated. Talk about a game that is... whatever team is behind that game, they must love their job, because they are still updating that game. And they're still adding to it, and they're like crazy amount of updates for a game that's that old.
And it's not like they seem to be making lots more money. Each DLC has a little bit of a price, but it's pretty insignificant. It's like, $10 or something like that, I think.
Well, that's one nice thing about making it somewhat insignificant is then more people will buy it.
Yeah.
Just, for everybody.
Yeah, unlike what recently happened, I posted about this in the members chat. Train Sim World 4 comes out.
Oh, jeez.
$50 game, $2,100 in expansion DLC. Day one, expansion DLC, $2,100.
I was gonna look at that, but is that all just like different train models, different skins kind of thing?
For the most part, and it's mostly all the previous version of Train Sim World.
Ooh.
And it's basically like a compatible version. So it's like
Oh,
all of the previous DLC, they basically like made it work in the new version, and so you have to rebuy.
Well, Farm Simulator kind of does the same thing.
You have to rebuy it, and I understand that, but at least Farming Simulator. I mean, to buy this version of Farming Sim was $42 or something, $43, right? A year on, it's $43 for all of the DLC and all that kind of stuff. So all of the DLC that is available for Train Sim World is all fully priced, literally like $30, $40 for either a train or a custom map. Like, I just see that and go, this is like as bad as The Sims. Like, this is awful. Company that does it's like I don't know how a company, all these people who sit in boardrooms or whatever, I don't know how some of these people like can justify, hey, we're gonna put this game out and we're gonna have day one DLC at $2,100, and everybody gives each other high fives like, whoo, we're really screwing them now. Like, that's how I picture that shit. Like, I mean, I saw something that said like the latest version of like Counter-Strike, because they offer like the in-game loot box purchases.
Oh.
So the Counter-Strike comes out, the new version of that comes out with the loot boxes, and within like 4 hours, the company's already made like $40 million in loot box like purchases. It's like, there are people out there that will just throw money at these companies for virtual BS, and it's like, what the hell?
Phone games, multiplayer stuff, and people are spending tens of thousands of dollars on the game so they can be at the top tier.
Yeah.
I mean, actually tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Clash of Clans
And,
is really bad for that. Yeah.
Only rich people can do that.
No, I saw a video of two of a man and a woman, a Japanese man and a woman, beating a teenager in an internet cafe in Japan. They're just literally beating on him because this teenager was their son, who's like 16, 17 years old. He spent the entire family savings, $43,000, on a game. And the mother and father tracked him down and were just beating him. And it was like, that is an insane amount of money to spend on a game. And anybody who does obviously doesn't know what the hell is going on, because that is insane. My brother, because of Clash of Clans and kind of how crazy that game can be, my brother made a bot to play the game. And he got it working, and every update that came out for it broke the bot. So it was like, it had to be maintained, and so now the bot is kind of in limbo because it's just been like, we have to find a better emulator because it has to be run on PC, obviously. So BlueStacks is a big emulator, but it sucks to emulate games. It just doesn't do it. So in order to get that bot to work, but that bot, he had programmed it. It did attacks, it auto upgraded things, and it would be able to upgrade walls faster than anything. Like, I couldn't believe how good that bot was. And then for some of the most grindy aspects of the game, like the clan wars and stuff like that, the bot was unbelievable. It was so good at eliminating that grind that it was absolutely fantastic. So my brother really doesn't want to maintain the code base anymore, so I might peek at it and see if I could tweak it and maintain it. But yeah, that would be. Yeah, we one of the reasons why he just isn't interested in maintaining it is we couldn't really figure out a way to monetize it that, you know, would go over very well. For one, any attempt at monetizing that, I mean, Supercell would just go insane. Don't give up. Where are you going?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I had a spot that got missed.
Oh. I was like, if you go down and back, we're gonna be done with this.
Yeah, I didn't go out quite far enough. It's weird because I've gone out further sometimes, and it all went well, but for whatever reason, it just didn't. Yeah, there it missed a little bit again. I think I should just probably reduce the amount by a little bit or something.
This thing is actually in need of being refilled or refueled.
About the only way I think you could monetize that, legally speaking, would be to set up a Patreon account. And
Yeah, but the monetize, okay. The problem isn't like, yeah, we could get around monetizing with like Patreon and stuff, right? That we know. It's the amount, like how much do you charge, right?
Yeah.
To have the bot manage somebody's base, because at the height of the bot, we had it running like 27 bases. And it would run those 27 bases just fine. But it would take on average of 4 or 5 hours to run through all 27 bases and go back and attack again, right? So in order to do like something like the clan games are more of a shorter term. They're only active for like 5 days, and you need so much. You need to attack a lot in order to meet the objective of the individual tasks that you select. And so there are things in there. You want to limit the number of accounts per bot instance to say 20 at most. So a bot can manage 20 bases. Well, if you're charging somebody, let's say $5 a month, right? 20 bases, that is $100 that you're getting from that bot instance. Now, how much does that bot instance cost if you deploy it on something like AWS? It was just under or a little over the amount that you could charge, right? So it's like either you charge more or you just give it up, because there's no way to make that work. So monetization was tough. So if you look at it a different way, if you sell the software as a license, and you say you're going to need a computer, like you just sell the bot and just say, here's how you set it up, here's what you do, like this is all you need, and you sell it for $100, well, then you need to manage keys, and you need to manage licenses, and you need to make sure that it's not going to be pirated, because you know that it's going to be pirated to some extent. So you need to, I mean, it was just There was just really no way of monetizing in a way that was going to make enough money to justify the amount of work that it takes. But it certainly helps make the game a lot more enjoyable when you have a bot working on it.
Alrighty. Sorry if that came across. I had something on my phone.
I didn't hear anything, so.
Okay.
Another one we haven't played for a while is that, I can't forget the name of it, but the one where has the asteroid coming in and you have so many days to build up.
Eco.
Yeah. They've done a lot on that.
Yeah, I don't think Buggy's interested in revisiting that one.
All right.
For one thing, it's a lot more fun if you have more than like 5 players
Yeah.
consistently, and we struggle right now to get 3 on at a time.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What world? Just about stepped on the cat because she doesn't know. She apparently doesn't know how feet work.
Oh. Night of the Dead has gone through a lot of changes.
Oh my god.
But yeah, you don't seem too keen on that one.
The thing about that one is the fact that you get those waves every single night and they ramp up to the point where you can't explore anymore because most of your effort is like building up the base and trying to like survive the next night, and then you get those giants in and it's like, oh, there's no way you're gonna be able to survive that shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's iffy.
I'll have to see if that one is changed, because if you can make it to like it's every other night or something like that, or every 6 days, because we don't want to hit that evil 7 number.
I mean, yeah, I mean every third would be really good. That gives you a couple really solid days of exploration and material gathering and building, and you know, I would definitely like enjoy it more if we could actually go out and explore, because depending on how many people, last time we played, we had, enough people playing, like Z and everybody, where we were actually able to get a lot of resources really, really early and really fast. Let's see.
V Rising, that's another one that's had some updates recently.
Did we just play that through though?
Yeah, not long ago. I'm still trying to hunt for that bit of game news that's in the back of my brain. Yeah.
Cat. What does it mean when you walk by me and you rub your tail against my leg? Huh? What does that mean? I don't understand. She's down on the floor right underneath my keyboard, and she just stares at me. I can't see her down there, but she just sits and stares at me for like 20 minutes. It's unnerving.
Yeah. Because you can feel it itching in the back of your brain that she's watching you.
Anything in my hand. She watches if I'm moving my hand, she just is like, is there food somewhere? Okay. How goes the picking up of grass?
Pretty good. I'm getting close to being done here.
Alrighty. Now, what do we want to plant? It's slightly bigger than average field here. Something we can use to sell things and stuff better. Should also get grapes going. Although those grape vines are cheap.
I don't know, Alex. I don't think cats want you to pay attention to them. I think they merely want you to worship them.
Yeah, she will crawl into my lap and go to sleep if I'm not petting her. As soon as I start to pet her, and as soon as I really consistently pet her, she'll jump off my lap. So it's there are definitely times when you wanna give her love and attention, but it's like most cats, it's on their term. It's not any time like a dog. It's like, okay, now it's it's love o'clock. You need to give me some. So you just kind of get used to their moods. Usually it's when their food dish is a little bit empty. If her dish is if she can see the bottom of her food dish, ho, you better believe she's gonna be waking me up at 7 a.m, being like, "Hey, remember me?" Okay.
Yep, they are good at that.
So we need to do how much more time is left on this? These are so. Well, we still have quite a ways to go. Let's see. Where do we want? Pray tell. Where do we want to do grapes? I think grapes would be good in this area over here.
Oh, dude. Coffee, figure out what we did wrong on that grapes.
No, he
Foliage.
not knowing enough information, I doubt he would be able to discern without actually watching the stream,
Yeah.
which I don't think he does. What I think happened is we just missed like a mulching or a plowing, or we missed a step in there that we needed to do in order to progress it. Because there's one of the steps that actually sets it back one growth step, like the plowing or the mulching stepped it back one, which means because if you look at the like environment XML for a map, it'll actually show that there are some months, depending on the stage, like the growth stage of a crop, depending on the stage, it could jump 2. So you can go from like stage 1 to stage 3 in a single month. So like really good growing months like April, May, or like May, June, or July sometimes have a double jump in there. And so what probably happened was the grapes were set whatever growth stage, like 6 of 6, where the next stage would have been 7, which is harvest, ready for harvest. But instead it jumped it all the way to 8, which is withered, or something like that. I'd have to look at the numbers. But so it just jumped an extra stage, and so we needed to go in and actually plow it or something, and that would have set it back down to 5, which would have jumped it up to ready to harvest. So I'm thinking that's what happened, is we just missed a step in there, and unfortunately, we just couldn't get it done. Okay, where can we make money? So I was trying to avoid this as much as possible, but the amount of infrastructure we're going to need for even like bread, we're going to need that old General Mill, which is like $600,000. And then you're going to need the bakery on top of that, which is like, I forget, 50,000 or 60,000, 80. I don't even remember what that price was. So we don't have enough money for that. So I think we're just going to have to relegate ourselves to, for now, the master carpenter and getting some wood, some rudimentary wood products. Now that we have metal, I've got a little bit of metal being made. Yeah, we got some metal in here. We could put the master carpenter and get a little, a batch of furniture or something. In here. So let me do purchase, construction. Somebody want to grab a truck and grab the trailer. Where is
Furniture trailer or is there only
the box trailer?
Yeah.
For pallets?
I suppose they're all combined. Yeah. Which one did you want this outside of?
We need to take that to the sawmill and grab I don't know, grab longboards first, I think.
looks like I have it positioned correctly. Should I turn off production of longboards also, or is it not? Oh, it's already turned off.
Yeah, they all should be turned off for now.
And then, how do you get them to appear? Just to make sure I don't do it the wrong way. Just space.
No, you select the longboards on the bottom right,
Okay.
and you hit enter, and that should set them to spawn.
Enter. Okay.
And then once they're set to spawning, then they'll just spawn, and the trailer, if it's open, will load them. As soon as it's done, you want to open that again, and you want to hit enter 3 times, which sets them back to storing.
Gotcha.
Because it cycles through all the options, and you want to take it back to storing. And let's see. There we go. Yeah, we need more factories in order to make this slow enough to actually be constant. Because then it'll... Ironically, if it's able to spawn them slower, it loads the trailer faster. Because you don't get this big gap of time in between growth cycles. So, and we are going to want... Give this a wash. Oh, Jake brake, you get turned off. More wood. I also want to unload this into the carpenter because I think we're going to go for prefab walls right away. Amazingly, we're actually short of money. Where do I put this? Let's put it over here. All these trees. Oh, there's the cat. Coming up to me when I'm not looking. Yeah. Cut all these trees down over here. I'd actually think about farming some trees. Purchase trailer. Another. Two of those. have to kind of think if we're gonna go for animals at all. Heard some cat, yeah. Cat herding.
Entire farm full of cats. The horror. So I already forgot. Where do we want these boards?
The carpenter.
Okay.
Are you gonna? Wait. What? In a mood. She's in a mood.
Since it's a cat, don't you mean it continues to be in a mood?
She's in one of her zoomy moods. She's
Ah.
feeling frisky.
All right, I got it all up.
Excellent.
Where do I do with it?
How much did you get? I was just curious.
If I got all the places here, I think it's 3,637,000.
Nice.
That's all I see.
Yeah. Now go pick up the planks.
Okay.
That goes in. All the grass goes into the farm supply factory, which is right next to the sawmill. Slowly building up the amount of stuff. Silage is almost full. That's a decent amount of money, except I think right now, yeah, it's probably, well, it's decent. $666. So the devil wants some silage. Okay, so that metal.
And you said boards or beams?
Planks. Well,
Wow.
what is it called?
I am.
Planks.
You said which place farm what?
The farm supply
For the
factory.
grass?
Do you know where the sawmill is?
I'm at the farm factory if that's where it needs to go, right?
Okay, there's a different. When I say farm factory, that is a different building from farm supply factory. Those are two separate
Oh,
buildings. The farm factory, that's where metal and cereal and clothing are made. The farm supply factory is where the grass and the fertilizer and that kind of stuff. And that is over by the sawmill.
Okay, I guess I don't know where the sawmill is.
You don't know where the sawmill is? It's right over here.
Down where I am.
Where all those trees were. Remember, before the soybeans were here, there were a bunch of trees that we cut down.
All right.
So, yeah, this is the farm supply factory here.
Okay, so where we dumped off
Where we dumped off the straw.
and we dumped the grass there too, right?
Yep.
All right.
Because that makes silage. Silage makes good stuff. I don't even know. I keep meaning to ask my grandma if she knows what even silage means. If that was a thing back, like, I've never, all of the years of being around farmer family members, not once did I ever hear the word silage. Not once. So I was like, has this been a recent development, or is this like an old thing that I just didn't know about?
Or just got renamed.
Yeah, I mean, it's fermented. It's literally like fermented hay. Like, it's crazy. Think about, like, who would thought? Let's ferment some hay.
It kind of rings a bell with me, but one, unreliable, and two, that'd be too in depth for what I know about farming.
And the TMR, like, who came up with that little diddly? Like, total mixed ration. We're gonna take hay. We're gonna take straw. We're gonna take mineral feed. We're gonna mix it all up in certain ratios. Like, I don't know how that came to be, because that's not intuitive either. Somebody came up with that at some point. You got to pull forward. You got to have the back end over. Oh, you're at the wrong unload spot. That's the loading spot. The icon with the trailer, the tipping trailer, that's the one you want to go for. That's the unload spot. Wow, 3 million grass from that. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, this thing holds 50 million digestate. I'm really hoping that we can actually sell fertilizer. Although, is it even in? Yeah, solid fertilizer would get us more, but pretty sure. Yeah. It would be a wash. Okay. I have a feeling this next month skip is going to be rather expensive. Because I can't plow it. Not right away. One thing we could do, though, is sell some digestate. Or no, sell some silage. That's what I. What happened to the steering on this thing? Okay, what happened there? Ah, steering speed. Did you adjust that? Wild man?
I might have, I don't know.
Holy cow.
That could explain why I'm going crazy sometimes driving those vehicles.
Yeah, the steering was like 50% at 50%. Oh my god, why is this? Why is it so hard to get out? What is? Okay, what the hell is going on with this thing?
What's it doing?
It's like, it's steering, and then it's like, the adaptive steering adjusts the automatic back rotation. Free steering. Free steering is enabled and the steering wheel will not automatically rotate back. No. I want to know what this one is set at. Oh, adaptive steering is off? Okay. Off. There we go. Yeah, something was massively messed up with the steering on this tractor. Okay,
Weirdness.
gotta reset.
Is there any key commands that could be attributed to, or
I mean,
not sure?
I had to go into Control C, into the vehicle control add-on, so something in here turned on adaptive steering.
Okay. Huh.
So I just turned off adaptive steering, fixed it. So let's go grab some silage. So we just loaded in 3 million more grass, so we should have enough. There's 4 million silage. Glorious. Right after I dump this off. About 1 million in here. Yeah, no wonder you were fighting the steering so hard. Well, man, like something was messed up with the tractor.
Yeah, I might have accidentally hit that. I don't know.
Just randomly smashing the keyboard, just hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Best way to go. Is there anything else we need picked up from the wood place thing?
The wood place thing.
Yeah.
What else is over there? Let's see. Might as well, the wood beams. Might as well grab the beams as well.
Alrighty.
The longboards, planks, pallet. Ooh, we need water in there too. Somebody grab the Unimog water. The Unimog with a blue tank on the back end. Fill it up in the lake.
Is what's on it the right one?
Yeah, blue tank is for water. You have to open the you have to hit N to open the cover. So it should open a little cover on the side. And then you drive. You don't drive into the lake, so you're submerged. You drive into the edge of the lake.
All right.
Which is why all of my maps have this lake in them. So you want to drive just to the edge of the water, so you're just getting wet just a little bit, and it should have an option to fill the tank up when you get close to it.
Where's this going?
That is going to the Master Carpenter, which is behind the lime processing center. Should know these buildings. It should be etched in your mind. Dreaming about these. Or am I just being weird?
You certainly gravitate to this game really well.
Well, it's just like, I don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to get out a spreadsheet. I don't have to, like, come up with, like, min-maxing shit. It's just like, you just plow a field and you put some seed in there and you just hope for the fucking best. Like, I spent 7 years min-maxing everything I did, and it just exhausted to the point of just, I don't care anymore. So yeah, the carpenter's back. Yeah, back here. It's the nice brick building with.
That takes water.
Yeah, we need to put water in there. 'Cause water makes cardboard. We're going to use this spot for rapes. Right, now. Let's see. Do we have all the things? We have cardboard started. Prefab wall. Why is that the wrong icon? Oh, because it's also producing. Okay. Yep. Because it's producing more sawdust than actual wall. It's taking whatever is being made the most of. That's the icon that it uses. That's good to know. That's something I didn't know before. So good to know that. Shingles. That is going to be longboards and things. So give me some prefab wall. And that should. Yeah, see, that's production costs per month. Look at the prefab wall. Production costs per month, $372,000. Yeah, when I say I rebalance these, I rebalance these. Shingles, $33,600 a month. Cardboard, $28,800 a month. The empty pallets in here is $19,200. Furniture, $144,000. So you better make damn sure that you're making enough of this stuff to actually pay for it. So if you actually look at some of the wood products here, prefab wall will peak value in July, which is why I'm kind of making these now so we can get there. But yeah. A full batch a full truckload of prefab wall will be $5.4 million. But you're going to need a lot of production in order for that to happen. So you're going to need several months worth of money, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 to actually make the enough wall to make it. So you need that buffer of money, because the money comes out at when you fast forward the month. So it's not, your money isn't going down while it's being processed, but I can guarantee you when you fast forward, you will get dinged for quite a lot of money, and you gotta have enough money sitting around getting ready for it. So, all right, now we got some beams coming in. We can actually look at tables and chairs. Do we really want? Let's see. Tables and chairs. There's tables. Tables, not really all that good. Chairs, again, pretty bad. Not really lucrative enough, because what do beams actually sell for more? The only difference is, yeah, tables only use 10 beams. Chairs, however, tables would be my first choice as far as beams go. That gets you the most beams, but it uses a ton of planks. Okay. So there's nothing we can do but let that just grind itself out. And then we can go to the thing here and start playing some longboards again. That will help that. But again, the sawmill is one production that I guess I didn't change, because that was in a different directory. So
you need me to go out there and do some cutting some trees down?
If you want to, we're gonna fast forward a day here. As soon as Oz is done parking his truck, and see.
I think I'm just gonna disconnect it and haul that in manually rather than try and back it up. So yeah, if you wanna, I'm not in the vehicle right now. So
all right,
you can...
let's see how much money the day is gonna cost us. I'm guessing it's gonna be a decent amount.
I'm guessing it's going to be an indecent amount.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot. 400,000 maybe?
Well, I wonder if we should have...
$523,000.
If we should have let it run for a while to let it produce for the before we fast forwarded.
It did while we were asleep. The production's run while you're asleep.
I thought you said that you found out that it didn't run like.
Some things don't.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. Some things I found. The last game we played, there were for some reason, something I saw that didn't run.
Yeah, because you were figuring on.
What was that?
Whatever it was, I don't remember.
I vaguely remember saying something like that. I don't remember what it was. Okay, so May rolls around. I should be able to plow that field. Also, we should have, we have a ton of lime ready to go.
Do you have a logging truck and also where
The
you
lo-
want me to cut at?
The logging trailer is already over by the trees. So the trees are, there's not many of them. There's just a spot of trees north of the base, north of the farm. And the trailer is already over there. So if you look at the map, there's a little dot. There's a little brown dot kind of north of the sawmill, or not sawmill, Jesus. North of the carpenter.
Yeah.
So where you drop that water off, north of that, just not far, just a little bit north, is the little spot with the trailer out. There's just a few trees that. Okay, now let's actually. So do we have the sprayer? Do we have the fertilizer? Do I need to buy it?
I think we do. Is that big red one?
The big red, yeah, there it is. Yeah. You want to take that and spray, fertilize the field we harvested, the cornfield that we harvested.
Okay, yeah, the one that next to the mode area, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be expanding the field. So the place that we mowed, the field right next to that we need to spray with one layer of fertilizer.
You think it has enough in it?
Yeah, it should. It's not a very big field, and there's probably about 150,000 or so in there. Should be fine.
347.
Oh yeah, more than plenty. Okay, let's get this situated here. Create fields.
Man, the size of some of these vehicles, like this one here, this fertilizer, this is actually a real life thing too, right?
Oh yeah, I saw one at the fair this year. The wingspan on those things are insane,
Yeah.
and they're tall. It's deceptive how big they are. Like the one I saw this past summer. It was yeah. Seeing them in the game does not do it justice how big those machines actually are. They are enormously large.
Yeah, because these are also one that they can go literally over top of one.
Right, you can spray over the top of a pretty tall, like, sunflower crop. Oh, I hear a football game.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's a football game going on. I live with just enough proximity to both the college and a high school. So, in fall, every weekend, there's football games. And I can hear them because the stadiums are literally 3 blocks away. So, it's like I'm there. Go sports. Woo, sports.
Go sports. Yes. Looks like I'm gonna have to do a headlands on the north side.
Well, I usually always do a headlands.
Okay.
I mean, you could do it manually, certainly. This field is small enough. It's only like 6 passes or something.
Yeah, it's
really, really fast.
not going to be much at all. I got to do it on the north side though, because part of it is like outside the bounds.
That's
Oh, I
right.
agree.
I forgot about that. We're a little. We're skirting the edge of the boundary there, probably by a couple squares. Or I don't even remember at this point how far over it sticks. But
Were you gonna say something there, Wild Man?
I like though. I haven't ever done it, but I saw the video of doing it. But is it the course play or whatever it is for the automatic having to help do it? Plan out for the field.
I mean, it's built into the game.
But anyway, having it set up and then for the field, and then saving it, and then every time you do whatever it is for that one particular type, just pull it out and do it.
Like spike or something there.
You can set it up for fertilizing and
Yeah, the problem is every one of your tractors are going to have a different width, working width. So unless you're going to do like the grass field, is going to be the same every time. So that course, once you generate it, you can use it over and over and over again.
yeah, but I mean, the tractor doesn't really matter. It's the tool that you're using on the tractor. That's the width, right?
That's the width, right?
And
But
so you save that course for whatever tool it is. And
yeah, I don't know. I couldn't figure out a way to name the course.
I'll have
So
to try to find that video, and it's a tutorial on how to do it. It was real easy doing it. I don't remember what he did, but he shows on how to save them and kind of gives a idea for naming it too and stuff, so you know what you're doing. You know, whether you're plowing or
right.
seeding or fertilizing.
But the course play, you know, one of the channels I watch uses course play pretty expertly, but even then, it'll make huge mistakes when it's plowing and stuff. It'll miss gaps and corners and stuff, and it's just like it's
Well, they showed on that too. There's different ways of setting the corners. There's rounded, there's square,
there's sharp. Yeah, I
sharp stuff. So
I'm aware of all that. It's just regardless of which ones you choose, there's going to be margins for error, right? There's going to be errors in and there's a lot of, as you maybe saw, well, I guess you weren't here on Wednesday, but when you do a course for like mowing grass for like the field that we have north of the farm, it's still gonna miss grass. You see the tufts of grass that it missed last time.
yeah.
So it is kind of what it is, but
Yeah.
It is handy for certain things, especially areas that hiring workers isn't really doesn't really work, like picking up the forage, like what you were doing with that forage wagon, right?
Yeah.
Picking up the forage, you cannot hire a worker to do that. It's just not possible. Except you can have course play. Because course play, it doesn't matter what the field looks like. All it cares about is how big the field is. What are the coordinates of the field, and then it just generates a course on it. It doesn't matter what the tool actually does. It looks at the width of the tool, and it's like, oh, I'll just generate a course. So you can have like the forage wagon. You know it's a 20-meter wide width. You know it's 20 meters wide. It's easy to just generate a course. And yeah, there'll be some weird overlap here and there, and it won't be perfect, but you can just set it and forget it. And that's really, really nice to be able to just walk away and be like, all right, it's too much. So it's definitely good for that. And bales, you can actually have it collect bales automatically from what I've seen. I don't know exactly, if that is a built-in feature or a separate add-on mod. I haven't played around with that at all. I think Patrick, he's gonna because that's all he uses, his course play. He doesn't even use the built-in game version. He just uses course play. So he knows how to use it to its full extent. So that's one thing, is like, okay, well, let's see if we can do this, but he's not here today, so I can't ask him how to work it. Okay. Auto save. Oh, I like that automatic turn. What a nice feature that is. Oh my god. I didn't even know this vehicle control could do that. and Patrick was like, yeah, this auto turn was a nice feature. I'm like, what? Auto turn? What are you talking about?
Yup. And now it's like, oh, it just can't live without it.
Now it's like, oh my god, this is so nice.
Well, next time I do a field of something, you're gonna have to go over that with me.
Yeah, easy. I'm sure, I mean, I don't know exactly what tools real farmers have these days. I know the GPS and that kind of technology is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know to what precision some of their tools are at. But it sure would be nice to have this.
Okay, I've got all this wood cut down here.
Alrighty. Let me remove the stumps. Any logs on the ground? Or did he...
Let me go over it one more time here. I don't think there is, but
you can go ahead and paint over the ground too with just meadow to get rid of all the bushes and all that kind of stuff. Just sort of.
Sure.
And that'll really help show where if there's any trees sitting on the ground. They kind of look like bushes when they're on the ground. And then you can hop in a truck and grab the trailer and just pull it back to base.
Yeah, some of the combines and stuff, correct me if I'm wrong, they can actually tell you the yield per square meter or something like that, or maybe 10 square meters or something. Just crazy precise.
Yeah, they just monitor the grain that they're getting. And they just are constantly updating you on that kind of stuff. The technology has gotten crazy good, which is why those combines are $900,000. It's an insane amount of money to $900,000 for a machine that you literally use 2 weeks out of the year. For 2 weeks, you need that combine, right? 2 weeks, it is vital. The rest of the year, it just sits, right? It's just sitting because you don't use it for anything. Like, if they were to invent a combine that also did some other shit that was really useful that you could use more, I think that would be really nice. But the combine is such a really specialized piece of equipment. Plus, You basically have to specialize it for what you're actually harvesting, because the way that they work, the threshers inside, the little holes that are open for the grain to fall through, right? The grains for the different things, like oats is different size than wheat, which is a different size than corn, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So those little holes, you have to make sure that, imagine if you have the grate in there for oats, which is a really small grain, and then you go and try to harvest wheat, and you're like, why is there literally no wheat going into my bin? And it's like, oh shit, I'm ejecting it all out the back. Like, that would suck.
Yeah.
But yeah, my dad also worked on the farm when he was young, and I talked to him this week and told him about the game. I haven't talked to him in a couple months, and told him about that I'm streaming Farming Sim, and I'm actually learning what all these all these things do. And he told me a story that with the farm that he worked on when he was a kid, the person who owned it, his name was Stan, and Stan went out and bought a brand new Massey Ferguson tractor. This is probably in the late 50s, early 60s. Brand new Massey Ferguson tractor. Brought it home, and Dad, as a kid, he's like 11 years old, hops into the tractor with Stan, and they're driving around. They do one headlands around the field. They drive once around, and Stan's like, all right, I got other things to do. You take over. And my dad, who's like just a little kid, is like put in charge of a $150,000 piece of equipment, and it's like, ho. Yeah, a little bit of trust there. A little bit of trust.
Nope.
But yeah,
But that's also very typical of family farms.
oh yeah, like that's par for the course for a family. And usually the kids who are raised on the farm and get more and more responsibility as they grow older, they take it as a badge of honor. They're like, yeah, I started driving the tractor. I started driving the grain, the grain truck, or, I'm 13 and I finally am running the combine. Stuff like that is like, they don't take advantage of the situation. It's like a badge of honor. It's like a rite of passage on the farm.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about rites of passage, if you look at a lot of tribes around the world, the rite of passage it plays a really big part of their societies, and it used to play a huge part. 150 years ago, it played a huge part in normal society, our society, Western society, but it has largely gone away. There's no event in a young person's life that allows them to emotionally and mentally sort of transition to adulthood, which is why you have so many adult children now. Because there's no like feeling of I am growing beyond the bounds or whatever. If you're done fertilizing, grab the other plow and just plow up that field now. I'll work on plowing the rest of this. We need to get that other spot plowed, and you don't need it. You want to make sure to limit to fields. That way you don't plow up a crazy swath. But yeah, get that area plowed now that we have it fertilized. Yeah, there's no rite of passage, which, if you think of the military, I just got done reading a book that is one of the most crazy stories I've ever heard in my life. And I'm sure there are other people who are aware of it, but there's a man named David Goggins out there who is an insane person. But one of the... anyway, went through SEAL training twice. Which, let me tell you how SEAL training is insane. And he went through it twice. It was the first time he got injured. He literally worked himself until he broke his kneecap. And then they had to ship him out for a couple months while he healed. And he comes back. He's like, hey, I'm all healed, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, yeah, you can do it again, but it's day 1, week 1. And he had already gone through Hell Week. He had already been through it. And already gone through all of that. And they made him do it all over again. And he's like, let's do it, baby. And so he does it all over again. Crazy, crazy person. Anyway, like he talks about the military, and there's definitely rites of passage. There's definitely like, you've made it to this level, and here's a thing. And when my dad talks about like the fraternity, you pledge the fraternity, you go through their version of Hell Week, and at the other end, if you make it through, you have this like ceremony that now you're a member, right? Now you're a brother or whatever. And those rites of passage are a vital part of the psyche of an adolescent. Putting them in the mind space of an adult. And we don't really have that. You have like a high school graduation, but I have never thought of high school graduation as a rite of passage. Especially not modern high school. I've seen videos of high schools, and there's no learning happening. There's no learning happening in modern high school in a lot of cities. I saw one video of the whole class. They were literally like playing dice in the back of the classroom. Like the teacher was up in front of the class, like trying to teach, and they were like in the back playing dice. And there was that video that hit this week. One of the students actually threw a metal chair at the teacher and knocked her out.
Jeez.
And it's like, when you have classes that are that bad, for one, good luck finding teachers that'll come in and handle it. Right? That's a crime. You're throwing a metal chair at a teacher and knocking her out. You're doing damage to that person. You deserve prison time.
Yeah, that's assault with a deadly weapon, practically.
It's definitely assault and battery.
Yeah.
Maybe not a deadly weapon, but it's assault. I mean, it is hardcore assault. You knock somebody out with a chair, yeah, you deserve to go away. Forget being expelled. Like,
yeah,
that's a given. But
that's the least of your worries.
You need to, schools. The schools need to be like, we need to protect our teachers, because it's the teachers that are on the front lines, and the students. If a student does not want to learn, why are they in school? If they want to not be in school and not want to learn, give them a job in concrete. Put them on a concrete crew and say, this will be your life. You want to talk about scared straight? Yeah, doing crime and stuff. You can scare somebody straight, especially if they're young. But you get somebody in high school that is so apathetic when it comes to trying to learn. I can guarantee you, if you take the average person who is just doesn't care about school and doesn't think that they need to be educated, you take them and you put them on a crew, like a concrete crew, and you say, this will be your life if you don't finish your education, if you don't actually take it seriously. And I guarantee you, a half an hour to an hour on a concrete crew with a group of people who don't take any BS from anybody, lifting 100-pound pails of concrete. Each pail weighs 100 pounds, like a 5-gallon pail. You're hauling those things around in an afternoon, and you'd be like, this will be your life. This will be your job, because It's one of the few jobs, grunt work jobs out there that don't require any education. And it's also, incidentally, one of the jobs that has one of the highest turnover rates of any other job. Because people do not last very long in those jobs. It is.
Take this wood to lumber.
Oh, you can just park the trailer somewhere. You can drop off. You can refill the sawmill, but then it's not going to take it all. You can just park the trailer somewhere out of the way. I parked the trailer right next to the farm factory, or the farm supply factory, right behind the sawmill, just so it's out of the way. Yeah, I had a friend of mine a few years ago, and he got a job on a concrete crew. And this guy was fit. He was not overweight by any stretch. He was active. He was athletic. He was very fit and young, and mid-20s, and just very, very active. He lasted like 2 weeks on a concrete, and he quit because his hand was starting to go out. His pinky stopped working because those pails of concrete are 100 pounds apiece. Imagine lifting 100 pounds with one hand and doing that over and over and over again all day long. That's what you do on the screen. And it's like, yeah, it's an insane amount of work. Or you get one of those road crews. If you've ever driven on the highway and you see these crews out in the middle of nowhere, and you've got the person holding the sign of slow and stop, right? Imagine being that person out in the July summer heat, just standing there holding a slow sign.
Yeah.
You don't need a high school education to do that job. And there's only so many of those jobs. So you're already going to be competing with other people if you get a job like that. So yeah, the
always those guys that are standing out there with the signs for selling mattresses or whatever.
Yeah, the arrows, the flipping the arrows around and stuff.
Yeah.
Like if somebody is in high school and they are not taking that seriously, you need to you need to put them into a job and say, this is what your job is.
That would be a forced into it.
That's kind of like welcome to your life, sort of. Like this is what it would be. So, at least at the bare minimum, get a high school education. Right? At the bare minimum. Not everybody can afford college. But college, if you're not looking at Ivy League, they say oh, college is so expensive. It's like you can go to a community college and spend a fraction of what it would cost to go to a big school. And a lot of times you don't need to go to a really big school.
Most of the time you get Pell Grants and stuff like that too.
But it's just if you don't if you don't want to go to college, my sister didn't go to college. She just was not interested. And now she gets remedial jobs here and there. And it's just I think last summer she worked at some amusement park, not bumper cars, go-kart sort of racetrack and arcade, one of these amusement, little, kind of a smallish town amusement park kind of thing. And this year, I don't even remember where she's working this year. I just saw her a couple months ago. But yeah, and here I am with a college education doing YouTube. So not all roads lead to big money. But my brother, my older brother and I graduated from the same exact college, right? With the same degree. Now, my brother also double majored in math, so he has a math degree as well as a computer science degree. So he one-upped me there. But we both have computer science degrees, and my brother is now a millionaire and retired because he worked his ass off building a company from scratch from nothing, building it for 2 years before he ever was making any money on it. Then he brought some people in. He finally could afford to bring some people in, namely like a really good marketing person and a really good salesperson, and it just took off from there. And then they were acquired, and that was the whole point of starting the business in the first place. And he was able to exit with a decent amount of money. Well, he also paid an exorbitant amount of taxes on it. So, but part of him was just like, it is what it is. You can't have one without the other. You can't have great success without the bill coming due, basically. But anyway, he's always looking for the next thing. He's already working on another big project. He did the Clash of Clans bot, hoping to make something work with that, and there was no real way to monetize that. So it was just sort of like, what do we do? Anyway, but yeah, he's working on something new now, and he's excited about it, and he's giving me updates on it, and it's great, but it's so far beyond my capabilities, using technology that I have no experience with, and it's overwhelming. To me, it's just overwhelming. And it's in the financial world. He's basically creating a whole like platform to help individuals manage investment portfolios. So if you take it upon yourself to actually save for retirement, you can do a lot better than quote unquote Social Security. It's laughable.
Yeah.
It's laughable. Social Security is a laughable system. And
if you have any ambition, you should take care of those finances yourself.
So yeah, you can just invest in an index fund and get more return on your money than a retirement account, than any retirement account. You can just start investing in either S&P, Dow, not Dow, but S&P or VTI, Vanguard Index. So you can just invest in, just put 20% of your paycheck, every paycheck, 20% of it goes into the Vanguard fund. And after 30 years, you'll have, $1.5 million in that fund. It's just, and my brother has pulled all of the historical data and all of the historical like stock market quote unquote corrections, and like put that investment system through its paces, both like worst case scenario in history, worst case scenario possible, like. And the only time that investment strategy doesn't work is if the whole market comes down, and by that time you're fighting off your neighbors for food, right? You're in a lot more trouble than your investment account at that point. That is a total market collapse. That's the only time that it doesn't work, and that obviously has not happened. Not even in 29 that happened. But yeah, it's a great investment strategy, and so he's working on a platform that if you want to go above and beyond just simple index funds, if you want to actually, if you have a little money that you want to see if you can't grow in the market, then he's creating a site that you can put all your portfolio trades in, track everything in real time. It's a very sweet, slick piece of software. Very, very nice. And he's integrating in certain strategies. So there's like, if you're in the investment world, there's like the Iron Condor, there's like Can Slim, there's a whole bunch of like named strategies, and he's trying to integrate as many of those into the thing, so you can just like pick a stock and be like, what does this look like with this, and this analysis? You can drill it down into like, is this a good strategy for this specific stock? And it's come together really, really nicely. He's doing a great job on it. So, and eventually, you know, once it's up and running, it's going to be like a service that you'll be able to pay monthly to have access to all your trades and stuff on there. You know, even if nobody uses it, he still uses it for all his stuff. So, mainly why he's doing it.
Very nice.
But me, I'm making the vintage engineering mod. I'm trying to. I'm in a like a programmer's writer's block where I've lost all my confidence in being able to solve this problem, namely like the wiring system. I don't have the confidence and experience in three-dimensional programming to have any sort of like belief that I'm doing it right. And it's that confidence is what you really need in order to really make good progress, because every line of code I'm second guessing myself. Just like, oh my god, is this the right way to do this? Is this the right way to do this? I haven't been able to test it yet. How does this integrate with the model, with like the JSON text like side of things, loading all of these in? Is this the right way to load in these attributes? And I'm just in my head, I've got all these doubts rolling around in my head, and it's very, very hard to push through that. So it's like when I streamed it a couple weeks ago, and I was like, we're gonna tackle this one function. That's kind of what I've been doing. Is like I just jump in and I just look at one small little piece, one little piece of the puzzle, one little slice of the pie, for other metaphors, and I just look at that one little piece, and I'm just like, all right, can I just get this one little piece done? And just kind of tackling it one function at a time. And that's what I've been doing, is just trying to work through it, get as much done as I can, and hopefully by the time I get out of the other side, I get enough stuff. I get enough that's testable. I get it. That's going to be a nightmare of.
Yeah, I think that's one of your problems, is that well, not your problems, but one of the problems is that you can't yet get something intangible in front of you to tinker with.
Yeah, because when I was working on the test machine or the test generator, the test generator was the very first thing when I started, right? I knew how to make the object. I knew how to make a lot of the things in there because I had previous experience with that. So I had confidence and a set of code. I had objects that I could refer to. You know, I had the crafting table that I could look at for inventory and GUI and block entity. And so I was able to actually use that code as a template for what I was trying to do. And that helped a lot. With all of this code, I have almost nothing that I can look at that actually shows me how to do it, because there's really no other mod that does what I'm trying to do.
You're inventing the wheel.
Yeah, I'm literally inventing the wheel, and you know, it gives me great respect for somebody like Tyrone, who's literally created this modding API, and it is an insane endeavor. Like, I don't know how he did it. I honestly don't. It is a remarkable API that, yeah, it's just amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
And on top of that, he's built a game to go with it.
Yeah, he built a game on top of the API at the same time, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build the API while trying to figure out, is this going to be enough? And it's like, I'm still going back to the original files and I'm tweaking things here and there. So I am finding little pieces in places that I can expand on. But it's not perfect. Certainly not perfect. And I'm sure that there are a mountain of bugs. The problem for me is I don't know. Again, I don't have the confidence really to know that I can fix the bugs. Even when I find them. It's like, if the bug is involved with rendering, if it's like the 3D object and I'm trying to render it, I am not 100% confident that that I'll be able to fix it. I won't have any idea what to do. So, yeah, a lot of it is based on confidence. Man, oh man, I wish somebody would pop in and be like, "Hey, I'll help." But
I could be a sounding board for you, but I don't think I'm much good beyond that.
I'd need somebody like Tyrone who has, a lot of experience with the API 3D programming to look at the code and be like, "Oh, here's a problem." Like to just understand it and be like, "Okay, I see what you're doing here. This is a problem." And really only Tyrone would be capable of that. Because it really comes down to like somebody who is intimately familiar with the API and stuff. Oh, I'm so glad we had that lime right there. Oh my god, that is going to save our bacon.
Yeah. Do we still have to get de-rockify this afterwards also?
Yep, after we lime it.
Okay.
So I'll do a headlands with the limer. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Yep.
Oh.
Just making sure I'm out of your way mostly. And I'll get it parked.
Oh,
Just
stupid.
touch on the corners.
Yeah, it was like
pick that up when
it was like, "Oh, you do not have access to this land," and I was like,
Oh.
I completely forgot about that. So yeah, the very tippity top of that, we'd have to buy all 3 of these plots in order to not worry about it. And yes, I don't need to redo this side, obviously, but if I want the whole field to be synced with the lime, then I need to do the whole field with lime, I think. Now, I could be wrong about this. But this first initial field was kind of small enough where, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a couple 100,000 lime. But in the grand scheme of things, it won't be that bad.
having it all synced will be worth it.
Yeah. What I won't do is when we finally get the bottom half of this ready to go, I'm not going to redo the top half, right? Because this top part is going to be, it's going to be a lot of lime, everybody.
Should I take this other one and start hitting something?
Well, yeah, that one's going to be for the bottom half of this field, but if you start it too early, everything might get out of sync.
Yeah, because we got to make sure you get the headlands done.
Yeah, I get the headlands done, and when I hire the worker on the top half of the top part of the field, when I hire the worker, that's when I usually jump into the other tractor and hire the worker going the other direction. So they are, it's asymmetric, but they are higher than the same time. I put did I put 500,000? How much did I put in there? How much lime is it?
500.
500.
I'm gonna try and get it lined up with as little overlap.
Make sure your width is on full.
Yeah, I had to readjust it already.
Okay, yeah, I had to do this one too. I am so bad at resetting the widths on the implements that actually have widths that it's just like, oh my god, again.
I think there's a bug also on top of that where it doesn't properly reset them. Because there's been times where I'm like, okay, I could have swore I got this right last time. What the hey?
And I actually don't know how much liming the fields, how much it actually affects the yields of the crop.
Yeah. It is a good question.
Because I've been all up and down the XMLs, and the crops themselves, there's a flag in there that says needs lime or uses lime, something to that effect. But there's nothing really that I saw in there that, I mean, affected the yields. I'm assuming it's in a script somewhere. It's in some weird like harvest script. Because as soon as you have a header go over a square in the field, an individual square, when it quote unquote harvests the material, it literally transfers to the combine how much grain. So the header is the thing that like harvests. But I don't know. I guess I haven't looked up the scripts at all for harvesting seed. And higher. Go forth and spread your lime. All right. You can get the other one rocking and rolling.
All right. And then hire him?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Now, what should we plant?
I'm gonna AFK a minute here.
I want to wait till this guy gets to the. I'm pretty sure the rock pickers go about twice as fast as the limers, but it's sort of counterbalanced to the fact that limers are spreading over twice as much wide as rock pickers. Rock pickers are 20 meters, lime is 42 meters. So every pass of the lime is 2 passes for the rock pickers. All right, so and then hire this guy. 37 miles an hour. I guess it's not exactly double. 25, 37. It's about 50%. So it's not bad. It's new speed. All right. Now, what are we gonna play? We got planned here. Let's look at. We need something to make us some money. Sugar beets. Yeah, sugar would not give it. Potatoes, we can make into fries, which are way down here. I don't know what the grow time is on taters. Don't know what the grow time is. Let's see, where is the pre? So, how close? This should be actually done. Make some longboards are good to go. Prefab wall should be done. Shingles. Whoops. Wood chips is carton rolls done. Carton rolls are done. Wow. That's amazing. So, pallets are full, carton rolls are full. get dinged for quite a large amount of money. We gotta sell these prefab walls soon. Hopefully, hopefully soon. Because
Oh, I think on the what didn't produce during the night, wasn't it the cake or donuts or something like that that you were figuring that we could finish our goal thing, and then it didn't make as much because it didn't produce or something during the night, so we had to
yeah,
do more
maybe
the next day.
if that was donuts, it should have run. But maybe I think what happened was it didn't run because it ran out of an ingredient that it used
Might have.
it like ran out of flour because it used a whole lot more flour than I thought it was going to. So it it easily ran out of flour first. So we could have emergency money coming from beans. Now that he's cleared that spot over there, we also could mow. Let's see. Yeah.
I'm working on cleaning out those flowers on those other fields.
Yeah, this is definitely better grass. It says ready to harvest. Although the yield, we don't have it fully fertilized, unfortunately. So if I go through here. No. Did I save? First waypoint.
Did I say that I'm back?
Oh,
I don't
he's
remember.
back.
Okay. I didn't. Ugh.
Is this the starting point? Alright. I don't know why it's all wiggly.
If you're doing the force play, it'll automatically drive up to the starting point.
Yeah, but it's slow.
Yeah.
It's super, super, super slow when it's driving on a field. So I can drive there 40 miles an hour where the thing is like defaults to like 15 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's way too slow. All right. So if we want to go there. Do we want to bail? How do I feel about bailing?
Yeah, we could do that.
I could grab. Let's see, we have a tractor going to be free here soon.
It's either bale or collect with the, what is it, windrower? Or am I? No, not windrower. Harvest trailer.
Yeah, the forage wagon.
Forage wagon, yes.
Which is this? 356,000. We're gonna buy. Forage wagon would be simpler.
Yeah. But we don't necessarily need to go the simple route.
Right. I'd like to have bales. That way we could set aside some area for bales.
Other than it looks nice, is there any advantage?
For bales?
Yeah.
I mean, there are reasons to want bales, because if you wrap the bales, then you can make silage with them. Like, there's a vanilla way of doing things. There's a vanilla reason for wanting bales, because you can make silage and stuff like that.
Do we have a spare tractor anywhere?
I'm in one right now.
Ah, okay.
Why don't I have... Oh, course. Where's my course? How do I load a course? Great boulder. Grass field. This. Load. Delete. Horse.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about. The folder name would be for the field.
Save course. Course name. Grass. Mow. Job. There we go. Okay. Back. Escape. Hop into here. Horse. Horse. Mow job. Load course. Back. First waypoint. Aren't you supposed to be... Why does it say no course? I can't...
Or did you make the course first?
Yeah, got the course there. Load course, activate. Okay. Oh, there it is. Grass mow job. Okay. Play. Yay! Okay, now I hit Control C. Oh, no. Go to this. And then field work. Like, I think 31 was the fastest. Field. What in God's name is going on here? Really? Why are you coming back, right? Whatever. Whatever. Nearest waypoint. There we go. And we are good to go. This is going at 22 miles an hour, which want to say is slow, but I don't know. Not 100% sure. Oh, I had a thought. I want to test my thought. So don't spend time running around the field grabbing bales yet. I had a thought the other day, and I want to try it out as a way of having a little bit more efficiency picking up the goddamn bales that are in it. So I just have to wait it out. Oh my god. Can we be any slower?
I mean, I could try.
There we go. The bales on the headlands are going to be a problem. So I'm going to need to move these off. Because the AI is just a little too stupid. AI worker has completed their task. Excuse me? Oh, yeah. Alright, liming is done. Somebody want to hop into the other... Why?
Limey?
Oh my god. What? Just stop. Just, worker, you just go away. Alright, let's drive these. Park these by the lime processing center.
Alrighty.
I used, since I started at 500,000, I used about 120,000. Yeah, 120,000.
Okay, this one's at 353. So that would be...
Yeah, that was the
47?
one that was the one that did more of the field. So yeah, I expected that one to be a little less. All right. So I want. I need to sell this way. I accidentally bought an extra. Oh, what's blocked by object? Can you check that out? There's probably a bale in the way up on the top side of the field.
Nope. I don't think so.
Oh, the error disappeared, but we need to move those bales off the top anyway, so.
It hasn't even done the top yet for the bales.
Well, then where the hell was that?
Yeah, I don't know. I zipped into the one that was on the east first, which is the mower.
Yeah, the baler's
Yeah,
going
it's
across the top
problems.
now, so if you want to jump up there and just move those bales off manually.
Yeah.
Purchase. Now, this is not what you're supposed to use. But I had this thought, because one of the more tedious things about baling is driving around and trying to grab all the bales. No, that's the wrong. This one. Right? So driving around and grabbing all the bales is just not fun. There. Now it's as if it's done. Not really, but it's as if. Now this could probably maybe not work. I just want to test this out. Just had it. Now that we have bales running, why is this? Why is this doing what it's doing? Good God. Oh. Got it. It drives down the line. Are you happy? Good. Just gotta wait for more bales to be. Why is this? It's like that was freaking me out. I think we are getting a higher yield with this taller grass. I think it is. We would have gotten even better if it was more fertilized, but yeah, waiting that one extra month, I think is definitely going to give us a bigger yield.
Yeah, it seems just based on how frequent the bales were coming out. To say it seems better.
So while the windrower itself was kind of sucky, thought maybe we could use it. Yeah, baby.
Need
Ah.
the windrower that's opposite.
Oh my God. Is that bale going to stop? There you go, bale. No! There we go. Come on. No, no, no. Oh,
So you gotta
man.
find the right speed, but
It was going so well. Oh, yep. It's just going to... It's going to foobar now. Because it's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Yeah, you need
Bales, for some reason, are like made of lead.
the windrower that goes the opposite direction, and then
so
pulls
it'd
it
be
off.
pushing the side.
I'm not... The windrower is not actually on. I'm just using it as a bulldozer. That's all I'm using it for. Is just to push the bales around. Right? Because driving around, like, and grabbing one bale at a time is just so damn, like, crappy. Come on. Off. There you go. The physics engine is just like, what the hell are you doing? Now, if there was an alternate way of doing this, then I'm all ears. But, yeah, I was kind of hoping to just, like, run along the side. Even if you had smaller little pockets, even if you just pushed 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of them around.
I was thinking
Yeah,
if
there
you
we
had them that windrower go the other direction,
What do you mean the other direction? I don't understand.
instead of pulling it toward the center, that it would push it off to the ends.
But
Just
the
reverse.
point is to cluster them together, not push them away.
Well, I was just saying, if you had them go off to the ends, then you could put them all in rows instead of,
They're already in rows.
yeah.
They're in rows according to the direction you're mowing.
Yeah.
But the point was to cluster them together so you didn't have to drive. And
You're still having to drive.
right, but you're able to pick up a whole bunch of them in one spot. Rather than having to zigzag around the base or around the field. Fails.
Oh, fails. Why?
I don't know. It was just a thought I had the other day. Wanted to try.
Ah, interesting thought.
Oh, they do not work well when you hit them square on the center. That is not. They work great when you hit them on the side, but man, hitting them on the center. There we go. Oh, sometimes it's like they slide her on the ground, and sometimes that windrower just does not like it. But point is, trying to get them.
I'm shocked that there's not a combination baler and wagon. Because I know I've seen those in operation.
Yeah, I mean it depends. Depends on the bale and it's just once a bale is glitching it out physics wise, it's never gonna go back. I would need a thing that's specialized. I guess I haven't gone through like all of the vehicles to see if there's something that could accomplish what I'm trying to do that's actually more or less for it. Get off the bale. The physics system really doesn't like this.
Yeah.
Anyway, because there's no bulldozer blade that's this wide. There's no nothing really that you could use. I was trying to find something that, because a bulldozer blade would ruin the ground, right? It would almost be like it was plowing the ground. So a bulldozer blade wouldn't work because it would chew the ground up, which then you would have to refertilize and replant and do all of that, so it ruined the grass that was there already. But yeah, I've seen a lot of YouTubers use this exact windrower, and they did not have the problems that I was having. So I don't know what.
Huh.
Really? You're gonna just go out of there. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, this is kind of pushing the physics engine in a direction that's just like, what is going on? What are you trying to do? Yep.
Man, where did that one go? Looked like it flew off. Let's see, so yeah, you're coming my direction. 'Cause that one passed the field, didn't it?
You might have saw something different. Oh, none of them.
Okay.
None of them shot off. But and I don't know if this is actually saves time or what.
Well, hell, as long as it's funner. That's
It's like bail baseball. It's just like bail.
bail ball.
Let's see. Anyway, it was just a thought.
Oh, dare you have thoughts?
Let's see if I. Yeah, see, 20 meters is just like. It's just short enough to not be good enough, right? Because 20 meters, if I put this down right here, it's literally not going to do anything. So a 20-meter windrower does no good at all for this mower. Now, I don't know if it's true for all mowers, but oh man, we are missing one little stripe. How did that happen?
Should I go out there with a trailer?
Yeah, might as well start picking them up. This little experiment. Good, but oh, the rocks are done.
Nice.
To fire, clear, wash. And we want to hop in the other. Hop in the other one. Get rid of the worker.
I'm picking up the bales. Can you do that, Swapman?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Is that the only thing left on the field?
Yeah, it should be the only vehicle out there. Go ahead and drive and dump the rock away. All right, what are we gonna plant? Not sugar beets. Did I say potatoes? Maybe. Oh, I can't do potatoes. Oh, that's a whole different plant.
Oh shoot.
Can't do potatoes. The regular. It has to be specific Tato version. Well, what we could,
Do we want to set aside any of these bales, or just dump them all into the storage thingy?
Well, how much? Let's see. Yeah, I'd say at least half the bales can be pushed into the farm supply factory,
Okay.
and the rest we probably want to stack. Right. So if we go sorghum, we'll be able to put a chicken pen down. Come on. This this planter is so long. Older? 36,000 liters of seed. Might not be enough. It would be unfortunate if it wasn't.
Uh-oh.
It's all good.
I don't know how much is on other cedar. Right. Stupid map farm plot. Get out of here, birds. Oh, somebody just scored. I just heard a big cheer from the football stadium.
I wonder if that's coming across the stream.
Oh,
'Cause I'm
it's
just hearing you through Discord.
yeah, it's
so.
way too quiet. Way
Okay.
too quiet for it to. Planting sorghum. Want to do chickens. Best for the chickens. Because eggs would be not super a lot of money, but it would be enough to keep us going. Expanding is yeah, buying all of the plots of land. I mean, there's 60, I think. 60 plots, and it's pretty expensive. No, it's gonna be $5-6 million.
Probably the easiest way for me to do this would be to just every other time drop off at the alternate location. Where do you want me to stack them?
Good question. Where should we?
I'll send this one to the supply factory, farm supply. Until you get a spot.
Where should we stack the bales? Around. There you go. Oh, this thing snakes. It's a snake. It's so hard to control. Oh my god. What an idiot. Effing. I get so worried about lining it up that I forget to turn on vehicle control. So it's at a weird ass angle. Jesus Christ. It's just like, come on, I lowered it into the ground. I know I turned the damn thing on. Come on now. How many effing mistakes are we going to do in this last run before I hire a worker? Control W, B, and run. There we go. Jesus. 3 mistakes. Just boom, boom, boom. Dominoes. Oh, what just finished work? Okay. The mower finished work. That's fine. I just want monitoring this to see if it goes all the way to the edge of the field, because that little gap on the side of the field there. So if it indicates that it's going to stop when it hits where I've planted, then I need to. Well, actually, I've already hired the work. Where's he gonna go? Where's he gonna stop? What's interesting about the way that the land, it's definitely a bug. The land access right for what you own and what you don't is calculated where the tractor is, not where the implement is, not the area of effect of the implement, right? So
yeah.
I was able to pull and plant that area, the very top of the field, where we don't own the very top, probably 5 meters of that field, but we're still able to plant and harvest it because of the overhang of the implement. So that's definitely a bug. Like, definitely has to be a bug, because our implement, we don't own any of this land, and yet we're still able to process it because it overhangs. The tractor implement overhangs it, and because the tractor has access here, it goes ahead and does what it needs to do here. Whereas if we drove the tractor on this line, it would continually say you don't have access, and it wouldn't allow us to plant here. So that's definitely a bug that you could I don't want to say exploit, but you could exploit that in any map. In any map, as long as you own whatever plot you're in, you could overhang by quite a bit. Let's say you have a header that the width of the header is like 60 feet, you know, so it's like 20 meters on a side. You're able to overhang that much. Well, you're able to plant and plow. As long as your overhang is the same, you're able to plant and plow and do all of that stuff. So it is what it is. It's an interesting little bug. I just heard a bunch more cheering. Go team, go! Sports!
Alright, I've got another load of bales. Should I just keep on loading them in the factory?
Why don't we store them near the farm supply factory, but kind of in that area, you know, just start piling them next to where all those straw bales are. Sort of near that whole area.
Let's see, how do I get them to unload like those straw bales?
When you pull up, you hit Y, which is start unloading. And then when you hit Y, you it's in bale unload mode when you hit Y, and you click and hold the mouse button, and you drag while you click, you drag it from one side to the other, which will basically move them all in one group, and you can go left and right, up and down with the stack of bales. And then when they're in a spot that you want them to be in, the final spot, you hit Y again, and it will drop them all at the spot that you pick.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then when you drive away, okay, once they're on the ground and they're dropped, you can drive away, and then you hit Y again, and it resets the trailer. And then you won't be able to pick them up again until you reset it, and then put it back in operating mode. But you don't want to do that sitting next to all the bales,
right?
Because that would be bad.
I even used vehicle control assist to make it so I was 180 degrees.
Ooh.
So I was facing straight down.
Oh.
Or south. So now the next set, I should be able to put right next to it.
And when you're holding your mouse button, if you go up with the mouse, you might be able to stack the next set on top. If you're really precise, you could stack the next set on top of the previous set.
Should I offset them? So, you know, I'd need to put another set down,
If you,
and then the
Well, you
third
could.
set I
The third set you could put on top, but this when you stretch it over, right? It's not an infinite amount of range that you have when you move it over. So
Right.
you are limited to how far that you can move it over. So it may not reach if you're all the way over, but I mean you can try it. You can definitely experiment with it and see.
if you don't get it stacked straight above each other, I don't remember. Seems like it. Sometimes we're pulling out the bottom. Or I don't know if it works from top down or I don't know. I guess if it worked from bottom up, it would collapse everything. So hopefully it's working from top down when it picks them up.
It treats them as one giant object. So when you're moving them with the
I know
mouse,
when you unload them, but I'm talking about when you go back to pick them back up again if you use the trailer.
they're individual bales at that point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, does it load them from top down or from bottom up?
It loads them from nearest first. Whichever one is closest to the trailer, whichever one the triggers first. So it just sees all it does is see a stack of it just sees each bale individually. So the stacks are just individual bales stacked on one another. It's not the one on the bottom is no different from the one on the top. It's just whichever is seen first is loaded onto the truck. Why it's missing strip. It's literally following the exact same route as the mower. Yeah. It should not be missing.
It's probably rounding errors of some kind.
Well, it's the fact that like the vehicle can be on any part of the square, whereas the little mound of stuff can only be on the square. So you can be, you can be a tiny fraction of the square over, and whereas the pile of stuff can't. You cannot. It has to be. It has to be on the square. Yeah, there's no like rounding, no like fractional square. So words and things like reasons. I didn't set up the other planter for this field. Maybe I should.
Pulling ahead all the vehicles in this kind of mini lot thing, so I can place these bales relatively peacefully. Wow. I don't know if the vehicle assist actually does anything. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay. Really isn't going where I thought it would.
And higher. Go forth and plant me sorghum, sir. sure they don't collide, because that's a bad day for everybody. How many bales is that? 1,275 bales. 1,276. That's a lot of bales.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to try, so let me, after you're done unloading that trailer, let me know, because I want to try something.
Okay.
Could maybe hop in.
Shoot. Not quite close enough. Does it show where I'm trying to place him right now?
I see him. Yeah.
Okay. Is that close enough, you think, or should I try and get a little closer?
Weird. If you're going for stacking another set on top, you need them right next to one another.
Pretty precise.
So what you want to put them next to the trailer. You want to drop them. There's no undo. You can't undo. You want to drop them down. Yeah, definitely don't let them fall. You want when you're setting them down, you want to get them as close to the ground as possible before you hit Y again.
Okay.
Because gravity will fall, will land them on the ground, and if they're too high up, they'll bounce, and you won't be able to predict where they're actually going to fall. So you want to move up and down as close as you can get. Such a where the hell is the truck?
I think
You had one, and there's
by the master carpenter, I think.
aha.
Couldn't think of the name of the building right away.
Oh man, I hit the button before I X. So, Master Carpenter, sir, you can
There we
offload your prefab walls. That will be something we can sell in July and hopefully make some money. It will be a lot of money, but it will go fast. It will not be a lot. One thing, there is a way to use crossplay and have it automatically pick up bales. I've never tried it. I don't even know how to get it to work.
Okay, I got that set of bales unloaded. Did you want something?
So I'm gonna go try with this other trailer here to get it to. Okay, it's already in operating position. Okay, so do this. Bales. Ooh, collecting. Ooh. Okay. It automatically knows that I'm trying to pick up bales. Bale pickup offset 1.5 meters. Let's see what happens. It's not going to be fast. Oh my god, it's actually working.
Ow.
Not sure how the algorithm works, but yeah, I didn't even have to set a course. I just picked up one bale and hit delete, and it came up with, the option to pick up bales. And now it's just gonna do the thing, which is glorious. Pick up this last. So we can get the other truck and trailer to pick up bales too. Then it'll just tell you, like, it'll tell you when they're full. So you just go in, grab a bale, and then hit the see, I have my key set to delete. My course play trigger for the mini menu.
Okay, it looks like mine too. Collecting bales.
So you hit play, collecting bales, and it should just start. It'll drive really slowly. You might be able to edit that.
It even has a counter for the number of bales. Hopefully it's smart enough to limit to the field here.
Yeah, it's literally the system itself is based on the field. So
okay.
Add a wash. Okay. Baler is done. So now you just monitor them, and when they get full, it'll pop up a thing that on the screen that'll say like needs unloading or something. You just hop in the vehicle and unload the bales, and drive it back in the field, and start it all over. Wow, this is a lot less effort than I thought for the bale pickup.
Yeah. It's a lot slower, but a lot less tedious.
Yeah, like if we hop in there and hit Control C, no, Control C, maybe do this. Field work 31, field 31. Turn 5, reverse 3, silo 3, whatever. Okay, that worked. So, where's the other truck?
I'm in one of them. There, hopped out of it.
So, Control C doesn't work, but you can go and escape and go into the tractor settings, CP tractor settings. Field work set to 31. Field set to 31. Turn, reverse, silo are fine. And then it will drive 31 miles an hour now. I think there is an upper limit to how fast it'll go. Why? What the hell is this truck doing? Interesting. That just took a really wide turn. I'd love to. I don't want to turn debug on because God only knows what happens there, but it's just gonna meander around. It's not efficient. That's for sure. Interesting. Just sort of is what it is, I guess. Can't sleep while it's doing that because. Ooh, we gotta. Oh shit. go ahead and hop in the other planter.
Oh, sure.
It's to the end. Should be able to. Hopefully it detects that it's done. Should be able to fold it up. Come on, drive forward.
And then put her away.
Right, this one back to base.
Huh, doesn't seem to think it's done yet, so I guess I'll just dismiss the worker.
Yeah. They're not the smartest tools in the shed, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Needs to be unloaded.
Nice.
All right, which one is that? That one.
Should I just park it up here?
Park it next to the other one.
Alright. So does this have to have the super tractors? Or is that just kind of a happy coincidence?
Those tractors are really heavy. Which doesn't eliminate it, but it makes the bumps in the field like a lot less prevalent.
Okay.
So the heavier the better.
Alright, I'll get this semi.
Aha! Baby!
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh, you got it. Nice. Should I set my next one up there, or should I?
You're gonna need to put it You're gonna need to put it on the ground next to that.
Yeah. It's been a couple since I've fed the factory.
The factory is just fine. You don't need that.
Okay. Feed the beast.
Yeah. Yeah. The factory still has 2.5 million liters of grass in it, so until we start pulling silage out of that, we're desperate for money. All right, so that field, we've now got sorghum, which is a fast growing. So 4 months there. And this is 5, 6, 7. So this is 3 months for soybeans. Then we're going to want a load.
Boy, is it tough to line these up horizontally. Close enough. No! Not close enough.
Go.
That last set I put down was at a slightly different angle, but hopefully it won't be a huge difference.
Oh no, it ruined the whole game.
Yep. It's all Oss's fault.
All right. So it's done again. Let's go over. Oh.
Nice. Now I wonder if these are causing any physics calculations, or whether they're stable enough to where it suppresses that routine.
I think that the game actually has a way of putting physics objects to sleep. So
Nice.
when you set stuff down like that, as long as there are no other forces, if it's just gravity, right? Then they sort of go to sleep and they don't continue simulating, because normally in games that have physics, like, oh, thinking of like Skyrim or games like that that have a rudimentary physics system. When you stack two things on one another, that's when you get like the jiggles, like it's just like and it shoots off into like in those instances, because it's constantly simulating two things on top of one another. The race condition of the physics cause the force to build up until it's such that it just launches into space. And that can happen in this game. Obviously, you've probably seen quite a few videos showing that. It's it happens when you get two objects that occupy the same space at the same time. So let's say you have a baler, and the baler is actually pulling in so much material that it's able to make a new bale before it's ejected the old bale, right? So that square baler, there's a video of that ridiculously unrealistic dude that plays, where he has a baler and it's loading so much material that before the thing can eject a bale, it's already made a new bale. And so if he goes fast enough, the bales are overlapping. The 3D models are overlapping one another, and it just causes the baler just to freak out, because it's trying to simulate two objects occupying the same space. But when you just have them sitting, right? If they're just sitting on top of one another, I think they have a special case where it basically shuts the simulation down, and they just can sit there until it's acted upon by another force, right? So if you took a truck and you got it up to 90 miles an hour and you hit the stack of bales, well, that immediately wakes them all up and immediately starts simulating them again, and God only knows what will happen. I mean, it'd be
challenge accepted.
Yeah, let's not do that. As fun as that sounds, it would be a nightmare. It's such a mess. It would be such a mess. All the trucks. Why can't you play nice together, trucks? Oh, they're just like, give me my bale, my bale, give me a bale, my bubbles, my bubbles. Oh no, one. It was the battle of the trucks.
Ooh.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm seeing it at the end of the.
That was funny. There's one bale out here, guys. Where are you driving? Are there other bales over there? Oh, there are. Okay.
Yeah, there's a few.
All right, where's this guy going? This AI worker. Oh, these guys are. That was a huge roundabout this guy drove on.
I kind of half expected one of them to transform into a giant robot.
Oh man, that was close. Yikes! Okay, I think it's time. Yeah, you did good. You did good, but let's be a little bit more efficient. Now, what do I want to do? Get this guy over to where the other one is. What I want to do is just unload all of them, so we have one more full load. And then I'll pick up whatever is left. Want to hop in that other truck and pick up whatever you can there?
Sure.
Fire the worker. If you don't pick them all up, I'll grab what's left.
I'm guessing there's not going to be any left, because if I remember correctly, there was like 41 or 42 bales.
Yeah, can carry 42, but and he still ran into bales.
Of course I did.
Look
What's
at that!
fun
One shy of a perfect load.
Yeah.
Why
Should we
is
try and stack it or farm factory?
whichever. It's up to you. If you want to try to stack them, you can stack them.
I'll probably just toss them in the factory since there's an odd number. Evil odd numbers.
Fill this up with gas. Luckily, we don't have to. I made diesel rather expensive. I literally like used a more like real world like what diesel costs right now. So it's not precise, but it's close. That. Let's go here. Let's see. What is the price of all? Oh. We're gonna need some money somewhere to buy another. It's almost out of wood. So, if I sleep a day, I might not have enough money, so I need to grab some silage. It's, just producing the silage is costing quite a lot. So let's go here, let that fill up. What is silage going for right now? Probably not much, but it is what it is. Gotta take what we can get. Yeah, 590. But it's just gonna keep going lower and lower until August. So sell it now while we can. Otherwise, we're really not gonna get enough. Because if I sleep through the night, several of the factories went a lot of time today. So it's gonna especially the lime. I know the lime. Where did that other rock picker go? Did we dump that rock picker?
Was that the one I drove back? Because I emptied it.
Okay. I just didn't see it parked next to the other one, so I don't know what happened to it. Where is it? Where is that other? Oh, it's way over here. Okay. Okay. Just wait for this to fill up. There it is. 2 million liters of silage. $2 million liters. A little over $1 million.
That should get us through the operating expenses.
Yeah, it should get us there, and hopefully be enough for another set of harvesters. Because those soybeans, that's a big enough field. I think we're gonna need 2 harvesters at least on that. But now we should be able to sleep. Let's just do a quick double check here. This is planted. That is planted. All right, let's sleep a month. Didn't have too much. I mean, since I took all that silage out, a bunch more grass is going to process it. But $517,000. Oh, Jesus.
Damn.
Yeah, I want to. Again, it was on purpose. It's brutally expensive. But the closer we get to July, I mean, I could maybe able to sell those prefab walls now. Let's see if it's close to the peak price, 52. I mean, it's 200. That would be a difference of a little less. It'd be like $140,000 for the whole truck. I think that's good enough. Sell some bulk. It should give us enough money to hopefully buy other plots of land. Start expanding. I literally titled Field Expansions for this one because I wanted to really expand the fields. And it's hard to do when you don't have any money. So there's the prefab wall that we needed. We'll put this back over here for possibly more prefab. It is a very, very expensive. The prefab wall is a very expensive craft to turn on. So you really want to make sure that it will work.
You could easily lose money if you're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly easy it would be fairly easy to lose money. Let's make a set of tables too. Use those beams that we have in here. Turn cardboard off because we don't need that. Turn that one off. Plenty in there. Yeah, I lowered the prefab wall craft bonus. I lowered the pallet cart roll down to very little. So much less than a lot of these other crafts. Okay, let's fertilize the grass field. Us, you know how to operate that fertilizer, the sprayer, the big sprayer. We need to fertilize the grass field.
Did we pass the month already?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we are in June.
I somehow just didn't notice. I mean, I had to have hit the
Yeah.
key or something, but there's some times where my head is just not with it. Doesn't quite describe how bad it is. Has been really
So
fun.
generally, you want to go along the bottom.
Bottom first?
Yeah, you want to do a headland first, and then the long side, whatever side the long side is, that's second, and then the other headland is third, and then when you turn around to do the other long side, that's when you hire the worker. So you've already got, basically a giant U, one headland on one side, one headland on the other side, and one long side, and then you hire the worker on that third or that last turn. That way, one
I ought to just set up a horseplay thing for it and let the worker do it all.
Yeah, but the problem with that I have is if you just automate the whole shebang, there's literally nothing to do in the game other than center on a twiddle or thumb. So,
yeah,
like,
that's true.
If you just automate everything, if you just course play it all, then it's just like, okay, well, then what do you actually... You just script a whole thing.
Hello, Mr. Vejas.
Hey, Vejas.
Which, that actually would be kind of interesting to have a game where the goal of the game is just to make little people just run around all the time.
Well, I mean,
Nihilous
made a set of... He got a certain combination of mods, and then he did some work himself. And he literally made a system in Factorio that played itself. It was a set of scripts and a set of blocks, like blueprint blocks, and it just started spiraling out. It would make, if the factory detected it needed more iron, it would plop down a block of iron smelt. And if it ran into iron ore, it plopped down an iron ore smelt or iron ore mining. And it would just spiral out, and it would just, the factory literally built itself. As it, whatever it needed, it would just, the next block would be build that block. And he had this whole system. And he did a set of videos on it, and I watched a couple of them, and I was like, holy crap, this is way beyond, like, this is like 99 percentile, like, level of like scripting and modding, because it was so complex.
Want to be 1 percentile?
No, when you, like the SATs, when you take the test, they give you like what percentile you're in, and it's usually like the 99th percentile. Or 95th percentile. And it's like you rank in the top, your score was like the top 99 percentile. So you're in the top 1%. It's a weird backwards way of looking at it. All right, so now this grass, yes, 100% fertilized, yield bonus 90%. I honestly, last time we mowed the grass, I thought the fertilization would drop to nothing, but yeah, it stayed at 50%, which is kind of surprising. But let's see. What do we want to do in terms of animals? Because there's silage and everything is good. Let's first purchase and go. That was a lot of land. That was 6 plots. We just increased our farm by 50%. Did I miss the jokes about you guys growing grass? Well, I mean, you can joke all you want about us growing grass. Not the kind of grass that you probably. Although there is a mod for that, obviously.
I can't remember when it takes effect, but legislation went through for Minnesota that recreational is legal.
Yeah, usually when stuff like that passes, they fight and fight and fight and try to find like ways to block it.
Yeah.
Or they put in so many damn restrictions that it's outrageously expensive to actually like do it.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that the best course of action overall is just decriminalize. And obviously, since there's the whole federal versus state thing, technically you have to have a law to override the federal law.
Well, it doesn't override it. They just ignore it.
Yeah, federal is. Yeah, they just.
It's still federally illegal, but
Yeah.
federal's not going to come in and enforce it.
But they can.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Yeah, they can. So
if you they can at any time. And the fact because it's not legal. Okay, here's the rub, right? Because it's not technically federally legal. It's also not legal for banks to support these businesses. So they're forcing these, let's call them dispensaries, to basically only use cash, right? They're only cash businesses because they literally can't have a bank account that that supports the business because the banks can't support them, and so it's largely a cash business. Well, that makes them very susceptible to robbery and all the things that entails, which isn't good. And yeah, it's all in all like it's like here it's legal, but it's not really legal. It's like banks still don't support it, so it's like pseudo legal almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, my opinion is legalize everything. That's my opinion. Just legalize it all, and put what money you have going into the DEA. Put that money into, sobriety programs. People who want to kick the habit can kick the habit at any time, with certain rules, of course. You can't just have a free for all, but yeah, like if we took the billions and billions of dollars that we invest into like DEA and stuff, we just were like, no more of that. Don't need it.
Yeah, I mean,
Problem is
the
with,
war on drugs
drugs.
thing, we lost it. What's that, Wellman?
problem with drugs though is that they associate. I think it's something like 80 or 90% of all crime is drug related.
Yes, but most of that is because people are defending the street corners at which they're selling it. So the gang violence, just like I mean, look at Prohibition era mafia, right? The organized crime existed before Prohibition, but Prohibition like accelerated the growth and profitability of these organizations to a degree that is insane. Like the profitability of like sneaking in whiskey or whatever from Canada or whatever, it just profited like crazy, and it grew the organized crime, which developed crime. The all of the crime that came around was because it was largely illegal for any of this, and so it all had to take place in the shadows. Well, the same thing happens with the drug trade, right? Street corners, the gang violence, supply and demand, the price, the fact that it's tainted, the fact that it's like you can get stuff that is deadly because of, you know, the additives, the stuff they cut with it, because it's and nobody, you know, people won't seek help because that would mean they have to admit, and that you can, you know, if somebody's in a treatment program, it's technically admitting that you have this problem, and you could, you know, charge them basically with that, and so people are afraid of getting pinched for that, which is understandable. But if you legalize it all, it removes that stigma, and you're actually able to help people who want to. Because there's, you know, a lot of people who in that situation, they realize I need to, you know, they need to stop.
And it also makes it easier for people to so-called try it because it's not so-called illegal anymore. So,
well, you're not going to stop those people anyway.
No, but it takes the deterrent away from, well, if I do it, you know, and get caught, then
yeah, that's
where now then they can try it and don't have to worry about whether they get caught or not.
Right, but as we know, it's a valid point, but as we know, that doesn't stop people. You know, if that entered people's minds, like, ooh, I might get caught, we wouldn't have a drug problem. The war on drugs would have been won long ago because of how hard they came down on some of these things. And so, yeah, the deterrent attitude doesn't work at all. It just doesn't work. And it never has. Medium oak, Douglas fir, heart shape.
Yeah, one of the main crime things though is for people stealing to pay for their habit.
Right.
I think that crime pales in comparison to like the gang crime that comes with it.
Right, and plus if you have a regulated system, if there is a literally like a dispensary style system, then for one, overdoses would be less common because the actual supply line would be more regulated, and you would have a more safe version. It's not going to be completely safe, obviously, but it also gives you the ability, people who go to those places, and you could use those front-facing businesses as a way of encouraging someone to kick the habit, right? You can include people in there, and you can say, hey, I understand, blah, 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 blah. You know, we can help you kick the habit. Here's, you know, a 2-week free, you know, way of kicking it, and then incentivize, you know, in some way incentivize, hey, if you go through this program and you're sober for a year, here's a, you know, $1,000 or something like that. If you take drug tests every month or every 3 months, it's almost like a probation, right? If you kick the habit, if you stay off, and you work towards vocational education, you work towards, you know, a 2-week free, you know, way of kicking it, and then incentivize, job skills and stuff like that. There are ways to get people out of the gutter that don't involve throwing them in a box for years and just letting them out in society after that and going, good luck. Because that's what we do now. We throw them into prison, and it's just like they do their time, they get out. They were just educated. The best criminal education system in this country is the prison system. You go in there with a whole lot of like-minded people, you can learn a whole lot in there. You get out of that. The government doesn't give you any help at all. And they just like, okay, well, here, good luck. Well, it's not working. The system is completely broken. And anybody who thinks that, well, we just need more prison or we just need harsher sentences is out of their goddamn mind. Because it's not helping. It's never helped. Deterrent is not... When you're dealing with, like, drugs that make somebody escape whatever miserable life they have, or whatever gives them that feeling of euphoria, right? There are certain people who are drawn to that more than others, right? And they're unable to quit without some intervention. Well, when the system is highly illegal, they're in the shadows, they're in the corners, and it is a mountain of victims are created in the system. There are children who are caught up in it because their mothers sell them to get high, and there are victims tied up into it. And it's just like it's just this revolving door of misery that we need to try something new. We need to try something radically different and new, because whatever we're doing is not working. It's not fighting the problem. And coming down on it like other countries, like the Philippines or China, right? You get caught with drugs, you get caught dealing drugs in China, you are put to death. Period. Same with like the Philippines. You are put to death. Now, would that deter people? If it did, they wouldn't need to put anybody to death. People would be too afraid to actually do the drug or deal the drug. But it still happens because the money is there. And then the money breeds crime, and crime breeds more misery. It's just, we need to do something to break the cycle. And legalizing it all is the only thing that I can think of that just is like radically different. But you will never get a politician to admit it. You'll never get anybody on board with it. Because they think in their heads that it's soft on crime. And it's like, no, somebody commits a crime, you can come down on them. Somebody robs somebody, or somebody breaks and enters, somebody grand theft auto. Those are crimes that you can do. Somebody injects himself with a material, that's on them. That's their choice. If you penalize that person harshly, it doesn't matter because the drive is still there. And it doesn't deter people because the high is really hard to kick. That feeling. Are you gonna just sit in the vehicle, or like you gonna fold it up, or it's awesome? Like
I was kind of in Windows too.
You're just burning gas, I guess. But yeah, I think just legalizing it all, regulating it's to some extent supply chain, and just saying, hey, we gotta track this stuff, and not make it as deadly, and then open up basically dispensaries, needle exchanges, stuff like that, just to ensure that people are as safe as possible. Because you will always have a percent of the population that will kill themselves, that will go down that rabbit hole until they die. And there is nothing you can do to prevent it. Whether it's legal or illegal, that will always be the case. There are just people out there. You cannot save everybody, unfortunately. I wish you could, but there are personalities and people out there that do not care. They will They will do whatever they can get their hands on. And I'm sorry, but those people made their choices. If somebody comes in that is like that, and you give them the option to kick the habit, and you're like, this is a free program. You go in, you get you clean, we give you some life skills, and you can get out, whatever. And if they turn that down and are like, no, I would rather have this, well, there you go. Like, good luck. I'm sorry, but you give everybody as many opportunities as possible, and they still choose that, then I'm sorry, but you're always going to have people like always.
It's kind of like trying to save somebody that's drowning. You have to be careful. If they're too panicked, you're actually better off just standing back and letting themselves tire themselves out, then maybe save them. But otherwise, worst case scenario, you try to save them, they're gonna clutch at you and drag you down.
Yeah,
too.
they'll pull you right down under.
And
yeah.
it's not like they're being malicious. Their instincts are taking over and subverting any rational thought. It's not like they're evil or whatever. It's just nature.
Well, in that specific instance, yeah, it's just you panic. Unless you know how you would handle a situation like, this is one of the reasons why military, like Navy SEALs, this is why they're put through that rigorous program, right? They throw you in the water and they're just like, we're gonna damn near drown you for a week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks, for months. We're gonna get you so close to drowning that you will be comfortable in that sit up. You're gonna be underwater for 2 minutes, and there are people that die in those training programs, but you survive that. You become comfortable in that water, right? You don't panic. Panicking is when people are not familiar with that and they, drive their car into water or something like that. If they're not ready for it, they will panic and likely not handle it very well. But they're not, again, like I said, if you swim out and try to rescue them, in the end, you better be very, very careful, because they will pull you right under. And if you're not ready for that, then you're both going to go down. So yeah, it's a thing, but people are becoming more and more malicious as time goes on. You see some 16-year-old kid cut down the tree in England, super famous 300-year-old tree.
Oof.
The sycamore, that big sycamore in Hadrian's Wall. If anybody's seen, remember the original Robin Hood with Kevin Costner?
Oh yeah.
Okay, in the beginning of the movie, when they get back to England, they come up to a tree by a wall. There's this iconic tree. That's the Hadrian's Wall sycamore, and they arrested some 16-year-old kid who just cut it down. This iconic, like, it's like a national heritage, like, this is a 300-year-old tree, very iconic, out in the middle of nowhere. It's the only tree for miles and miles and miles on Hadrian's Wall, which is the Roman built wall. And yeah, you just cut it down this week for no reason. There's no reason. Just cut it down and let it sit there. And it's like, what kind of punishment does that person? They literally chopped down like a landmark, essentially. He just cut it down maliciously. Like, what punishment is good enough for that? It's irreplaceable. It's a crazy mindset of selfishness.
Yeah. And what kind of thrill did the person get out of it, too, is the big question. I mean, why would your brain even go there?
Yeah, well, he probably filmed himself, and he probably posted it on fucking TikTok. TikTok,
fair point.
I am convinced TikTok is going to be the end of us. There is so much shit that people do to get TikTok fame. It's just insane. That dude in England who was walking into people's houses, just like, hey, and walking into somebody's house and sitting on their couch, and these people are like, get the hell out of my house. Like, what the hell are you doing? But yeah, he filmed himself the whole time. He was posting it on TikTok, and it was just like, what the, like, and people are just doing it's ramping up, right? The crazy shit people are doing is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's like, what in God's name are people doing? It is insane. So yeah, I'm just, yeah, we need to ban TikTok. I'm sorry. I'm a capitalist. I believe in the system, but TikTok is an app being run and manipulated by the Chinese government that is literally poisoning society. It's poisoning society. It's worse than any other social media. The algorithms, everything is just it's it's horrible. It's horrible what it's doing to the society. It just needs to be banned. It just needs to go off the market.
Well, it needs to be where kids can't get to it somehow.
That's an impossible task.
I know that.
648,000. Jesus. What costs that much money? I really wish I knew. What was? Oh yeah, yeah. We had a few. Yeah, we have another set. Let's see. Where is it? Prefab wall is almost full again. Excellent. I'll be able to sell that prefab wall. That will be good. Once that is done, I will sell another batch of that, and that will be enough. Wow, that was an expensive month. Jesus. Whew. Didn't I? Oh, I didn't. Damn it! I didn't turn on. I didn't turn on iron ore production.
No.
Yeah. One of the things I love about this country is the fact that there's a juxtaposition of between freedom of choice, freedom of self whatever actualization, and safety. Okay, so should people who drive be forced to wear seatbelts?
Yep, that's been an interesting
Is
question.
that
I'm thinking that the person driving might ought to have to, but I think it ought to be left up to everybody else in the car, whether they want to or not.
But why the difference?
Because the driver needs to be in control of the car. Because if he doesn't loses control of the car, he can run into other people and kill them. If you're in the car and you don't want to wear it, and you get in a wreck and get killed because you didn't wear it, that's just basically affecting you.
But if you driving in your car and you are wearing a seatbelt and you hit somebody else, if that person isn't wearing their seatbelt, you have no control over that. So you might kill somebody in another car because they weren't wearing their seatbelt, even though you were. So does that responsibility land on you for them not wearing their seatbelt? No, it lands on them, right? They made the choice not to wear it. So,
No,
in
I'm
my
not
mind,
talking about, I'm not talking about whether you hurt somebody else not wearing a seatbelt or not, but if you don't wear the seatbelt, you could come out of your seat and not be able to control the car because you're not in the seat. It's not so much anymore.
not able to control a car. Like, I've had
it happen one time that I slid. It was in a pickup and slid out of the seat. I didn't have the seat belts at the time because it wasn't, real long time ago. And then, I wasn't sitting in the driver's seat because
I think instances of that are pretty rare. I don't think
you need a seat that isn't plastic.
Yeah,
you need a seat that actually grips you. So when it comes down to it, okay, I understand both sides of these arguments. I understand all of the reasons, all of these, okay. The problem I have is that specific instance, okay, so it's a major fine to be not wearing your seatbelt. But remember, when cars were first introduced, they didn't have seatbelts for 50 years after they were introduced. It wasn't until like the 1970s where seatbelts became more of a standard, right? And so for a very, very long time, they didn't even have them in it, which is crazy. But then we got this safety thing, and now it's to the point where it's, click it or ticket sort of thing. Used to be where if you happen to be pulled over for another reason and you weren't wearing a seatbelt, they got a ticket. And then they make it a pulloverable offense. You can get pulled over for not wearing your seatbelt. Now, how a cop sees that in a bunch of passing cars, you'd have to have some keen eyes for that. Okay, but in my view, because people fundamentally don't take responsibility for their own stupidity, in this country, we have become obsessed with suing every little thing that we perceive as dangerous, right? Which is why you get such crazy warning labels on things, right? So you get a hairdryer, there's a warning label on it saying do not use while showering, right? It's an insane notion that somebody would grab a hairdryer and try to use it while they were bathing. It's an insane notion. And yet somebody out there did and sued the company. For me, the personal responsibility side of things, if we as a society actually looked at each other and said, if you're stupid enough to use a hairdryer in the shower and you get shocked, that's on you, buddy. Like, how is that the company's fault? You didn't warn me that I would get shocked with a hairdryer that's plugged into the wall, and like, I don't understand a lot of how we went from a country of freedom to now there are so many rules and regulations that it's hard to introduce a product into the world because now you're opening yourself to liability. You know, like I don't know how some of these companies with like, you know, the shoes that were introduced with like wheels in them, where kids were
Oh
like
yeah.
cruising around. Like, how many lawsuits do you think that company had to field because of
Oof.
those? Like, it's insane to me. Like, oh my, I bought my kid these shoes and he fell down and broke an arm, and it's like, the kid wasn't wearing pads. Like, you just let him roam around and on pavement and concrete with these wheels. Like, the personal responsibility. People are looking for a payout, and companies now are fielding constant lawsuits. Constant lawsuits. My brother worked for a company, and they just had like just this revolving door of lawsuits, just frivolous bullshit lawsuits, and it was like, what in God's name has become of this of our society if we're just like, oh yeah, you know, you do this, you get this product, and you can just sue them, and it's like, the cost of goods just skyrockets because these companies have to start paying law firms to field and handle all these lawsuits. And you know, this gets back to the drug side of things. Personal responsibility is important, and as a like country, we have to look at people and say, if you choose to do XYZ, then that's on you, right? That's on you. There's nothing we can do. But you know, if you decide that you want to get help, then we can help. If you decide to, you know, take a giant dose of some bad stuff, then you know, there's nothing we can do. Are we gonna? Is there gonna be some more? I keep forgetting to check the honey here. So we had one full pallet. There's another full pallet. Okay, there's two full pallets. Are we gonna get a third?
Along with that, there is another facet to that. For safety belts, I actually know a guy. So this is third-hand knowledge. I heard it from somebody who heard it from the first person. Um, he was in an accident or a single car accident, went off the road basically, and he had in his truck, he had his dog with him. When he went into the ditch, he wasn't wearing a safety belt, so he was thrown through the window.
Ooh.
Which that sounds painful, right?
Oh yeah.
Now here's the caveat. He went back to the truck because he was still mobile. You know, wasn't that badly injured. His dog was obliterated. So in other words, if he was wearing a safety belt, he would be dead.
Is not why?
Yeah, there was a.
No, because if the truck crumpled up enough to kill the dog, it would have done the same thing to
Yeah,
him
there.
if he
Yeah,
wasn't thrown through the vehicle.
there's always exceptions to the goddamn rule. People are like,
Yeah.
well, if you're wearing a seatbelt and you go into water, you're more likely to drown. There are always little bits and pieces like that. That's like, well, you know, seatbelts, you know, you got to be able to get out fast if you go into water and blah blah blah, and seatbelts slow you down. And yeah, there are certain instances, but how many accidents do you think happen every year where seatbelts are a factor in saving somebody's life versus a factor in the opposite, in hurting?
Yeah, they used to have an advertisement, at least for our state, that showed looked like a bunch of corpses, you know, body bags along the side of the road, and they were just like, it went on and on and on and on of all these bodies, and then the speaker comes up and says, "This is the people that didn't wear their safety belts for, you know, this last year," and then they showed just a few bodies along the side, and then it said, this is the people that wore them and were killed because they had the safety belt on it. And they said, which line do you want to take your chance in?
Yeah.
True, but
I mean, the number of people. Yeah, the number of people killed because they're wearing a seatbelt is a minuscule, tiny fraction compared to the number that are saved by wearing.
Oh yeah.
I think it's also skewed because not many people are coming forward to say they weren't wearing their safety belt and survived.
But these are accidents that are bad enough where there's a police report on the accident, right? So, in cases that are fatal or cases that there are injury, there's always a police report, and that's where the statistics come from. Is an aggregation of all these reports. It's not a situation where people come forward and say, hey, I was in an accident and it saved my life, or hey, I was in an accident and I got injured. It's like, no, there are definitely police reports nationwide that there are companies that aggregate that information. Anybody talking about a good example of how statistics or the perception of statistics can be skewed is when you see headlines when the Tesla FSD beta, so the self-driving, when there's an accident involving a Tesla, any accident, it makes national news. Why is there a national news whenever a Tesla gets into an accident but not a Ford? Well, they have this FSD. Now, whether or not it's used sometimes isn't even mentioned in the article. Sometimes they just like, hey, a Tesla was, in an accident, somebody was hurt or killed or whatever. And they don't even in a lot of those cases, it's not even, some of the reports that I've seen, they're not even Teslas. The screenshots and stuff that they show, they're not even Tesla cars, and they're not even in this country. So there's a lot of misinformation. But the national statistics are really, really obvious in how safe, comparatively speaking, how much safer FSD is to normal driving, right? It's not perfect yet, but neither are humans, right? You're comparing an automated way of driving to a utopian, flawless, perfect goal or standard. What you need to do is compare FSD to national statistics on accidents in human driving situations. And so, and Tesla actually publishes their accidents rates, the number of miles driven, and the average number of accidents. So the national average, the last time I looked them up, the national average, as published by the U.S. government, for every million miles driven, there was 49 point something accidents in the U.S. for regular, 49 point something accidents per million miles driven. That's how they classify that. And then if you look at FSD and the miles driven by Teslas, the average is for every million miles driven, the number of accidents using FSD is 2.2. So you're looking at 49 point something versus 2.2. Yes, it's not zero. It's not zero. And a lot of those accidents are because the drivers are not paying attention. They think it's perfect. And it's no, you need to be paying attention. Right? It's when you use FSD, it tells you you do not use this and not pay attention to the road, because you can, there are times you have to take over at a moment's notice if the software can't adapt or change in time. You have to take over. But it's people who start the FSD and then crawl into the back seat, right? It's like
Go to
those
sleep or
people.
whatever.
Yeah, it's those people that are like, oh, this is perfect. I'm going to use this. And then, boom, something happens. It goes into a construction zone or something doesn't work quite right. And it gets into an accident. And that person is not paying attention, probably not wearing their seatbelt. And boom, they get injured or killed. And man, it makes national news. But the number of accidents per day in other cars dwarfs the number of Teslas that get in it. It is crazy. I have avoided. People are horrible drivers, man. Just driving around town on errands that I have to run to the grocery store and stuff. It is astonishing how bad drivers are. It's just not using blinkers, not paying attention, on their phone. Just, it is astonishing how bad they are. Just normal everyday drivers. And so I welcome with open arms an automation system that takes the idiots out from behind them.
I've got one for you. If you want to be horrified and never sleep well again, I know somebody who would read books while driving on the highway.
Jesus.
You're welcome.
Well, there was an Amazon product I saw once, and it was a laptop stand that you could put on your steering wheel.
Oh boy.
You could clip this thing on your steering wheel and put your laptop up in front of you. And I was like, who in their goddamn right mind would be on their laptop while they're driving down the highway? Like, that is the most insane. Like, they deserve to die. I'm sorry, but I truly believe in, like, the Darwin Awards and stuff. Like, there are people out there that are just so stupid, they need to be taken out of the gene pool. It is
natural selection.
It's just like, how have you survived this long? Like, I see videos on Twitter and it's like, what the hell is this person doing? It is insane what some people do out there. And I'm like, all right, well, obviously they are beyond saving. They're just, I don't know. There are some things out there that are just literally crazy. Okay. Let's see. We have lime in there. We have one more day. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sleep another month, and when the new month comes in, we are going to hopefully tackle a bunch of stuff here. I sold the prefab wall, right? I did sell that. We got almost $10 million. That will go fast, though, as soon as I start doing this. Okay, so let's sleep another month. There are some days I wish I could sleep. Can I just sleep all of January and February away, please? It is too damn cold.
Well, you need to buy some screw-in heaters.
Oof. Okay. Somebody grab a truck and a trailer and take the straw bales. Try to get only the straw bales. So you're going to have the bale trailer, far enough away to grab the straw bales, but not the grass bale. Right? So
Yep.
I leave that up to you.
I'll get it.
Figure that shit out. And the straw bales go to unload at the cow barn. And I will start, let's see, purchase harvester.
Where's our other semi? Here it is. If I would have waited just a second longer.
Let's see. And I like 15.2 meters. What is the Titan Draper? 13.7. It'd be kind of cool to have the HD 50F articulated, which is 15.2 meters wide. The problem is it's not its own wagon. You can see that this is its own header trailer. I really wish whoever did that articulated version would have made it its own header trailer, because that would have been, it's just so much, it just saves so much time not having to put that thing on a trailer. I don't know if there's actually a type of header out there that does this. It'd be kind of hard to control it because there's no PTO. But you usually fold it and unfold it when it's connected to the thing. So you could technically use the PTO, whatever transfers the power. What does transfer? Yeah, there's a PTO somewhere. Somehow. This thing transfers power somehow.
Also be hydraulic.
Other way, Oz. Other direction.
Oh. It's out there, okay.
Remember to put it into transporting mode so you don't accidentally pick up.
It is.
Okay. And we can start the mower on that grass again. I think.
Is it ready for that? Thought it had another month, maybe. I don't know.
Nope, it's ready.
Okay.
It should already be programmed for the field. You just have to drive it to the starting point. This. Wild man.
Is this the right?
Come on. Come on. Stupid. There it is. Yeah, learning how to use courseplay is a good skill to have developed. You have to, yeah, you have to. Ooh, is that? You don't have. No. You do not have to pull the truck into that thing.
I know.
I specifically moved that out.
So I should be able to.
I can't remember if there's a bail trigger on that or not.
Oh, it must be, because yeah, it's not. Or would the thing be?
Well, if you're looking for the unload, you're on it. So that's where the bales go.
Yeah, but I thought there was a trigger.
There is, but I don't know if there's a bail trigger.
Okay.
There's specific triggers that are named in the XML. There's a wood trigger, there's a bail trigger, and then there's a generic trigger. A bail trigger is what you need to actually load bales. It is the thing that empties the bales. Now you can try to unload a single bale on the icon. If you can't grab a bale off the back of the truck, then you haven't unloaded. You haven't hit Y to unload it.
Thought I had, but it's not.
That will tell you whether or not there's a bale truck. Because
Nope.
so,
Yeah, it's right
oh, damn it.
Should I load these back up?
Yeah, you're gonna have to load them back up. We're gonna need. Why get the width so? Jeez. Is there a vanilla bale shredder? Somebody look in the purchase menu for that.
Sure thing.
We're gonna need something to shred the bales. I don't even know what it would be called, what category it would be in.
Yeah, I've seen them that grind up, and also you can use it to mix the stuff too together.
God damn, this thing takes forever to slow down. Around. This is a long field. Holy crap.
No idea where that would be. But I'm still looking.
Now where to make the mix, it doesn't say anything about just doing hay. It's under the animals.
Yeah, but we're looking for specifically the shredder.
I've seen ones that spread it out over the ground or just hay.
Yep, and that's not what we're looking for.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know what it would turn it into. here. Why do your birds come here? Birds just everywhere.
Yeah, I think I found what we're looking for. So it says this machine takes straw bales and uses them to cover the ground of an animal husbandry with straw.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
You were saying there was a mixer though.
No, there's mixer also that, but it doesn't say anything about just doing straw or hay. I mean,
I gotta give me a second. I gotta clear some of this straw.
but where you want to spread it on the ground or put it in the feeding thing?
Well, again, it depends on how the game handles that. I don't know enough about it yet.
Yeah.
So give me a second here. Pick up this giant pile of straw. Otherwise, the AI might. Somebody monitor that harvester that's going up the field there and make sure it doesn't do something stupid like go into the other field, like the planter did. Make sure it turns into the field the right way.
Is it B? The worker?
Should be the only work going right.
Okay. I'm doing a ride along, so.
Okay,
I'll
he did.
monitor him,
Yeah, he did go the right way.
so far, at least. Well, I suppose
That's-
it's probably the only point where
Yeah.
you have
If he would have gone the wrong way, he would have done it already. Damn it. Huh. 50 miles an hour just doesn't seem like I'm moving all that fast.
Yeah. It's really weird when you're riding in a vehicle and you think to yourself, wow, how fast am I going? Usually it's you're in a vehicle that's high to the ground or low to the ground.
Yeah. Times I'm most likely to get a speeding ticket is if I'm traveling like a long distance over the highway. Like if I go visit my parents, I'm traveling over the interstate, 80 miles an hour. And then I pull
Yeah.
in, and then I pull into a city. That's like I have to go down to 30. My brain is just like 30 feels so slow because of how fast I was just going. It still feels so slow. That
Look
yeah,
out,
usually
guys,
I'm
snails.
Usually I'm going a little bit too fast in situations like that because my perception of speed has been twisted by the highway that it's just like,
Yeah.
how fast am I going again? Oh, shit.
Well, you can imagine the race car drivers
Oh,
Oh,
especially
man.
in like NASCAR and Indy, where they're doing, close to 200 and then have to come down to get your tires changed or something like that to 60 or something like that. And that
yeah,
probably seems like they're walking out there.
and that's still 60.
Yeah, the funny part is that I remember when I was little and I knew people who were fans of NASCAR and stuff, and never understand like why is this considered like a sport? Like it's just you're just driving around in a circle. Well, the endurance that you have to drive around for literally hours at such a high speed and avoiding accidents and like just the mental focus that you would need. It would be exhausting. I'm sure the guys who drive those, like I'm sure they come off of one of those races just completely depleted. They're just like, oh my god.
I just don't want to even.
Yeah,
All
most
right.
of the time it's hot out there too, really
So
hot.
Yeah.
where would one of these? Did you find a?
Yeah, I
What
think so.
category?
Tools, animals.
Animals.
Yep. Not animal transport, animals.
Okay.
But it just spreads it out on the ground there.
That might be okay. We can just get the bales close to the shreddy thingy, and then unload it straight onto the ground next to it. And if that doesn't work, well, then we can just pick it up with a forage harvester.
Let's do this.
A little bit ago, I just got informed that a neighbor has COVID, tested positive. They're not super paranoid or anything, but they have nurses in the family that have to get tested regularly.
Hmm.
And one of them had tested positive. So fun.
How do you unfold this damn thing? You first need to fill the tool. Okay. Can you toss a bale into the back of this thing?
Sure.
Oh my god. Of course I'm stuck. Jesus Christ. Yeah, just unload the bales. And see if you can toss one in. Not quite.
Huh.
It takes a little bit more precision than just eating it in there.
Well, I figured it
There it
have some
goes.
kind of hiccup.
Yeah, it's telling me there's 1,000 in. Now, the big question is that actually going into... I don't have any cows in there, so I can see.
Yep. I'm looking at the factory and I can see the straw ticking up.
Holy God, is this slow?
Yeah. Is there an XL version?
Yeah, is there a plus size version? This was the
I know there's a
Anderson
couple
Pro Chop
options.
150. Let's
I think
try
there's 3.
the Far East and so I'm just gonna leave this here.
Recent.
Somebody start the mower yet? And the well, I guess we don't need to do the baler. Well, I mean, we could do the baler, but
So you get it close to the start, and then
yeah, the start is on the.
it's
Um,
on here.
yeah, the start is on the east side, down near the far end of the field. You should see it when you drive on the field. You should, if you drive down the road on the east side, you should see the arrow. There's a little icon with an arrow with like pointing up. That's the start. That's the start node.
Okay. Looks like it's up here.
Oh, is this a mixer? Is that the wrong?
Yeah, I think so. I was gonna comment on that, but you had already gotten it.
God damn it! Need a mixer.
And you also have comments in chat. I haven't read them.
Oh yeah. All bale shredders are this. Oh damn it!
Ooh.
You ruined my. Like, damn it. I mean, the Coon is, I don't know, 20 more horsepower. They both say 2 bales. Okay. Okay.
Weird.
What do you do?
Just this mower's. I don't know. It's like skipping a whole bunch.
We'll get out of it so I can hop into it.
Sure. Here we go. So you just get into it and then like right click or whatever to bring up course play and then hit play, right? Or did I miss a step?
Probably. Let's see. Here's the start node. If you didn't see it.
Yep, I was real close there when I.
Okay. I don't know if you're watching the stream.
Yep.
But
There's a
so
little
yeah,
bit of a delay.
you hit delete. You pull this up. And you make sure it's first waypoint. First waypoint is set. Not C, B. There we go. First waypoint, grass mow job, play. It's the first waypoint. I don't know what you set it, but you don't hit H, right? That is not.
Yeah, it didn't.
H has nothing to do with that. And this first time it goes through is bizarre. It like wiggles back and forth. I don't understand that at all. It should be a perfectly straight line, but the like I don't know. Anyway, so that's going again. What we're gonna do, rather than do balers this time, I think what we're gonna do is grab this little guy.
And Skunika, if that's how their name was pronounced, said that there's one that you can put 3 bales into.
Primor 15070. You can put 3 bales in it. Do I even have that? Is that a mod? I don't remember seeing that one.
Check.
Boom!
That one. I
I just killed you, Oz.
Yay! Wait, what?
Alright, so. Get this guy.
Ah,
Oh,
there it
actually,
is.
we gotta wait. We gotta wait for this mower to actually go through because he's gonna go around and he's gonna come back down and he's gonna go back up. So we gotta wait. We gotta wait. Okay. That's in the base game. Ooh, let's look at it. Animals. He said the Primor 1507.
Yep. So it's a coon.
Ah,
36,500.
Primor. It says 2 bales though. I mean, we can definitely we can definitely do it and get her done. Get her done.
Maybe there's one in the queue. Once you include that, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Some people just know their farm equipment way better than I do.
Yeah.
What we should get is a something to like a telehandler with a bale spear on it, so we can not have to rely so heavily on the lumberjack like super string. That would make loading these much faster.
Any conveyor belts we could?
I mean, maybe, but I don't know enough about how these things work and what product it's actually like spitting out.
Yeah.
So I want to grab a bale. Hey, look at that. Pop this off, go over here, line her up.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't get out of the damn truck. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, I know this is going to wreck everybody's day, change automatic engine start to off. So I can get out of it and have it continue on. Okay.
Just don't leave your leg inside.
Oh, it is officially on there. Okay. Sir? Sir?
I'll be right back.
Why did you stop? This is not stop. Well, bales are cool and all, but whew, this is going to take a while to empty this truck out.
Yeah.
Should have, like, it would have been just easy to have a bale trigger here, but alas, you know, it is what it is. Oh my god, this, you have to hit I for every bale? Really?
Oh man.
Don't call me stupid. I've never used this before. How am I supposed to know that? It's not nice. Why make a machine hold 3 bales if you have to restart it after every bale? Shouldn't it detect that there's more in there and just grind up what's in there? So, it's not a stupid thing, it was an intuitive thing. Is this an intuitive thing? But no. Apparently it's not. Okay. Now, let's check to do a check in on our harvest. 1.5 million. 1.1 million. Good to go. Wildman, you want to grab the wagon on the northwest corner?
Yeah, he meant the Giants was stupid, not you were.
Are you sure about that? Because that's not how it reads.
He just posted it again. He said, didn't mean you, stupid.
Oh, I don't see that. Why don't I see that?
I did have to show it because it got picked up by a filter.
I don't even see that. Oh, it's I'm set at top chat. You stupid. There we go.
Ah,
Now, did you want me to pick up the stuff off the ground there? Is that what you wanted me to get in this one?
Yeah, off the soybean field. Yep. I already went around once to grab the headlands, but yeah, we need to.
Right.
And you should trademark should be able to ride in between in between. To grab 2 rows at once. All right, Oss is managing the straw, which is good.
Yep.
Okay, so
well, I don't know. Is it a good thing that I'm managing it?
well, you know,
I mean, it doesn't explode, so
it's you
that's
know,
one. Huh. Okay, it must be loaded in there.
also have to remember that when I get out of a vehicle, the engine's not going to stop.
Yeah, that's gonna be an adjustment.
Yeah, as soon as all those bales are shredded, I will turn that back off because, yeah, otherwise we're just going to be burning fuel like crazy. I saw it on there.
Okay, now how was I supposed to do this? Auto turn?
When you get to the end of the row, You hit Alt A or Alt D, depending on which direction you're gonna go. So
Right.
it'll follow if you're at the end of the row and you're facing south. Alt A will turn you left. Alt D will turn you right. So it's kind of intuitive that way, but. Is there a dip in Oh, yep. See, I just got out of that. Okay. Oh, yeah, did it again. It's twice in a row. We got too much shit on my mind.
You.
Yeah, I mean it's. I need some mind TP. Get it all out.
At first, I thought you said PP, not TP.
Oh.
I was like, how's that going to help?
All right. Where's the? Oh.
The really strange thing is you have to hit I twice. You would think it would say, "Oh, okay, it's done grinding. I can deactivate that now," or disconnect it from the output. I don't know. Weird.
Funny. Just sold. I kept. I smoke cat fart. She sleeps right through it. I don't know how.
That's he smelt a Delta.
Yeah, she's like, it wasn't me.
I didn't smell anything.
I had a brother who had a lot of, or 3 boxers. He just couldn't get over having boxers, and they are interesting because they they will occasionally fart so loudly that it wakes them up. And I've heard of other dogs doing it too, but it was so consistent with the boxers.
Should 27.4 meters is the width on this.
Speaking of boxers, I have something interesting. So I'm sure you've noticed that boxer tails are clipped. This is more for everybody in general, not you in specific. But some species you gotta wonder, is it that their tails are clipped, or that they're just naturally stubby? Well, for boxers, it's definitely that they're clipped. And I always thought, before having well, I'll get to that. I always thought it was kind of cruel. It seemed really, really
It
cruel.
is.
It's actually a blessing, because one of the boxers had a kid. It wasn't a purebred boxer, but it had that boxer tail. It's literally a club that they drag around. And we put up with it. We didn't mind. He was a happy puppy, not a big deal, until he started to injure it. It was so, he had so little control over it. Just every time he's happy, he'd start wagging it, or anytime there's somebody new, whatnot. That it started to break open. It actually injured him, and
Yikes.
yeah. So, sure, it'd be nice to have a humanitarian way of, putting him unconscious. I think actually we, it got bad enough. We couldn't figure anything out to prevent him from bashing it, that we took him in, and they put him under, not put him to sleep, put him under, and then clipped off his tail, and then woke him back up. So yeah, it that's one. It seems so cruel, but it's not. Take it from somebody who's had a half boxer that didn't have it clipped.
Yeah, the one case that I heard of,
a little bit at a time, so it doesn't hurt so bad.
the one thing that I heard is, I remember some people got a dog and it wasn't a boxer, but it was just a normal dog, and had a long tail. It was a very happy dog, and they got the tail clipped just because the tail would like knock stuff off shelves. So they took it in,
Oh,
and they're just like, clip the tail, and then the dog was just like, no tail at all. And I was just like, Jesus, there aren't enough dog breeds already. Now you got to start surgically altering a dog breed just to make it fit into whatever you want. Like, yeah. I'm not a big dog person anyway, and it's, it's not like I just taste them. I just, for one, I was attacked by a dog when I was really young. I was like 7, 8 years old, and a neighbor's dog who weighed more than I did just took me to the ground, and I had teeth marks in my shoulder, and yeah, it was bad. So that event was dominant in my mind most of my life, as you would imagine. And I just detested being around dogs for many, many, many years. But as I got older, I sort of morphed a hatred of them, and for other reasons. Like, they were, there's been one dog that I liked in my life, and my little brother's dog. My dad trained it, and it was a golden retriever plus something. It was mainly a golden retriever, but she was not a purebred, just enough to be a very, very gentle, kind, quiet, just very well behaved dog, and it's the only dog I've really enjoyed being around. But in general, for me, it's rough being around them just because they're constant attention. Just there's never enough attention you can give them. It's always like, give me more. And yeah, if I'm gonna have something have that much attention, I'm gonna have a kid or something. like that's a lot of maintenance. And two, unless they're trained really well, they are just going to be a drag on your time. Like mess after mess after like my dad trained my little brother's dog, and eventually my little brother moved out, and he was able to take the dog, and so my dad now didn't have a dog, and so we went out and got another dog. Well, he didn't get another dog the same breed, the same temperament. Went out and got another dog, which is the exact opposite of the dog that he had. And my dad is not a young man. And so he gets this dog that is, it's still a puppy, but it was super hyper. It was very much a puppy when he got it. And ornery and stubborn and loud and impossible to train. And it was like, he literally chewed like 3 cell phones.
Oof.
It would seek these things out, and it would chew them up. And so it was an incredible expense, not to mention the shoes that were casualties. Like, it was just this non-stop onslaught of attention and damage. And my dad eventually had to give it away to like a farmer because this dog grew up and it was huge. So unless the dog is really well trained, it barked all the time, and I just have too many neighbors where they just let their dogs sit out and bark constantly, and I'm like, oh my god, like, take care of your dog. If it's a well trained dog, then I like it. But it's the dogs that are just like, little yippy dogs. The smaller the dog, the harder it is to train them. The neighbor across the alley behind my place, they have like 4 tiny little dogs, and all summer long, it's just barking fits. They let the dogs out, and the dogs there's nothing even out to bark at, and they're dog barking constantly. It's just like, I had a neighbor that I literally drove out to. I made it like, eventually she moved out because she had a dog. For whatever reason, she got a dog, and yet she worked like 10 to 12 hours every day. She was at a job, and she locked that dog in a kennel for that whole time. And so that dog would sit in that kennel, and after she was gone for 6 hours, the dog would start whining and barking. And for some reason, whatever the frequency was of the bark, whatever caused it, the sound was able to pierce any insulation that we have between units. Normally, I can't hear anything my neighbors, like their TV, nothing. I don't hear any of it. But that dog's bark came right, it was like it was in the room with me, and it would sit down and bark. There were probably some videos that I mentioned it, maybe some streams of a couple years ago. It would literally bark for hours. It barked one day from 11 o'clock in the 11 o'clock in the afternoon, or before noon, like 11 a.m. all the way to like 11 p.m. It barked for 12 hours straight, no break in between. And so, at first, I had her phone number. At first, I was asking her like, "Hey, can you address your dog? Your dog is like been whining for the last 4 hours. You need to attend to your dog, because your average dog needs about as much of attention as a 2-year-old child, right? The same sort of mentality that you need if you want to get a dog. This is the effort and attention and care. If you're not willing to have a 2-year-old sitting around, then don't get a dog, because you need to treat the dog well. And she would just lock it up down there for hours and hours, all day. It would sit in this kennel, whine and cry and bark. And so I would text her and be like, "Hey, can you get this dog?" And and at first she was like, "Yeah, I'll send my friend over." But it was every day. This was going on every single day. So day 1, it was fine. Day 2, day 3. By day 4, she was like, "What do you want me to do? Right? Stop bothering." She actually said, "Stop harassing." And it was literally like after I didn't text her as soon as the dog started barking. I started texting her after 6 hours of nonstop rah 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 rah, and it was just like, 6 hours. I'm literally going insane. My brain is just like is literally going insane, and so I'm texting her, and I'm like, "Can you please take care of the dog?" And she was like, "Stop harassing me." So I was like, "All right, if you're gonna play that card, I'm gonna start calling cops." And so for literally 6 months, I was calling every time. I would call I wasn't calling 911, because you don't do that if it's not an emergency. But I would call dispatch and be like, "Yep, it's happening again." What's funny is one of the ladies when I would call dispatch, one of the ladies on rotation literally lives in the unit right over here. So I would call and I'd be like, "The dog's at it again." And she's like, "Oh, I know what kind of," I know. The first time I talked to her, she's like, "I know what dog you're talking about." So for 6 months, I was calling the cops, and I was like, this is a problem. She's not addressing it, and eventually she moved out. Eventually I called one day, and the dispatcher was like, "We've gotten confirmation that she is moving out at the end of the month." Right? So I was like, I tolerated it for the rest of the month, but it was just like, I was going insane. I was thinking like visions of breaking into the house and just letting the dog out, just walking away and be like, "You are free. Go roam the countryside." I just do not just do something with the dog. I don't care. But the fact that this lady worked 10 to 12 hours a day and she wanted to get a dog, lady, what the hell? This is a responsibility. This is not a stuffed animal. This is not a novelty. This is a living creature that you took responsibility for, and then you're leaving it locked in a kennel for 12 hours? That's torture.
This harvester, I think, is full.
Oh shit. Does it have... Wow, okay. I will address that. Let me grab... Wow, that's a first. That is crazy. Don't we have there?
Well, at least some reason it's sitting there. Oh.
Yeah, I know. I saw the warning come up that said it's Let's see if I can unload it into this. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't know. That's 2.5 million liters of soybeans, by the way, everybody. That's a lot of soybeans.
Yeah.
So this thing will only hold 2 million liters, but it should be enough to get this thing started again. God damn it. H. Oh my god. No? Damn it. Okay. Not enough. What else might we have? I need you to grab that big pile of straw down there. Okay, so what can we use? It's gonna have enough capacity.
Like one of the trailers I'm using now. Not the one I'm using, but like.
No, those are forage wagons, so that's grass and.
Yeah, but can't you carry the other stuff in it?
No, I don't think you can carry grain. I just tried to load this forage wagon with grain and it didn't work. So
Okay.
This TARDIS, I thought for sure you could, but apparently not. So purchase logger wagons.
Did you say I needed to pick up that pile there, or just leave it?
Yeah, pick up that giant pile because there's grain there we need to grab. So this one, that is a effing enormous. Wow, that thing is big. This is unmodded and it's 200,000 liters.
Jeez.
That thing is huge. I want to buy this. Just look at the size of that thing. I'm just want it because it's that big. It's just huge. Okay, is there a modded version that maybe $75 TARDIS? TARDIS? Yes, there is.
I didn't get all of it, but I got most of it picked up.
There's 2 million. Look at the size of this trailer. Open cover. Here we go. I just want to fill this up just for shits and giggles. The other one's full now too. Wow. That is we've pulled 5 million liters of soybeans off this field already.
Jeez.
Why does the coursework say finished? Is that the mower that's finished? That must be the mower.
Pretty much gotta be.
There we go. And full.
I'll hop in it and get it.
Look at this thing. Oh man, yeah, this has the update weight is not false. So this is 211,000 liters of grain. And the weight is real. Like the weight on behind this thing is real. That is insane. Look at that size of that. I mean, this is a realistic, like, this is 211,000 liter, like realistic volume that would take up. Now the issue is that TARDIS is only going to be 2 million. But that'll be enough to empty it. So we're just gonna park this because this is great. That is just fantastic. Now there's no way. I didn't think there was a way. Does this thing have a connection in the back? It does. So we could have another one. Trailers. TARDIS. Extension. We're gonna go triple, baby. We're gonna go triple. See how this this will be awesome. Okay. It's triple the fun. There we go, baby. 6 million liters. It's like a road train. Now, can I can't adjust the height of that. It's kind of pointed down like that. I don't like how far it's pointed down, but yes, I have crop destruction turned off. Everybody's out there is like wondering. Because when fields get this big, it's really tedious to try to avoid. Okay, so the problem I need this big mountain of straw picked up as well, because stupid AI worker is just like, he stops when he's full, but he leaves like a giant see if I can get around. Nope. you go. It would be exactly 5 if we had that other trailer's worth. I don't even know how many soybeans will fit in this factory. Only 300,000. Damn. Okay. Well, should we do the general mill? Because that's enough soybeans in the production here for mineral feed. Lime mineral feed. I should have lime in there already. Lime mineral feed. There. Yep, there's the lime. This is again $40,000 a month to run this. Yeah, I made all of the things very, very expensive. The TMR is pretty expensive, but you can sell TMR, I think, for pretty decent amounts. Is it even in the? I don't even know if TMR is in this list. Pretty sure you can sell it. It might not be in here though. Maybe you can't sell it. But we want some. We want to put this. We have enough for the grain mill. Let's see. So fertilizer production put back here. Okay. And then there it is. Yeah, $685,000. I made that very, very expensive on purpose. It produces quite a lot of stuff. let's make sure we save it before I look at the production, because sometimes it bugs it out. That's a lot of soy. Hardest. I'm pretty sure I customized this mod, but I basically just skimmed over the top. We didn't use it all that much.
Yeah, we kind of skipped over that one.
Should have edited it.
Da-da-da-da.
So the discharge rate was higher. But I have a feeling we're going to fill this baby up with soybeans pretty easily. Which we can get some flour out of it. We need to put some pallets and some carton rolls in. I mean, that production is $108,000 a month to make flour. You have to understand here, right? It might sound like it's a lot, but when you look at the cycles per month, 14,000 cycles. So you take that 812 flour and you times that by 14,000. That's how much flour it's able to make. Now, it doesn't have infinite storage, but it certainly can if you play the game, if you don't sleep through the whole game or the whole day, you can actually, let it process throughout the day and fill up many trucks. Okay, so now that is full. How much is in there? 2.4 million. I would like to get the 25% bonus from pallets and a carton roll. So the rest of these soybeans we are going to dump in our silo. You'd think this thing would discharge super fast considering it's wide open. It is what it is. 1.4 million oats in it too. Those could also go back. Here, we even get chaff out of that, which we can then turn around and use to make silage. So the silage part of it we can use to make some money. So let's. Oats. Oh. How many can fit? 2.4. Make sure these harvesters don't collide with one another. That would be bad. Very, very bad.
That'd be bad, guy. There we go. on the last two bales, running into an issue trying to get him to jam in there.
Oh god, I completely forgot about you were doing the bale grinds over there.
Yeah.
Completely forgot you were doing that this whole time. Oh man.
I have been having split focus, but yeah, that's been my primary task.
Yeah, remember to turn the engine on.
If you want, you can switch that option back.
Oh, you're done? Alright. Thank God.
Close enough, yeah. Since I've
Uh,
got the last ones loaded in, I can just stay in the cab now.
Alright, mowing is done. Harvesting is still going. Or the harvesting. The windrower. The forage wagon. Words!
The words! Should I park this wagon thingy, like, right next to here, or do we want to, like, sell it right away?
Good question. The wagon thingy. Well, the small one we're gonna sell for sure. Now I'm trying to think if we need that bale grinder for anything else. I should have just leased it.
Oh, yeah, true.
The grass bales we can load, no problem. Wow, how did these things get synced up so perfect?
Talent.
Okay. This has got another 1,000,000 liters in this one. By the time we get to the other end of the field, we're definitely going to have over 1,000,000. And when I set up this map, I actually, when I was going through the field types and setting the prices for all of the basic materials, I actually was Googling what the market price was for like wheat. And then I learned that obviously a lot of the grain markets are based on bushels, which is a weird unit of measurement. It probably dates back to the medieval times, I would guess. But a bushel, the rough conversion is 35 liters per bushel. So I would just take like the price of wheat, which is per bushel, and then divide that by 35, and that gives me the baseline price for like wheat. And I went through wheat and barley and all of that. There were some that were not really. Some they just had to kind of guess. Because there was no like direct conversion. Clean. So that is 1,076,000. That thing sticks out so much further. This is going to have, oh, just over 1 million. Nice. God damn it. Oh. So 5, 6, 7, roughly 7 million. I'd say like 7,100,000 would be a good round. Like 7.1 million liters of soybeans off this field. That's pretty damn good. Now it's going to take a long time to process all the soybeans into flour. And it's going to be a lot really expensive. It's going to be really expensive to run that grain mill. I made the grain mill pretty pricey. I don't know how they balance the factory, like the amount per hour that stuff costs. I'm not sure how to go about making that fairer, but going to be ready next month. All right. Wildman has done a phenomenal job picking up all of the things.
And just going down to the end of the row and coming back, and I'm done.
Yeah, looks like you got that pretty well taken care of. Let's see, I was able to pick up about 3 million liters of straw. I don't know, you must have a lot more than that.
How much does it hold all together?
The wagon itself holds 20.
So I'm at 7.958 million.
Ooh-wee!
39% full.
Wow! That is a lot of straw. He's just about back, so...
What do you want me to do with this?
Just park it next to the one that I have here at the end of the line, and
All right.
probably end up putting it in the silo that's over here, the underground silo. Storage, basically long-term storage.
Forty-one percent.
Holy cow, there's almost 10 million. Wow, that's a lot of straw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I basically just filled up the cow barn, so there's no room in there for straw. That's mainly the use of straw, is cow barn. And then I filled up the farm supply factory. So you got straw is full, silage is full. So if we did an insane crop like potatoes, holy Moses, would we get a lot of potatoes out of here, out of this field?
Yeah.
And it would take a long time to harvest because the potato header, I mean, Patrick might know, or somebody watching might know of a really wide, I don't want a super cheaty, like, 1,000-meter wide header. I think that's stupid. You know, I like some things unrealistic. Some things just look stupid when they're unrealistic. And of course, text me.
Because they have no idea that you're streaming.
Yes, because I haven't.
Admit.
Even though my entire family knows I stream every Saturday for the last 6 years. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, the headers. Yeah. So a decently sized header. I mean, I think the one in the game, the widest potato header is like 6 meters. So looking for like something around like the 12 to 18 meter wide header would be perfect. Because I did mod the root harvester, the Colossus root harvester, to hold more, but the yield on potatoes and sugar beets is so high that it's really easy to hit. It's really easy to fill those up. It's crazy how much they hold, or how much the yield is. And I really didn't mess. Sugar beets, I didn't touch the yield. Sugar cane, I didn't touch the yield, and I didn't touch the yield of potatoes because it was pretty high. I did add bee bonuses to those. Normally they didn't have, so I added bee bonuses. But yeah, so potatoes would be something that we could make into fries, and that would make us enough money. We could probably buy all the plots of land on the map with that, and really go crazy with the fields. But we still need to get grapes up. Yeah, I have to report to jury duty on the 10th too. That'll be fun.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you get sequestered or anything, give us a message if possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a kind of a wildly unknown week. Next week, the stream is not going to happen on Wednesday. I've got an appointment on Wednesday I have to be at. A funeral service. A burial service, actually. So, I probably will do the stream next week's, like, midweek stream. Either most likely on Tuesday. Yeah, because Wednesday's the service. Thursday, I'm going to leave kind of open for whatever. We can load all those grass bales into the farm supply factory. He wants to work on that.
I can get in a little bit. I got a timed event on a cell. suppose this is back a few dozen subjects, but a thought came to mind for Factorio when the DLC is released. Do you have any thoughts on what could be a surprise last-minute thing? Kind of like what they did with the Spider Bot?
Oh, man. Surprise last-minute feature. Well, oh, man.
Yeah.
Trying to anticipate, I would say, depending on what, oh man, that would really depend on what sort of Friday facts come out in the next year. You could sort of discern, like, if you read between the lines on last week's rail update, if you read between the lines, like completely refactoring rail and all the work they did, you could sort of, if you kind of saw that, and you could sort of anticipate, hey, maybe they while they were restructuring rail, maybe they made them an elevated, right, while you're doing that. So it's like revisiting that topic gives you a feature. So for me, like, depending on what features they come out with, I think if they don't cover it with a Friday fact, I think the enemies, the biters, I think they might have gone back and done something with the biters, and added features to the biters that make going out, and maybe other planets will have different flavors of biters or something.
Actually, I think they already acknowledged that the different planets will have different hostiles.
Did they?
I think so. One of the first Friday facts.
I don't remember that. Can you find the little blurb in the fact? And
Sure.
I don't remember reading that they were going to indefinitely change the enemies. But if they are, then fantastic. But
Almost
And I
seems
think
like
it's-
they
it's-
had pictures of them, didn't they? Or some ideas.
I haven't seen any pictures of new biters.
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to it not being also, but the way I remember it is that it sounded like different varieties, even, so it's not just bite or spitter. It's
Yeah, what
the
I
first
was
planet
getting
is
at would be ones that fly, right?
yeah.
Maybe ones that tunnel. Maybe you get tunneling ones, like the Tremors movie.
Hydralisks.
Oh yeah, hydralisks. We already got spitters. That's basically what a hydralisk is. Yeah, the big, I think all of the science and all of the space exploration, all of that, with some of the changes they've mentioned, would work really well with a much tougher set of enemies. And because they're deepening, they're going deeper with the features and the gameplay. Because right now you get the top end biters. You get the beastly in vanilla, right? This is not modded. In vanilla, you get those really big biters like late mid game. And then you have late mid game all the way to the end of the game. The biters don't get any worse. It's like pollution is 100%, evolution is dancing around the 90-95 percentile, and it just the ultimate biters or gargantuan biters start spawning, and it's just like, okay, this is how it is. There's nothing beyond that. And I think the expansion, I think what they're going to do is they're going to take and they're going to extend it. And I would imagine they're not going to just make bigger and bigger ones. They're going to actually evolve them to counter certain attacks, make them fly, camouflage, stuff like that. I think is more likely. Now they could easily cover that in a Friday packs, and if they do, then I'd have to rethink that. But I think flying, down to brass tacks, flying biters, I think is one of the other top requests. Because when they mentioned in the rail one from yesterday, they said that elevated rail was one of the most requested features. And I think one of the most requested features, if you look at enemy side, it would be flying biter. It would be, these things are not a danger. Once you have a decent like defense set up, they're not a danger at all. Like they're just, biters are just like, whatever. Like it doesn't move the needle. As far as like feeling the danger after a certain amount of time. Like when you get to the Iron Man phase and it gets a little crazy with
I think that was another thing that they said they were going to refactor is the progression of weapons.
Yeah, all the base game stuff is gonna get a touch up and a rebalance to make it fit with the expansion. That's that I know I read. But
yeah,
that doesn't mean they're going to completely change whatever it is. But you now with the quality system, I'm still on the fence about that. The random gen, the randomness of the quality, I think is going to be whoever releases a quote unquote quality mod first that introduces recipes that guarantees a quality level depending on the ingredients, I think will be a top mod. I think a lot of people will play a mod like that.
Actually, I'm not so sure, but continue.
I would. Like, I just don't have the patience for RNG to dictate the progression of the game. Like, anyway, so the quality system, I think, leaves a little bit of unknown that people are going to patch with mods at some point. Other than that, I don't know enough about the expansion. I know that some of the leaked art assets that they had a while ago. They posted. I think it was like either Christmas or New Year's. If you go back, like Christmas or New Year's this last year, they posted like holiday greetings, like Factorial, and they had a piece of art, and the art included. They even mentioned it. The art included like concepts from the expansion. So the buildings that they showed in that art had concepts from the expansion. And so it looked like there was a forge or some sort of foundry, like metal casting system, like so stuff like that. A lot of speculation on Reddit around that. But outside of that, we just have to wait and see. Part of me wants to be surprised, and not just be like, oh, this is this and this is that. Did y'all see this giant wagon out here? What 211,000 liters of grain actually looks like?
Don't think I did, but I'll see it on the stream here.
This thing is and it's heavy. Oh my god, it's so heavy.
Jeez.
It is huge.
Damn.
Yeah, this is 211,000 liters. Oh, that Unimog is going to be way. Sorry, Unimog, but pushed. Gotta try to line this thing up. How do you pipe out? I gotta try to auger it. Oh no, wrong direction. Oh.
Man, I'm gonna have to reread a lot of this stuff to find the snippet that I was looking for. Pretty sure it wasn't in any of the rail articles, but it might have been buried in one of the other ones. I thought it was in the research, but I didn't see it there.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they're integrating research queues into the base game. Like, it's not going to be even optional anymore. You're just going to have it.
Yeah.
I never really understood why you would ever want to play without research queues.
I think part of it was the original challenge of, for achievements and stuff, which even that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I mean the
we have
original
a few comments.
the first version of the game didn't have research queues. It was a feature they added on, but they didn't integrate it, and not knowing if people were going to like it or not. And it was like, oh my god! And the fact you couldn't enable it after you started a world. You had to enable it when you created a world. It was kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Didn't find headers for sugar potatoes more than 6 meters, but they run at 10 kilometers. Yeah, the speed. I've got the Colossus stuff, so I can do it fast. Need a newer. Yeah, we can do. We can do a manure pit. We've got a manure pit that's like, it supposedly holds 4 million liters, but visually it looks completely full at like 600,000 liters. So I don't know. I don't know if. Damn, this thing is big. Let's sell it. So. No. Okay. I was going to do something. Not what it was. Manure pit. That's right. Let's go put the new manure pit in there. Purchase. We have to go into construction. Silos, I think. It's not a bunker silo. It's a manure heap, yeah. See, it says 4 million, but it lies. Toggle. Trying to rotate. There we go. Weird. I'll put it.
Is there lying about it, or is it just the visual that's lying?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could just get a bunch of animals and a bunch of cows and just not pick up the manure. It's something. Which is why all my animal pens are called the olfactory assaulter. As a giant 4 million liter heap of manure would not smell like flowers. Mr. Hankey would not apply. Purchase, construction.
Have they had a resurgence of Mr. Hankey, or were you just digging way back on that?
Oh, I mean, when I think poo, I think Mr. Hankey. I don't know why, but
okay.
It just is. How many shows or cartoons out there include a piece of poop? Like,
yeah,
it's very unique, very unique character. And it was a Christmas poo too. So it wasn't just any poo. It was a Christmas poo. Okay. Now we want purchase, not purchase. We need to look at a little bit of hay in there, but now we can actually make TMR. We've got the hay, we got silage, we got straw, we got mineral feed. So now total mixed ration and go. And the recipe looks like, oh, this is so cheap. This is actually, I just took a bunch of recipes and I combined them all into one. Because there was literally a recipe that was just, it was just hay. And there was another one that was hay and silage. And another one that was hay, silage, and straw. And another one that was hay, silage, straw, and the mineral feed. And I'm like, this is literally, there's no change. I just put it all into one. So we've already got, oh, what is that? 2 million liters of straw in there. Sorghum, that's where chicken's sorghum. Let's see. Ooh, let's check our. Oh, Jesus. Thank you, Coffee. Very generous man. You are a generous, generous man. Thank you very much. Does it include a message? It doesn't. He just stuffed $10 in my pocket and walked away.
All the what is that? A gamepad with sunglasses?
It looks, yeah, it looks like a D-pad, some sort of thing. Cool shades. What channel started that? There was a channel that put those telltale black sunglasses on.
Yeah, it picked up a lot from there.
God, yeah, what? That was an early, like, it wasn't like beast mode or boss mode. It was like an ultra pimp mode or something like that. That they would just take a clip, like a meme, and then put like the super cool glasses on it. It's like
wow, wasn't that Thug Life?
Thug Life, yeah. I mean, that's going back a ways. That is an old. That was one of the original. Like, somebody just took clips and superimposed little sunglasses on them, and probably paid their way through college just doing that. All right, let's see.
Okay, I found one of the snippets, but this one doesn't really mention the armor. I know the armor had some kind of comment around it, but
what I remember of them talking about that stuff was the quality system is going to affect.
Yeah. But I was thinking they dropped a hint in there about the biters being more challenging. But this one is in the first article that was released. It was the announcement of Factorio Space Age. And they're talking about the main structure, and they have kind of bullet points underneath that. The third one of those bullet points is the expansion contains 4 additional planets, each of which has its own unique theme, resource, challenges, and gameplay mechanics. Most of them also have different military targets.
Well, that's a super generic way without giving away anything.
Super generic, but
what military unique? Did it say unique military targets, or what was the word again?
Different military targets. So not necessarily unique, but different could mean biters that fly, or spitters that fly,
or it could be something completely different outside of that too. Like
yeah. I guess I kind of got lost in my comparison there, but I was gonna say it could be a rehash of some of the things we know, but also it could be something completely different. It could be unique. So at this point,
Did the space exploration guy do anything with the biters? Does anybody? I mean, Renegade would know that more than anybody.
I played with the biters enabled for quite a while, and no, other than just having um, the planets having different concentrations of them, different evolution levels and concentration, I should
Right.
say. No, they didn't. It didn't change them. You probably remember I was taking a super laxed playthrough on that, and I actually spent so long in just trying to design aspects of my base that I was actually getting in trouble because the larger spitters came out, and with the different progression, I didn't have super armor.
Yeah.
So it got to the point where yeah, I could defend myself, but I was spending so much time on that. I decided let's just destroy the biters, get rid of them.
A lot of
Yeah, if
people are
we
just turning
play
them
that
off.
again, Renegade should be back soon. He said that he needed to work double time till the end of September to get the down or the closing costs or something having to do with the house. I really hope when he is around. I really hope that he got a good deal on that house because right now my folks are prepping my sister's old place to sell, and they're putting a lot of work into it. And yeah, you better have gotten a good deal because when you move out of a place, whoever owns it, if you're renting, whoever owns it, sometimes you depending on the state of the structure to sell it, you're gonna want either to replace the carpet, paint it, replace the roof. A new buyer coming in could put a whole bunch of stipulations on, like, I need this and this and this and that. And so you can spend a seller can spend $5, $10, $20,000 just getting a property ready to sell, and then sell it and hope that you can actually make it back. On top of that, if you use realtors, like if the owner of his place went through a realtor, that's like 7% off the top that they have to sell. So for him to pick up that house, if his landlord's like, hey, do you want to buy it? And he says yes, I am really hoping that he got a discount on the value of the house, because that saved that landlord probably $20,000 to spruce it up enough to be able to sell it. So if you don't take that off the price, then you're literally like, yeah. I just hope that he got a good deal. My fingers are crossed.
Let's see. I had heard that the housing market had started to descend a couple years ago, but hopefully it hadn't plummeted.
Well, I wonder also how close he is to all those not riots, all the looting that happened in Philadelphia. I know he's in Pennsylvania somewhere, but
yeah, regardless of whether it's next door or not, it could impact his value.
Oh yeah, your land value plummets when there's that much crime in it.
Reducing all the crime by not making anything illegal anymore.
Yeah, it's what crime? People going into Target and just literally walking out with cartfuls of goods that they didn't purchase. I'm sure Target is thrilled about that.
Well, the attorney generals and stuff are thrilled about it because look at the crime went down under my watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the residents are like, "Oh, you're not going to do anything about it? Well, we're going to do something."
Now they arrest the residents for doing anything about it.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's going to come a point where people are going to be not happy with that status quo. Anyway, back to it. I just hope that he got a good deal.
Yeah, hopefully.
I want to see him have a good deal. But anyway, when we do cover the game again, one of the primary reasons why I like having a lot of mods for games that we play is progression. And when you watch a given stream, especially a Saturday stream that goes 10 hours, well, there are certain parts of the space exploration mod that 10 hours is a blink of the eye. Like, it just doesn't. You're not going to progress very far in 10 hours. Whereas the vanilla game, 10 hours, you can beat the game in 10 hours pretty easily. Vanilla game. So
yeah, there's the racers that speed runs that do it in a couple hours,
yeah, the record is like,
hours.
I mean, the record is an hour and 24 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
to launch a rocket. That's launching a rocket beating the game. The 100% is like 4.5 hours or something. Hello to Poland. Hello.
What, to do all the achievements?
Yeah, the 100% is all the achievements. All right.
Yeah, I think if we do run the space exploration, we should, with Death and I helping on it, we should be able to figure out a good pattern of, okay, we're working on this planet. Let's build up to this specific point off stream so that the next time we start streaming, we can just run right into this other stuff and keep the pace going.
Yeah, that's one thing. When I set up that server with whatever mods that we have, the server will run because I'm going to have biters turned off. But the server will run regardless if anybody's logged in. That is an option. Because there are crafts in that mod pack that take hours to get the first versions of. To get the first crafts, it takes hours, and then you start expanding, right? The main problem I have with that game or that mod is how big the save file becomes, and it just starts taking forever when somebody loads and it like downloads and you're trying to play catch up.
I like playing Mustard.
It's just it can take a long time for people to load in. And during that time, it's paused. Like, you can't... Or it's best to pause, especially in big maps. You don't have to pause it, but it just takes longer for somebody to catch up. Now, with Renegades, he's got faster internet. But again, here's the other caveat to that. Because he's using Starlink, he usually gets disconnected pretty frequently.
Oh, yeah.
Every 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. And when the satellite changes over, he's literally disconnected because his packet loss spikes. And so the server usually boots him. Like, oh, your packet loss spiked, you're out. And then he has to load back in again. Well, shit. That's going to just slow everything down because then he's got to re-download the thing, re-catch up, do the whole thing again, only to repeat it 30 minutes later. So I'm really, really worried about that because that's going to just kill progress on that. So anyway, those are issues that may or may not crop up. I don't want to put him out. I don't want to put anybody else out. But for me, it would just be super frustrating if that ended up.
Yeah. Especially,
They just lost, what was it, a couple, what was it, like 250 or 250,000 or, I don't know, a bunch of them that they lost. I don't know if they ran into each other or what, but
Bunch of what?
of the satellites.
What?
Oh.
I didn't hear about this. Where did you see that?
On some report, I don't remember where I saw it. Maybe one of the YouTube things, or some guy. I think I saw it maybe on his. He follows Starlink a lot.
I would think that I would have heard that, because I look at Twitter every day. And Elon haters out there would have been yelling that from the rooftops, like laughing, pointing and laughing. Some people can't help themselves but to hate on the guy. I'll never understand it, but
Well, it might have been only like 250 or something like that, but it was quite a few.
well, it'd be surprising because the distance between the satellites. I mean, they only launch. What do they launch, like 23 at a time or something like that? And it takes them several days when they get them into the arc that they want to spread out. And usually they're so far apart, there's no way. There's just there's no way that they would hit one another. The only way something like that many satellites would be lost is if there was debris or something that they hit. That just cascaded to a massive number. But that would have been international news, like satellites crashing into one another and coming down to Earth. Like, yeah, that would have been big news.
yeah, it would really suck if we weren't able to pull off the space exploration if Death weren't able to join us. Because as far as it goes, if we play it, it would be for him.
That was the whole. That was the whole point.
But
Yeah, that was the whole point. Was that's what he wanted to play, and since he can't join us all summer, and he's been a patron all summer, so I want to be able to welcome him back by streaming what he wants to stream. Now, he could have changed his tastes from then till now. He could come back and say, I want to do, space engineers or whatever. I'd even play 7 days if he wanted to play it. I want to welcome him back and thank him for his support. And
I'm gonna be evil. If I disappeared for 3 months, does that mean you'd stream Stationeers?
it would. Once.
Once. For 5 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't put any other qualifiers. I'd stream it. I'd stream it and sit in the corner and let you do all the goddamn work. I'd be like, all right, have fun, and I'll just watch. All right, that is good to go. Let's get you.
Where do we want the grass?
The grass goes in the farm supply factory.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we had gotten animals that wanted it now.
No, you don't. We don't feed grass to animals.
Ah, okay.
Do not unhook the damn thing, stupid. Yeah, I just hit the Q thing. And H, and you're good to go. Go forth, my minions. All right, now we need to get the rock picker up and running. You might want to do the bales before you fill that thing up with the loose grass. See, I thought you were unloading the bales into that thing, which is why I said do the bales first. And the grass, because that thing is going to fill that factory up, and you're not going to have room for the bales again.
Do we want to unload these bales just sitting out here? You're saying?
Yeah, we want to
The stacked ones.
load the bales and put them in the thing.
My brain must have blipped out when you were talking about that. Sorry.
Yeah, because that thing only holds 5 million liters of grass, so which sounds like a lot, but I'm sure there was at least 1.5 million in that trailer, if not more.
250.
There was only 250,000.
2,500,000.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure those bales were done first.
Yeah.
That way they were out of the way.
Now this Factorial, when they come out with the other part, have they said yet whether that's going to be beta or if they're going to so-called have it done?
It'll be done. Yep. It'll be finished, done. Now, they're definitely going to be bug fixing and stuff, but as far as feature wise, it's not going to be an alpha version. It'll be a finished DLC purchase.
Weird. I wonder if they are going to have a beta period before the release.
I mean, they might have a closed version of it, like a private, like friends and
probably not
friends and family.
Access.
But it's not going to go wide until it's done, purchasable.
With the way people complain about these early release stuff, that I don't know why any company would ever do an early release. With everybody writing in, that it doesn't have much to do, or it has bugs, or it has this, not that, have that, or it's like it's early release.
There's certainly something to be said for keeping something in-house longer. I've heard of a few games that they very much regretted releasing it to the public because it slowed them down so much.
Yeah, because you start getting inundated with bug reports and crash reports, and those start taking precedent because now you have paying customers that are affecting reviews and affecting like word of mouth. There's a bunch of bugs with something, then that can do a ton of damage because when you release a game, I mean, the first 2 weeks are vital. And if you're, I don't care if it's early access or not, if it's riddled with bugs and glitches and crashes, that's gonna massively impact the number of sales that you have, and that's where your bulk of your sales are gonna come. Is that first couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to do it right. There are definitely times when games can get away with a long development time. Factorio was in development for like 7 years, right? But the team behind it proved over and over again that they were competent, they were going to finish, they were on the road and making massive improvements to the game. Like some of those updates were crazy. Especially the visual, when they updated all the sprites to like HD sprites. What a difference that made. If you look at screenshots of really early versions of Factorio, it's like, yeah, back then it was really crude, and today the game is so much better. So the team proved that they're capable of great things, and people would report bugs that the next day an update would come out and there would be a fixin'. So they proved that they were on top of things constantly. Versus you contrast the development team behind Factorio with the development team behind 7 Days, and the differences are overwhelming between the two teams. Where I have no faith at all in the team behind 7 Days. There's just no goodwill. There's no faith there. They squandered any and all goodwill that I might have had. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Some teams are good and some are not. So early access is a crapshoot. You don't know what kind of team unless they have a history, unless there's a known quantity. So the Factorio team could easily put out an early access version. They would sell so many copies, but they don't need to. They can wait. And get it feature complete, get it tested as much as they can, and put out there, and then start and purely focus on bugs, purely focus on fixing bugs. I can't imagine somebody who isn't gonna buy that expansion. Any fan of Factorio. Now, if you don't like the game, then fine. But if you're a fan of Factorio, I could not imagine you not buying that expansion even with what they put out already. Like, oh my god. Not to mention the code changes they're making in the expansion. What that is going to mean for mods going. Imagine, the guy behind the space exploration mod is working and is a large part of the space age update. But he's already come out and said, my mod is a separate entity and it will remain so. And once the expansion is out, it will get a new version, and it will I'm just anticipating it will likely include features that they're introducing in the expansion. It'll integrate those. So it's only going to get better.
Yeah, unless you don't want to do the space part.
Well, if you don't want to do the space part, don't get the expansion.
No, that's what I'm saying. That for some people, that the regular part is just as far as they want to go. I'm assuming.
And to some people, if somebody really doesn't want the space stuff, I would imagine those people are not big fans of the game. They're playing like just enough to finish the game, launch a rocket, and move on. They're not like playing the game.
They're filthy casuals.
Yeah. Are you done with that? I'm waiting.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I don't know if you're doing like donuts on the ground or what was going
A little bit. Sorry, I didn't know you needed it. I saw you standing around for a while there, so.
Time to put some TMR into cow barn. Yeah. So I'm sure if you look at the number of Factorio sales, let's say that's X. I'm sure the number of expansions is going to be in the neighborhood of the 60th, 70th percentile of base sale, right? Some people have moved on. Some people have played the game and have moved on. And the expansion will bring some of them back, which is normally what expansions do. Some people have played, some people played the game 3 years ago, beat it, and have moved on and haven't thought about it since. And then once the expansion comes out, they're like, "Oh, an expansion," and might get them back in again. Plus, introduce them to the glory that is like what the game has become. Now, if only they could take the Unreal Engine 5 and make like a three-dimensional version. Now, by three-dimensional, I'm not talking about a first-person. I'm not talking a satisfactory look at it. Because I don't like the satisfactory angle of the game. Satisfactory, you're just too close. You can't plan big. You can't go out and plan like a giant factory when you're first person. But a 3D version where inserters and belts and you can, fighters, it's just instead of a sprite based, it's 3D based. Now, you'd probably have to cheese the belts a little bit so you could have a higher performance. So the way Satisfactory did the belts, anybody, they kind of cheesed it, where every belt run was its own simulated object. So it wasn't simulating really. It really wasn't simulating like, here's a piece, and moving lines like Factorio does.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Each run of belt was basically each run tracked the items on the run. And then each section of belt was simulated in a given take. Which is why if you had a weird split belt connection, you'd have one item coming in that would like phase out of existence, and then another item phase into existence on the other side where the seam was. Because the objects, it wasn't simulating an object on the belt moving, an object was simulated. It was just simulating like abstract numbers. Okay, now we can buy some cows. All of that shit that we did, we can finally buy some cow. We are 2 million liters of food and 2 million liters of straw. Now cows. So we do 250 or all 500? I'm gonna do all 500.
So, if we're hoping that Death's going to be back soon, how long do you plan to run this series?
I don't know. Like, again,
Yeah.
one of the reasons I'm playing this game
Everything's
is
in
I don't have to
flux.
fucking think about it. Like, what do you play? What do we play to? What are people interested in? I have asked that question in chat on the members only channel 100 times, and 90% of the time nobody responds.
Yeah.
Or the response is, oh, whatever, like, and nobody joined. So, do we go to Minecraft? Vejas was like talking to me the other day, and he was just like, yeah, I've been really into Minecraft lately, playing it with my wife and blah, blah, blah. And, talking to me about like the Builders Pack and if am I going to update the Builders Pack to like 1.19 and, stuff like that is like, okay, well, if there's interest in that, I can do that. But anytime I get away from the vintage story, right? If I'm not streaming vintage story, it's a lot harder to work on that mod.
Yeah.
Right?
Wrong mindset.
Because I'm not in the mindset. It's if I'm not playing in the world and thinking about that and able to really like plan this out and think about it, it's a lot harder to jump in the code and completely shift my mind. Just made it really, it's playing this game and having vintage engineering it has been a struggle. It's been a really struggle to get motivated to work on vintage engineering. Now, playing Vintage Story, you get motivated for that mod because of what potential that it has for late. And that's what really drives and motivates me. Of course, money would motivate me too. But because it's a full-time, like working in that mod would be a full-time job. Like if I broke it down and said, okay, Monday to Friday, I'm gonna work on it for 8 hours a day. Well, if I had a job like that, I'd be making $35+ an hour, possibly $60 an hour. Program. That's what programmers make. Well, yeah, unless I'm making that, the incentive and motivation is not there because I don't own any. What word is what's the right word? I don't own Vintage Story. I don't have any say. I don't have any like skin in the game when it comes to is this game selling big or is it not, right? If I work for the next 6 months and I put 1,000 hours into that mod and I make it awesome, and I make through Patreon, I know Tyrone is a patron. He's a $20 a month patron. So I know he wants to see the mod finished for obvious reasons. But over those 6 months, I might make, I don't know, let's say $200, $200 to $300 for the 1,000 hours and any streams, videos, or tutorials that come out of it. Now, if I put that mod out and I got a little bit of support while making it, and then I put it out, and because that mod exists, it sells another 100,000 copies of the game because Direwolf plays, because System Collapse tries it, and some other big YouTubers. Because this mod exists now, they're like, oh, I can do some automation. There's some machines. There's electricity. There's some shit to do that I'm familiar with. Let's give this a try. And it sells 100,000 copies. Well, that game, what does Vintage Story cost now? Like $20, $25?
I don't know.
100,000 copies is $2.5 million. I get zero of that, right? So I don't have any ownership of the success of that. Now, modding in general is usually a thankless job anyway, but it's not as impactful. You know, an average tractor for Farming Simulator is not going to move the needle and sell a bunch of copies of it. You know, having this mod or that mod or even a map, the amount of hours that somebody puts in. So just because a map exists is not going to move the needle on the bottom line of copies sold. However, a mod like Vintage Engineering for Vintage Story is such a big, monumental project and mod, unlike any of the other mods out there. It's such a huge thing that it's capable of moving the needle. It can draw a separate audience, an audience that likes automation and machines and setting up systems and setting up all of this, and it will drive other mods. It will drive more mods that use power and stuff like that, right? It's inevitable. So if I had ownership of Vintage Story in some way, even if it was like 5 or 10%, if I had some ownership of that company, you want to say, if I had stock in Angio Games and I owned some of that success, if the game's success was my success, then I would be in full force programming that mod. But that is not on the table. Nor has Tyrone even suggested that is on the table. So I don't know how he, all of the other members of the development team, I don't know how any of that is set. If it's basically, contract work, or I don't know, business-wise, I don't know how he set that all up. Or even if that is something he cares about. But in the business side of things, I know that I could turn Vintage Story into a somewhere between $5 and $10 million game in about a year. I know it. The game has so much potential and so much oh my god, what if? What if this feature? What if that feature? What if this mod existed? It's such a better game than Minecraft. It's so much better in terms of just feeling better in the game. It's not as cartoony. The survival aspect is pretty rough. It's just better in terms of that. And modability, out of the box, support, all of that. It's just a better platform to build a game on. And it's out now, and you don't have to wait for Hytale to come out, which is that game is just crazy how bad that is. But for me, a lot of the motivation, a lot of the lack of progress is because I'm doing an immense amount of work, hundreds of hours of work, and there's nothing on the other side but a pat on the back. And that is really hard to motivate myself to be able to yeah, this is fine. I'm okay with this. It's I just have to get in the right mental state. And if I was playing the game, it would be a lot easier to do that. But man, is it kind of depressing if I did all that work and it was here's one patron for 6 months, and that was what I got out of it. That'd be tough. It'd be really tough.
Yeah, I certainly hope you get more out of it.
And part of the other reason, right, is a big unknown, another big question mark, is working on a mod like this and having it under your belt, sort of proving that you're capable of a mod like this, helps make you more attractive to other companies or to companies in general, and say, yeah, if you want an example of, you know, something I've done, here's this example, here's that example. Like, I know Bethesda has hired Skyrim modders. They've hired a lot of Skyrim modders to not only work on Starfield, but the next Elder Scrolls. So they hired some Skyrim modders that would like redecorate homes. There's a whole slew of mods out there that just enrichen the environment. Right? There's clutter. There's stuff in houses. There's lighting. They just enrich the environment. Right? So Bethesda comes in and hires a bunch of those guys, and they're the ones that added all the clutter and all the shit in Starfield. They went through and all the pencils and the pads and the bowls and the cups and all of that shit in the environment. Somebody has to go through and place all that shit, and that, you know, they got a job because they did that exact thing. I don't know, they love detail. They love. It would drive me batshit crazy if I were to do that. Oh my god, are we okay? Okay, whew. I was thought we lost track of the plowing process here. I was really worried. But yeah, so I really want to get the vintage engineering mod done as a challenge to myself, which is a really hard thing to get motivated for. Because I've never done a mod that big, that extensive, or have as many features as it did. So I don't know what the final. I know what my goal is, but there are certain limitations to the game, especially around multi-blocks, and especially around the, like, multi-block collision boxes and selection boxes. The system right now is not able to support a collision box or selection box larger than a single block. So, like, looking at a machine, let's say you finish a machine and it builds, right? It finishes and it builds as like a pump jack, right? It's a giant machine. The selection box and collision box in the game, the way the system works, is not conducive to that size. You can't do that. So you kind of have to cheese it with like phantom blocks in each block space. That is it's just basically like a transparent block that exists in that space. Tyrone pointed me to the large doors, and the large doors do that. You walk up to a large door and you like right click the door. Well, the door itself is just a single block. It's all the phantom blocks around that are built and are managed. And those systems can be kind of brutal to organize, because it's like, oh my god, like, you have to track it, you have to save it to disk, you have to do all of that, and hope to god you don't have a memory leak.
Oof.
So yeah, it's a challenge. It's a big challenge, but wait, shouldn't that be? Why is that grass? Did we not spray the grass? I thought we sprayed the grass with fertilizer. I could have sworn, you sprayed the grass.
Not recently.
Oh, I guess we harvest. Never mind. We harvested it again. I completely forgot we mowed it again. Jesus Christ. Wow. Alright, this is the last one. That one will go down, back up again. Now, this was a big field. Do we know what we want to plant? Have we decided what we want to plant? Should we just go absolutely apeshit crazy and plant cotton in this thing?
You had me at crazy.
That would be an obscene amount of cotton. You'd have to use courseplay to harvest it. Because that cotton harvester on it, just like... I don't know. It's weird. It's like, it swerves back and forth, like, wildly. I don't know what's going on with it. But...
Maybe the harvester had one too many for lunch.
yeah. All right. Luckily, the plows and the rock pickers actually go about the exact same speed, so you didn't have to worry about the rock pickers catching up with the plows. Which is nice.
Nice.
Houses. I don't think a full hour has passed yet since I bought this. I go.
Yeah, not yet, I don't think.
There we go. Slurry milk. And we should have something. Yep. 16,000 liters of poo in a single hour. That's a lot of poo, cows. That's a lot of poo. Jesus.
How did the tank hold that much?
There's a big manure heap outside here. The manure heap says it holds 4 million. And we will have to put that to the test. Because I remember on the last world, it was about 600,000. And it was a lot. So I don't know if the XML is just off. Because I don't remember modding the manure heap. So that's like a base game thing. Because there are, a lot of the XMLs. If you look at the Master Carpenter mod or the Master Carpenter building, out in front of the building, you will see pallets. Well, the pallets appear outside the building. The number of pallets you see depends on how full the building is, right? So if the building has no pallets in it, there are no pallets out front of the building. It's empty. But as they fill up, 10, 20, 30%, 40%, the pallets will appear. The same with furniture. There's a line of boxes that show up when furniture is. Well, in XML, there's literally a XML tag that is what value means it's full, right? And so that is just an XML tag. So the manure heap, I would imagine, is something similar, I would imagine, but who knows if it is? All right. Don't put this right there.
When you really look at the model of the cows there, there's a surprising level of detail on those.
Yeah. Their udders even waddle when they walk around. Not that I've looked.
Jump.
So if we do cotton, that is going to be, it's going to be so that reminds me, I need to look up, since we've got more seeds and fertilizer now. Let's look at this. You are 200,000 fertilizer, 81,000 seeds. You are fine. Let's go get this guy started. Not started, but positioned. I think the other one I'll probably have to fill. Alright, let's look at this one. 81,000. Yeah, let's top this one off. We have plenty of seeds and fertilizer. It's just so.
Don't mind me while I just drink these jars of honey here.
Drink them.
Yep.
Take them over to the fuel refinery. Make diesel out of them. What I've been doing. Or I suppose you could take them to the farm factory for some future where we have we can make cereal. Okay. Now we're just waiting.
I was just coming from the perspective of just imagine drinking a jar of.
Oh,
I mean, it'd be delicious, but
your blood sugar would. Oh man, you'd go into a diabetic coma.
Really, that honey seems like it ought to be about one of the most valuable thing on the whole farm. You think about how much it takes to make, say like one liter of that, or 1 gallon, or anything.
yeah, I suppose from that perspective it should be.
Good old bee vomit.
Yeah.
I don't think it's vomit. Is it?
No.
Yeah, I don't think it was vomit. I think it was just like.
Oh, I'm trying to remember.
Whatever it is,
Fortunately-
it won't be any better than vomit because the bees do something to it. It's not like they go and they have little canisters and they just take the honey out of the flower and they fly it and concentrate it. It's like, no, they they lap up the nectar, and it's not whatever it is. It's like processed by the bees in little itty bitty bits at a time, little like milliliters at a time, and it just a jar of honey is tens of thousands of bees worth of like production to get a jar of honey.
Yeah. I've heard, what is it, bumblebees, or is it certain wasps or something like that, that they make just amazing honey, but it's not, it's barely enough for their colony.
I don't know of any wasps that actually make honey. Most wasps are predatory species. They're not friendly. Bumblebees, bumblebees are definitely. I've seen bumblebees around flowers. I haven't really seen many wasps around flowers. Hornets, maybe. Hard to tell sometimes. Wow, we picked up.
Go ahead. This is bee stuff. Go ahead.
We've picked up a crap ton of stone off this field.
Nice.
This one alone has 350,000 liters.
Okay, so I looked it up on online, and here's a 10-step list for how bees make honey. Here it says they actually suck out the nectar with their long tongue. So I guess maybe vomit is accurate. Nectar is in a second stomach, also known as the honey stomach.
Ooh.
Okay, so then they pass that around from bee to bee through their different stomachs.
Oh my god.
Sounds really appetizing.
So it just gets more and more horrifying.
Not as bad as that Civets coffee.
But it is one of the best things for you that there is out there.
Well, it's also one of the things in nature that that it can be preserved for the longest. You can take a jar of honey, like a glass jar of honey, and seal it where there's no air in there. Seal it, and basically buried in the ground, and it will remain edible for hundreds and hundreds of years. You can dig it up 300 years later, crack open the jar, and eat it right out of the jar. It's amazing that it just does not go bad, but you have to make sure there's no air in it, there's no foreign anything in it. But yeah, highly, like if you were to invent a time machine and accidentally send yourself back, 100,000 years, and you were like, how do I prove that I did this? You could literally take a glass jar, get some honey, put some honey in a glass jar, and put like a note inside the middle of the jar, some sort of note, and bury it somewhere, and somebody would pick it up in modern times and open it up and be like, holy crap, this was, carbon dating would come back fine. And that would be one way. It's an interesting thought experiment. Not the Windows key. Don't do the Windows key. I think it was my brother who asked this. He heard it on a podcast or something. And the thought experiment is, you invent a time machine, and you want to prove that you invented a time machine. But so you have a little bit of preparation, and you're going to go back in time and you're going to do something back in time. But when you go back, something happens, right? So you have preparation. You know you're going to go back and you're going to try to do something that's going to last to prove that you did. But you go back in time and something happens, sort of like, you know, the DeLorean gets struck by lightning or something. And instead of going back 100 years, you go back 1,000,000 years. You go back 1,000,000 years and you have no way back. You literally jump back and you have no way forward. You cannot get back. So you have to do something 1,000,000 years ago, and you have whatever tools you brought with. But you go back, you need to make enough of an impact to prove that you did this, right? Otherwise your name will be forgotten. So what do you do that will last 1,000,000 years? And there's almost nothing that you could do that would last that long. It's an interesting experiment because there's literally only one or two things that I could think of that would last that long. But is it something you could do that you have capability of? But yeah, most everything degrades. Most everything dead by that time.
Oh, got a comment on the manure.
Base game was remembered, but the graphics. Yeah, the graphics. Yeah, definitely the graphics are off because it looks completely full at like 600,000, maybe 500. So
It's probably one of those last minute. Oh, we'll just change the number here.
it's 4 million liters of poo. That's a lot of poo.
Yeah.
You wanna jump in the other one and dump it while I get these guys ready to go?
Sure. What the stone?
Stone.
Where do we got those? Where is it?
It's parked by all the machines.
There it is.
It's there around the sun.
Into the limestone?
Yeah.
Figured as much, but
Yeah, there has been a little part of me that wanted to try Starfield just for the space exploration, because way back when Star Citizen was like announced and all that, it sounded just awesome, and then it's become such a clusterfuck that it's just like, no, they kind of bit off more than they could chew. They made it too realistic, right? Where you literally have to, like, yeah, it's just too real. It's not gaming enough, not entertainment enough. It's too, like, this is your life, this is your job, is a Star Citizen. whatever it is, whatever it's like working.
If there's separate hangars that you have to go to.
There's literally like ship insurance and shit like that. Like, oh my
Yeah.
god. So I just, yeah, when I started seeing all of the stuff that they were doing, I was like, oh man, I'm already living in reality. I don't need to live in virtual reality in some weird, like, yeah. I know humans too well to know that would end well at all. But Star Citizen, you know, it looks like they have just enough, like, explore. You can literally land anywhere on a planet, and there are random encounters that you can come across. So it's like, yeah, you can land on planets. There's outposts that you can have. And quite a lot of exploration. But, you know, it's like $90. There's no way that I can get that and City Skylines 2. So, City Skylines 2, I definitely want to stream that. So, depending on the timing when that comes out, I may do like Wednesday, like single player Wednesday streams where I just play something like City Skylines. When City Skylines 2 comes out, I'm definitely going to get that. And play with that, and I'll probably stream it. I don't want to do series anymore. The recording of series, I think that format is kind of dead. Video, recording a video, and alright, I'm going to need somebody to hop in this tractor here. And make sure it doesn't override. Let's hire the worker. So yeah, hop in that tractor and just make sure that when it gets to the end of the field, it doesn't try to override or try to do any shenanigans with the other field.
Yeah. Sure thing.
So I'm lined up and ready to rock and roll on this side. This is going to be so much cotton. There's going to be a lot of cotton. Let's just put it that way. It's going to be a lot.
A lot of cut.
No, that worker is going. I think we'll hold off fast forwarding time again until next stream, because yeah, next month the sorghum is going to be done, and that's going to be a lot because we already own all these plots of land down here. So yeah, once we get this harvested, you guessed it, we're going to be expanding this field to be bigger than this one. So that this field will eventually be, you know, a little over 50% bigger than the one we're working on now. Because the whole point of this series is a mega farm, and a farm with only two or three fields, that does not speak mega farm to me. So yeah, this is going to be a giant field. There's going to be another one there. There's going to be another field right there.
Doing something funky when it's turning around, but it seems to be at least going the right direction.
Oh, good. It's not. Yeah, last time It literally drove all the way up to this top here, way up here, turned around, and I covered all of this. And it was just like, are you kidding me? Like, those are not even the same field. I don't even know how it figured that out. All right, so at least that's going the right direction now. It's good to know. Times.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt to, make sure you spread the fields apart enough that they can't get into another field.
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm putting the roads in between them, so they're separated by a pretty decent amount. Because otherwise, yeah, they especially course play. If the fields are too close together, course play will think they're the same field. So you wanted them separate. You don't want to separate them too far. That's just a waste of land. No farmer would waste land.
You have to hitch a ride to get to the next field. There might be a problem.
Yeah, so we got to get this field planted, which shouldn't. I mean, it's a big field. It looks like it's going to take forever, but remember those DB120s are 120 feet across, and we're doing a giant swath for every run they go. It's a big area.
Yeah.
Let's at least get the.
I reminded myself of something that happened a while ago. One of the jobs I had, we were supposed to park, a fair distance. It was a kind of retail thing, so we were supposed to park a fair distance from the business, from the entrance, so that customers had the ability to park closer. And I was working at the same night as one of the, oh boy, how to phrase it. He was a good employee, except that he didn't necessarily think that those kind of rules were good. So I mean, he was a hard worker. He was one of the hardest out of them all. But he still just didn't park far away. But one of the nights it was him and I at work, and he comes in and he's like, "Hey, when you need to go, do you need me to give you a ride to your car? Because I parked a ways away." But I typically always do that, even if I'm shopping at a retail store or something. I'm not one of the people who zigs back and forth down each aisle to make sure I'm, within the first 10 slots.
Yeah, me neither. Although I know like what aisles are visited the most.
Yeah.
And like I know that, especially at Walmart, there are, because they have like the angles of the parking spots are angled, so you have to be driving a certain direction to actually get in there easily. And there are certain aisles that most of the time you can get in fairly close, but I don't split hairs and like try to maximize, like zigzag back and forth looking for the absolute best parking spot. It's like, no, I can walk. It's not going to kill me to walk. And when it comes to walking, there are definitely people at Walmart that should be walking more. There's a video that came out a few days ago from somebody who took a Walmart. This lady was trying to steal one of those motorized carts from this elderly woman. Literally, like trying to drag this elderly woman out of the cart so she could take it, and she was a young, overweight individual, and it was like, you're literally trying to take this from an elderly. Like, how much of a piece of shit are you that you're just like, give me that cart, that's my cart? Like, what the hell is up with people? People are horrible, just horrible. happened to like compassion, honor? Damn. Alright, this is ready for sorghum. Sorghum, when I was like searching for like prices of things, sorghum was really hard to track down. That is not a common crop, at least in the US. It's not. Alrighty. Just about done with the stream. As soon as this field is finished. It's a big field. Yeah. I don't want to necessarily spend too much money because, yeah, some of the crafts that we have are really expensive. So we may look like we have a lot of money, but I may sleep through the next month. Wednesday, not Wednesday. We're not going to be streaming on Wednesday. We're probably streaming on Tuesday. Yeah, I'll probably when I sleep again for another month, probably get hit with $600,000-$700,000 again. So it sleep through a couple months like that, it would go really, really fast. But not getting patient. But yeah, if anybody out there has ideas or suggestions for games, or ideas or suggestions for a series, not a series, but some challenge to tackle, I don't know. I don't know at this point what people want to see. I don't know what they want to watch. There was a big YouTuber that was criticizing Mr. Beast a couple weeks ago, and kind of, I don't know if it was just for a stunt or something, but he took like a lie detector test. And so his name is Jacksepticeye, he's a big YouTuber. But he's kind of railed against Mr. Beast, and it's like Mr. Beast has kind of ruined YouTube as far as like a broad audience goes. Because now people are expecting, we're going to give away a Ferrari, we're going to give away an island, we're going to give away a private jet, we're going to, Mr. Beast is like, he is so, his channel is so big, his empire is so big, that he can go in and spend $3, $4, $5 million on a video, on a single video. 20-minute video, 30-minute video, $4 million, $3 million. Because he knows the audience is going to be there. He knows that revenue is going to be made back up again. No other YouTuber can do that, right? There's not any competition for that. And so it's kind of setting this precedent, this expectation, that is impossible to fight against. You cannot, the average YouTuber is not going to be able to do that. And so it's like, Mr. Beast basically becomes like the big corporate behemoth, right? Mr. Beast is like the Google or Microsoft of the YouTube creators, because it's like you cannot compete with that. A small YouTuber cannot compete with that, or the talent that he brings in. Like, imagine the people he can bring in to brainstorm video ideas and to plan it all and to organize and set up whatever it is. Like, it's impossible to compete with that. And so Jacksepticeye was just like, yeah, this guy he's ruining the platform because everybody else looks like crap compared to that. And we can't spend that much money on a video. We just can't. We don't have it. Now I think Jacksepticeye is doing all right for himself. Don't think he's poor by any means. But yeah, Mr. Beast just found a formula that works brilliantly. And kudos to him for sticking out of the crowd. I mean, I never really understood PewDiePie and his success. I really didn't. I watched a couple of his videos, not his early stuff, but a couple of his videos, and I was just like, why is this guy so popular? I just don't. I never could understand that. Mr. Beast makes more sense. It's more entertainment value with Mr. Beast. PewDiePie, I mean, it was just kind of a weird dude. Like, what? I didn't know what it was. I honestly don't. I don't know why PewDiePie got so big. But anyway, PewDiePie is kind of just retired now. He's just like, oh, whatever. Living with his wife in Japan, I think he moved to. So, anyway, Mr. Beast has got quite a few years left to go, but could you imagine Mr. Beast, like, one tweet would shout out my channel, like, hey, go check out Flexible Games,
Yeah.
Any channel. Like, he would have what would be considered the Oprah effect, right? If anybody watched Oprah back in the day when she had her own show on cable, the number one show in daytime, right? Everybody who was home would watch Oprah, and she was famous for the Oprah's favorite things, for her Christmas giveaways, all of that. It's kind of become a meme now. You get a car and you get a car. She was so big that if she picked your product, whether it be a picture frame or a pair of pants, if she picked your product to be one of her quote-unquote favorite things, it would skyrocket sales. And they called it the Oprah effect. And so everybody who was an inventor, everybody who had products, would send her, free, like, here's free stuff. And if she picked it, you were gold. Like, you would make money hand over fist. Same with her book club. And so Mr. Beast has enough of a following that he could do that. And he's converted his name into products. The Mr. Beast chocolate. He tried the Mr. Beast burger, and that's kind of Mr. Beast burger kind of went away. I think he started closing down instances of Mr. Beast burger because he sort of lost control of it, and he couldn't enforce or maintain quality, like a quality standard, and it just sort of deteriorated, and plus, companies would claim they were Mr. Beast burgers and not actually be. So I think he started shutting that down, and he went for the chocolate, and now he's got cookies, which is unfortunate that he relies so much on sugar, but Mr. Beast tofu rice wafers. I don't think it would be as popular. Although go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, isn't it crazy how much they add sugar to?
It's in everything.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's
or the more insidious cousin, high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, HFCS is really bad. But even just sugar, it is astonishing how much sugar is out there. And if you look at the obesity epidemic and the diabetes epidemic in this country, it's pure sugar. It's carbs and sugar. Because it's in everything. And the fast food companies, like, It's crazy how much sugar is in innocuous things, right? So if you ever at
Yeah.
McDonald's and you order McDonald's and you sit down in the restaurant and they give you packets and you have ketchup, right? You get packets of like ketchup. The ketchup in McDonald's has added sugar to it just to give you that addictive release in your brain. Like,
Yep.
and the buns they use. I mean, look at what happened with Subway in the UK. There was a judge in the UK that ruled that Subway bread could not be called bread because of its high sugar content. It had so much sugar in it that he's like, this is not bread. And he ruled that Subway could not call their bread bread in their country. You know, obviously Subway was like, we disagree with this ruling, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, okay, Subway, rather than try to PR spin this shit, why don't you go back to the drawing board and actually take some sugar out of this stuff? Like, what is the point? Yeah, and the soda, oh man. When I quit soda, I don't know if you still drink soda, Os, but soda is so bad. Now that I'm older and I'm realizing how many years I spent drinking soda. I mean, if you're in your 20s, I urge you, do not drink soda. Ever. Ever. Do not ever drink it. It is...
Yeah, don't get hooked.
It is some of the most horrible... there's literally no redeeming value to soda at all. There's nothing about it that is good. And it is pure... It's diabetes in a can. It is obesity in a can. It is pure evil. As much as I love Pepsi, right? As much as I love drinking soda, the fizzy... I made it like the fizzy... The cold fizziness of it. The sugar, the high fructose corn syrup, like, it's so bad. And, yeah. I remember I saw an interview... John Carmack did an interview with Lex Friedman a few months ago. And it's a long interview, and I would, if you are a fan of John Carmack, of Doom, of the old id Software, this is a phenomenal interview. Because Carmack goes into, I mean, yeah, it's fantastic. It's like 3.5 hours long, and it is so good. But John Carmack talks about his addiction to like Mountain Dew. He will literally drink like 12 of them, 12 bottles a day of Mountain Dew. I remember watching that going, oh my God, like that guy is going to be extremely diabetic in no short order. It catches up to you. You know, when you're young, when you're in your 20s, you're drinking and you're like, oh, I don't care. Like, it's somewhere in the future. 10 years later, it hits you, and you're like, damn it, I really wish. And I'm telling you, right now, it's a Flexible Games PSA. Stop drinking soda. Do not give these companies another dime. They are literally selling products that lead you right into the healthcare industry. Like, I am surprised that hospitals around the country are not invested into Coke and Pepsi. Especially Pepsi, because Pepsi also owns Frito-Lay, and that is a whole other ball of wax. Chips and Doritos and Cheetos and, oh my God, like, yeah, pretty bad stuff. And if you are young enough and if you have the fortitude enough and you say, all right, I'm going to quit soda, you are doing your future a very big favor. Because, yeah, it is not good, not a good substance. And I felt a tail swipe across my leg. Somewhere down there is the Lucy. Where's the Lucy at? God, this chair. Goddamn chair. Yes.
But yeah, to answer your, well, wasn't really phrased as a question, but yeah, I was able to ditch soda again. Last time I had anything was when I had ginger ale. That's back when I had that nasty throat, nasty cough thing.
Ginger ale. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of the ginger flavor. I tried this other brand of drink because I was really hoping to find. I was hoping to find something carbonated that wasn't full of sugar. And there was this brand. Yeah, there was this brand of carbonated water. It was like bubbly. I think it was the brand. And yeah, you want to talk about the very definition of an acquired taste. That would be it. It was pretty bad. Yeah, and it was super expensive. You know, it was like for a 6-pack, it was like $5 or $6 for a 6-pack, and it was terrible. Oh God, it tasted so bad. So I've just been drinking water. Now, unfortunately, so the other side effect is, so when I would eat supper, like my evening routine was drink a Pepsi during supper time. That's all I would have to drink. But since quitting Pepsi, I've started drinking water and drink a lot of water. Well, that's caused me to have to get up and go to the bathroom like, 1 or 2 times a night, because it's like I drink a liter of water at supper time. It takes a while to get through your system. And so it's like, yeah, I don't know. Getting old really sucks. And there's Patrick. I've been sick and running a fever. No! So you need to forgive me and don't come on today. I mean, you're forgiven. I mean, or if you want to take the flip side of that, there are no excuses.
Yeah, this game's just not the game without him.
I'm gonna stop the
Don't stop him. You need to.
one of the planners.
I'm gonna stop this one up here. That one's
okay.
good. Yeah.
I was gonna switch to the one that you're.
This one can't return. So, it will be bad if it tried to return. Yeah, that's the reason I wanted a smaller planter, to get rid of those little slivers. I might even buy one.
Now, one thing that I noticed, and I'm curious if you noticed the same thing. When you drink water as opposed to, well, basically any other liquids, and you feel the need to pee, is it just me, or is it more urgent of a matter?
For me, it is like, it's like this hyperbolic curve. So it's like you drink water, and there's this hyperbolic curve where it's like you may feel that maybe sometime in the future you have to use the bathroom, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoop, this hyperbolic curve just hits, and it's like, oh, you better go now. And it's like your kidneys dump all at once, all of this water, or just filter it all in one shot. So, yeah, my kidneys are hopefully well honed. How wide is what's left? Is it wide enough?
It's pretty minimal.
Okay.
Do you want me to stop it at the end?
Stop it at the end there. I will get a smaller planter. Let's see. I just go to 1775. That's probably smaller. It's half the width.
Because, yeah, that's a lot to just go over top of again.
Factory mounted set for I have no idea what that even is. What is that? Factory mounted set. That looks like a okay. I don't think I need that. That I think would be for like a saddle tank or something on the tractor. So we don't need that. So let's buy it. See, $443,000 for that damn thing. It's like, damn. Damn. Okay, go grab that.
Oof, yeah. Patrick said that he had to work when he was sick when he was working on the farm.
Oh man,
That
brutal.
not surprising though. Farmers don't get a day off.
Well, they get all winter off.
Well,
Maybe
fair.
not. I mean, some of them
To a
do.
degree.
I had a buddy I went to college with, and his dad, he's from a farm, and I mean everybody's from a farm around here, but his dad still ran the farm, and all winter long he would work on restoring some classic car, and then every couple of years he would finish and then sell it. And I remember one year, it was the summer before my friend moved away, but his dad had finished a car, and it was a really nice car. It was like an old Ford Mustang that he had restored and put like a 400 something cc motor in it, and it was just like, it rumbled. I mean, it rumbled when he started that thing up. It was crazy. Yeah, he completely, over several years, completely restored it, repainted it all in the winter times on his farm, and then he sells it for like $25,000 in cash. Now remember, this was like 20 years ago when this happened. So today that car would probably go for 35, 40 at least. Yeah, on a dairy farm, there's the cows don't take a break. They're not on vacation. So, let's not plant corn in the middle of a.
Oh, you were talking about soda and how much Carmack drank of Mountain Dew. I knew a guy who literally drank a case of Mountain Dew a day.
I don't even know how you would break your body so fast, your kidneys would shut down. Like, I don't know how you could keep that up without doing massive permanent damage.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy was in great health. He was relatively muscular, and didn't really have any
But how
too
old
much
was he?
fat on him. Older than I am.
At the time? How old?
I think a couple of years older than I am.
Right, but how
It's hard
old
to
was
tell.
he? I don't know how long ago this was. Was this last week?
Yeah.
Was this 20 years ago?
Let's throw out a range 46 to 50. So yeah, he was in his 40s at the time. I'm fairly certain.
You're only a year older than me.
I know.
So this was not long ago then.
Well, that's how old that guy was.
Oh, because you said he was around your age, and I was like,
he was around my age now.
oh, he was around your age at the time you told. Okay, I was very, yeah. It always catches up to you, right? So, like, my grandma and my grandpa. My grandpa, for years and years and years, as they got older, my grandpa he worked some hard jobs in his life. He worked on the farm for most of his life, and then once that went away, worked in the oil fields. Like, he had some hard jobs. And for years and years and years, he was, relatively fine. And then one year, wham, he hit this wall, and it's just his health deteriorated really fast. And really relied on my grandma to take care of it, because it was just this like brick wall that he hit. And so it always, everybody is different. Your genetics, everything is different. But I can guarantee you, a case of Mountain Dew a day, that shit is going to shut your kidneys down. Like, without a doubt, it's going to happen. Not to mention the diabetes risk. Like it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't drink all that much Pepsi. I was at my Pepsi habit was anywhere from 1 to 3 a day of Pepsis, and that shit caught up. It did not. It took 10 years, and my body was like, no more of that. And I haven't had a Pepsi since. It's been 2 years, and I'm still like fighting the type 2. I'm still fighting it because it's like it did damage. All that HFCS just shreds your body. So yeah, any young person out there, just get away from soda.
Yeah.
There's no reason to drink soda at all.
Put that up there with not smoking cigarettes, if not higher.
Yeah, don't start that habit either. I didn't smoke for very long. I smoked maybe 10 years. But I know, like, 10 years is enough. It's enough to cause problems later in life. My grandpa had COPD because he smoked. And both my grandma and grandpa smoked. But they quit in 1980. 1980 he quit. And he still got COPD.
Oof.
They did not smoke for, let's see, 90, like 30, 40 years. Still got hit. So, now granted, they smoked like chimneys back in the day, because my grandma would be like, yeah, a carton of cigarettes was like $5.
Yeah.
I was like, well, it ain't $5 anymore, I can tell you that.
No.
Yeah, pretty crazy bad habits out there. But again, I quit in February. I quit smoking. I just couldn't afford it. Prices have been going up and up and up, and I didn't like it anymore. I didn't like it. What it was doing to me, coughing all the time. I'm sure it came through on streams and on videos. Like it was starting to catch up to me, and I was like, enough is enough. So I just quit. Which I understand is not easy. It took me several tries to actually quit, but I finally was like, no more. But I wish I would have never started in the first place, of course. All right. Well, we have some uber amounts of material here. We got 4.3 million liters of soybeans in our bulk storage, as well as 8.3 million liters of straw. So what I think I'm going to do going forward is, rather than drop the straw swath, we're just going to use the other feature, and it's just going to spread it out. So it's not going to leave piles of straw. We're just going to be able to plow it under whatever. I don't know if that's going to impact fertility at all. I hope. Maybe, possibly, it'll give us a fertilization.
Should in theory. I wouldn't imagine it reset it back to full or nothing.
We can try in a little corner when we finally harvest, but I prefer to eat my calories. Yeah, that is my last bad habit, is eating bad. Can't really afford like super healthy food, but grazing is a big problem. Like eating a little bit of a lot, right? Just graze over time. That's a really bad habit. It's a habit I picked up from my dad. Just very, very, very bad habit. My older brother has it too. But yeah. Before I hit the type 2, I was going down this rabbit hole of sugar. And I was basically on instinct mode. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I was eating so much sugar because it was like a heroin addict needing a bigger bump because they got acclimated. And so I was eating more and more and more sugar because it was like, there's an addictive reaction. It's an addictive substance. And I was eating like, you want to talk about bad. Oreos released this carrot cake Oreo. And I love carrot cake. And they released this carrot cake Oreo. And it was divine. But it was like 90% sugar. It was almost pure sugar. There was very little else in it other than sugar. And it was so good. Even smelling it, it just was overwhelming with the amount of sugar that you could smell. And I would buy a package of those and eat them in a week. It was like I was off the rails when it came to sugar. And so this whole massive hit a couple years ago where the doctor was like, holy crap, put you on medication and blah, blah, blah. And I immediately, that was enough of a reason for me to just cut out 95% of the sugar that was in my diet. I was in a bad way. It was a bad road. And, you know, all my family was telling me the whole time, like, better change it up. Like, but you don't, when you're young, you don't really absorb that message very well. So I know when I say any young people out there, stop drinking soda, I know that's going to fall on deaf ears. But at least 20 years from now, you're going to be like, hey, you know that one stupid YouTuber 20 years ago said stop drinking soda. I really wish I would have listened to him. You know, at least then I can be like, yes, I won. But
I won.
Yeah. But then I'll probably be long dead from kidney failure or something. So, anyway, what's interesting with in this country, it's predicted that the baby boomers, which is my folks, people born between 45 and like 55 to 60, right? That 10 to 15 year range, the boomers, could possibly be and will likely be the first generation in human history to outlive their children. En masse. Like, en masse. Because, like, look at my mom is like 71, and she is healthier than I am. And my dad has not been taking care of himself, and he is still going. And so it's like, modern medicine, you combine modern medicine with the advances that we've made there with them growing up and how they weren't exposed to some of the shit that we were when we were growing up, my generation and after, they didn't have, right? Now, they had other things, but if they were able to avoid a lot of the worst of it, like leaded gas, that didn't help. But when you get past a lot of the really bad stuff, the boomers are living a long time. Like, my grandmother is 90 years old. My mother is in her 70s. Like, I'm 44, right? I could very well not outlive my mom because she is very health conscious, and she was mature enough, early enough to realize how bad diets had become, like how much sugar was in diets, how much high fructose syrup, and so she was able to get away from that, like, earlier, and not have so much of her life absorbed by it. And so, yeah, there's a lot of medical people saying, like, yeah, we could start easily seeing a lot of I guess what is after boomers? Gen Xers? What is my generation?
I was thinking there was another generation after Gen X.
Well, it's Gen X, then Millennials, then Gen Z. So Gen Xers, I think. No, there's no Gen Y, I don't think. Is there a Gen Y?
Pretty sure.
No, I don't think there is. I think it's baby boomers, which is post-war 45 to like 55. And then there's Gen Xers, which is basically like 75 to something like 95. And then there's millennials, which is basically the turn of the millennium, like 95
Oh.
to 2005. And
I
then
see
there's
what it is. I've got it here
okay.
if you want to hear. Okay, so yeah, baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, but millennials are also Gen Y.
Oh, it's just another name for Gen Y. Yeah,
Yep.
because
And then
it's the generation that's over the millennium. That's why.
yeah. Then you got Gen Z
Uh,
and now apparently Gen Alpha.
Gen Z is now having kids. Yeah, it's if you look at it, it's roughly every 25 years. I mean, if you look at it in broad strokes, a generation is 25 years. Now, a lot of sociologists and like history professors, they've defined generations more in terms of events that happen, right? So a generation will be either pre or post 9/11, right? If you were born after 9/11, that is a generational, that is a split, right? Either you're aware of what happened or you're completely oblivious. And that's, the same thing with like a JFK assassination. Like that was an event that had such an impact on society that it was like, holy crap, and it split the generation. And so there are, you can sort of subdivide generations by events that happen, rather than just 25 years, baseline it like that. But in general, the my generation could en masse die before their parents because their parents are much healthier, and we were just led into an ocean of sugar and carbs and chemicals and plastics and phthalates, and I mean, you just look at all the shit going on and what's in products these days, and it's like, holy crap, like it is bad. The number of chemicals is bad.
Yeah, why do I need a chemistry degree to be able to read the ingredients of
Right.
something?
Yeah. Finding food that has pure ingredients that, is just minimal processing. I mean, you're paying a premium for that nowadays.
Oh yeah. Yeah, anything healthy is expensive. And you got a couple of comments from
Yeah, I'm reading them.
Patrick. Okay.
If to install mod to have straw shedding effect fertilization. I mean, yeah. Chopped straw for harvesters. I thought it was supposed to do that already. I mean, when you don't enable straw swap, it already spreads it out. The fact that doesn't affect fertility is mind-blowing. Why doesn't that affect fertility? Maybe because there's very little nutrients in chopped straw.
Yeah. I imagine there's not a ton, but there should be something.
Most of the nutrients that you get is because of the biodegradation process. The bacteria and stuff of the compost actually is where you get the good stuff, the product.
Yeah.
All right. So, fun times. So yeah, we'll probably pick this up again on Tuesday. So happy the end of September, everybody. It went by fast. And then happy October. Good old Halloween's coming. I can't believe the summer's already over.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, winter's brutal around here. Winter's a 6 to 9 month hunker down and hope for the best kind of thing. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming by. Patrick, you get better, sir. You get some rest. Yeah, Tuesday will probably, unless I hear from family, unless somebody wants to get together before the burial service on Tuesday, That's why I'm leaving Thursday open, just in case. So, if we're going to stream this week, it will be on Tuesday. So yeah, look forward to that. I want to thank everybody for coming by. Thank Awesome Wildman for joining me on this lovely stream. And yeah, consider being a patron or a channel member and joining us on these lovely streams. And yeah, I want to thank everybody. See you on